Hi. All right, so we have jumped back into the game. We have completed 3 of the Bloom stories. Mihaya is the last one. And then after that, we're hopefully going to unlock Rose story. I believe it said Ibuku's already unlocked. I hope so, but he's the last one I'm planning on playing because he's the one I want to play the most. That's how I make myself play everyone's story. So we're going to... Do not load in. I didn't mean to do that. We're going to check our flowchart. So we're currently at 63%, so that's pretty good. I don't know if I'm going to finish Mihaya's in one play. That's my goal, but I've got things to do today. All right, this is the right one. Start from here. I don't know if this one affects that. Let's see. If I do nothing, I die. If I ask Hiyori for help, blah, 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 blah. Let's do that. Let's go to the library. Head to the library in hopes of finding some peace and quiet. There aren't that many people in here. Looks like I'll be able to relax a bit. I searched for an empty spot and found a secluded place between some bookshelves. Finally, some space to hear myself think. Upon closer inspection, someone else was already here. Mihaya looked like he's pretty deep in thought. I should probably leave. I turned to go, but Mihaya stopped me. Tried to match his colored hair with my top today. It's not the best, but we did it. And I did Brady braids, but they're not the best Brady braids because my hair's not that long. Did you need something? It's not important. I was just looking for a quiet place. You're free to stay. But you don't mind me, or I can move. You were here first. It's not gonna kick you out. His response surprised me. I wasn't going to just make him leave. Mihaya awkwardly looked at the floor. I was just trying to find a quiet place too. I don't have a particular reason for being here. I don't mind you staying here since you're doing the same thing. You look a little down, so maybe it would be nice to have somebody here. There's a bug in my room. Just landed on me. I could tell Mihaya was trying to be considerate since he offered to keep me company despite wanting time alone with himself. Mihaya is always so perceptive. I can't think of anyone else as considerate as him. That reminds me, you helped everyone evacuate yesterday. Sorry to bring it up out of the blue. I just meant I saw you at that time. The day you noticed I was feeling down and offered to stay with me. It's very kind of you. I'm not that kind. Everyone says that, man. But you are. You're just like my friend. ... I knew I'd worry Mihaya if I talked about Liz, but he was just being so nice. It made me want to open up to him. My friend passed away yesterday, but I'm having a hard time accepting it, and it hurts to be around other people right now. That's why I wanted to be alone. Everyone dies eventually. Most people would think that callous of him, but I could feel warmth in his voice. People pass away without warning, and there's times when you don't get to say goodbye. It's unreasonable to try and force yourself to move on immediately. Mihaya's voice carried a seriousness that told me he'd been through something like this before, but I can't just ask him. Now's not the right time. He remained quiet for a while after that. I never thought staying silent could be so soothing. What an interesting boy. Has he seen death? When night fell, the Blooms gathered in the command center. The atmosphere was heavy, and the commanders were a grave expression, a far cry from his usual demeanor. I've gathered you so we can discuss what happened yesterday. Oh wait, this is... We've done this. We're gonna go back to stopping the argument, even though it literally affects nothing, and the saying nothing somehow ending into an end makes no sense. It's been 2 weeks till the last kaiju attack during the day. It's been continuing with the Bloom's missions as usual, but my feelings have drastically changed and I can't bring myself to face kaiju head on. Kaiju coming this way. One of them dodged Kaori and Haruka's attack and took a great leap, landing right in front of me. I have to attack. I assumed an offensive stance out of habit. When I looked at the kaiju, all I could think of was Liz. She turned into a kaiju and I took her down. My memory of Liz overlapped with the kaiju in front of me and I felt like I was going to be sick. My strength dissipated in every shake and step I took. Snap out of it! Snap out of it! Haruka's sharp voice brought me back to my senses and I saw that she was now standing between me and the kaiju. And I immediately lunged after Haruka before turning her attention towards. You just need support. Okay, you can count on me. Thanks. Ooh, did I mess up? I might have. Everything else was showing like multiple choices prior to this leading up to getting them, so maybe I wasn't supposed to. Maybe I wasn't supposed to. Oh no, I'm on Mihaya's. Okay, cool. I did it. Alright, so then I do need to save. Alright. Oh no, we're getting so close to all my saves being done. I don't know if I can. Because there's an additional story that starts. We're just gonna save over. We're gonna write this one. Oh, he looks so sad. Fight with Kaori. Cast augment on Kaori. Support. They asked for support. I'll cast augment. I heard Lee suggest that as a kaiju had turned its attention our way. I'll be able to handle it myself that way. Kaori flashed me a smile, then spoke to Haruka. You stay here. Got it. Is she having Haruka stay with me because I've been having trouble? Oh man. Feeling sorry for making the Mori, I held onto Kaori and cast augment. Once she had her boost, Kaori flew off towards the kaiju. Kaori's fist surged with power and she struck the kaiju repeatedly in the chest. The kaiju stumbled backwards upon impact and eventually vanished. That's it then. I hadn't really done anything until the end of the battle. And even that wasn't much. Still, an overwhelming fatigue hit me and I sat down on the spot. Superb work, everyone. Mission complete. I heard footsteps approaching and turned to see Sina and Mocha coming towards us. They'd been on support as well. I didn't get to do a whole lot this time around. Hey, what's up with you? Oh, I think I'm just tired. Tired? This was a normal mission. Now that you mention it, you've been awfully sluggish lately. Sorry about that. Not blaming you or anything. No need to apologize. Aw. It's natural considering what happened. Thanks. Mocha reached out a hand to me. I took it and she pulled me up as I continued talking. Mocha, that is dark. I know it's tough right now, but remember, you'll see your friend again soon. Huh? Shocked by Mocha's words, I actually let go of her hand and fell squarely on my behind. What are you doing? Though astonished by my fall, Mocha's expression was so calm that I couldn't believe she'd said what she'd said. What do you mean by that? Just what I said. Look, it's very shocking to lose a friend the way you did. That's why you can't recover from it. You don't even know where to start. That's true. None of us know how we're going to die, so odds are you'll be seeing your friends sooner than you
しん
think.
どい思いしてまで生きて頑張る意味はないんとちゃうかな。
Mocha needs counseling. Oh my god, that's why I find comfort in to think about the situation at least. I froze, not knowing how to respond. Mocha just sighed at me and then walked over to where the others were. She wasn't being mean about it. I think she was trying to be helpful, but those supposed words of comfort felt a bit extreme, especially for someone so young. After a while, Sina came
あら
out.
さっきモカが手を貸していませんでした？立てないんですの？
I thought Mocha helped you up. Are you unable to stand? I'm fine. I can stand. Mocha helped me earlier, but I fell over again.
本当に大丈夫ですの？
Are you alright? You must be tired. I wondered whether I should talk to Sina about what Mocha said, but I ended up saying nothing. I hadn't figured things out myself, and I would just worry Sina if I brought it up
とり
now.
あえず早く帰りましょう。私も疲れましたわ。
Let's go back. I, for one, am exhausted. Yeah, I was sure Sina said that to be considerate and silently thanked her as we headed back to the command center. Not over this. Oh, Mocha. I wonder what kind of person Mocha is considering what she said. After our debrief, I couldn't help but think about my earlier conversation. We'd spent a lot of time together, but now that I thought about it, I don't know anything about her day-to-day life or who she is. You're not heading out? I guess we're all done, huh? Ro had shaken me from my thoughts, and when I looked around, I saw everyone else had already left the command center. I'll go right now. See you later.
Mate.
Mate. Wait, Ro called out to me before rushing off. Your clothes are dirty. Did you fall? I looked to where Ro indicated. Sure enough, the back of my skirt had dirt on it. Make sure you take care of it before you undo your transformation. Has that ever been established? I will, thanks. I must have gotten dirty when I fell backwards as I dusted myself off. They're fighting monsters. How is dirt here the problem? They should be like clothes torn. They should be bloody. As I dusted myself off, a thought struck me. Ro assisted with logistical support for the bloom, so I wondered... 99-cent medium chili cheese tots and fries. Sonic, oh my god. So I wondered if I know about the other members. Asking might not yield much information, but I couldn't hurt to try. I had something I wanted to ask. You don't often want to speak with me. What do you want? He seemed a bit taken aback by my sudden question, but was open to talking. I breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of person would you say Mocha is? Why are you asking me? You two fight alongside each other. You'd have a much better idea. Maybe I didn't explain my question well enough. Rose eyed me with suspicion, so I hurried to clarify. That's true, but what I mean is, I don't know anything about Mocha's background or her life outside the bloom. She said something that really bothered me earlier, and I've been thinking about my friend, and she noticed I wasn't fighting very well. So she said to remember that I'd probably see my friend soon, since we could lose our lives at any moment. I thought that was a little extreme. I wasn't sure what to make of it. And it also made me worry about her if she can say something like that so nonchalantly. Bro, be nice to me. You might have like Itachi's stance, but you are no Itachi. His voice held a bit of disdain, which made me feel even more embarrassed. He's right. I had to pull myself together before I worry about other people. I fell silent. Perhaps Ro considered my feelings because he began to speak in a gentler tone. He's got two annoyed eyes, closed faces. That's intense. I do understand why that would bother you. From what I know, Mocha's parents both passed away. If what she said stems from losing her parents, I agree it's a bit concerning. Do you know what happened? I was surprised by this revelation, but Ro just shrugged in response. Not really. You could ask her yourself. With that, Ro went back to work, ending our conversation. But like Ro pointed out, if what Mocha said was related to her own experience, it was all the more worrying. It's wild. I didn't realize he was Luna Lovegood. God. A few days later, we all gathered in the command center after being informed of a unique mission that didn't involve the kaiju. Ooh, no kaiju. It was the first time I'd seen Mocha since that day, and I was still wondering about her. My eyes kept drifting in her direction. I knew if I stared too long, she'd eventually
うちの
notice.
顔になんかついてる
Was there something on my face? No.
ならええんやけど。あんた、さっきからうちの
What's
こと
with all
ジ
the
ロジロ見
staring?
てん
Oh, I
の
should have left some little flyaways in my hair. I didn't realize I was. I tried to play it off and was thankfully saved by the commander entering the room. According to the commander, we had to go outside of Teta for today's mission. Unlike regular people, us blooms could go outside the colony without a protective suit for a short time, as long as we were transformed. The higher-ups know that, so they ordered us to find where the kaiju are entering the colony. That was our mission in a
調査
nutshell.
箇所はみんなで決めて適当にばらけてね。な、モカはこの辺りには近づかないように。
We'll identify the most likely locations and then all split up. Oh, Mocha, don't go near this area.
わかってる。
I know. The commander then continued on designating areas for investigation. Mocha was the only person he gave special instructions to. I thought it was odd, but no one else seemed to mind. Do you know why the commander said that thing to Mocha? I whispered my question to Sina, who was next to me. She looked a bit confused as she answered.
この辺りに近づくなって言ったことですわよね。理由は知らないんですけれど、モカは前から近づけない場所があるんですの。
You mean about avoiding a particular area? I don't know the reason, but Mocha has never been allowed to go
ですか
there.
ら、任務でそこに行くことがあっても、モカはなるべく近づかないようにって言われてますわ。
Even if we're required to go over to a specific area, Mocha's instructed not to go too close. I didn't know that.
確かに、あなたがブルームスに入ってからは、任務であの辺りは行っていなかった気がしますわね。
I don't think we've had to go over there since you joined the
だから
Blooms.
気がつかなくても無理はありませんけれど、モカのことが気になるん
Are
で
you
すか？
concerned about Mocha? I hesitated a moment, but eventually nodded. Something happened, and now I'm worried.
だったら理由を本人に聞いてみるといいですわ。別に隠してるってわけじゃなさそうですもの。
Then you should ask her. It is not intended to be a secret. Sina's encouraging response hardened my resolve. She's right, and Rose said the same thing. If I'm worried about Mocha, I should just talk to her. If we headed out as we headed out to decide, I would speak with her after the mission. And yet, actually, I didn't check the flow chart yet. Let's check our flow chart. Dun 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 dun. There's no. Ooh, 2 in a row. Oh wow. Oh, then we have none for a while. All right, his is just a line. We got a straight line for like ever. So that's gonna be 1-2, 2-1, 2-2, 3-1, 3-2. And then 4. Okay, his is interestingly straightforward. A few hours later, I finished investigating my assigned area and was about to return to the command center when I spotted someone near the outer wall. It's rare for people to go out near the outer wall. Is that Mocha? But she wasn't assigned this area, and didn't the commander tell her to stay away from here? Mocha stood near the gate to the administrative district. She had a fierce look in her eye and was staring at the gate as if she was facing a furious foe. Why'd she go there when she wasn't supposed to? She's acting really strange, and she looks pretty pale too. Bum 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 bum. Continue to watch quietly. Let's just not bug her. I thought about calling out to her, but hesitated because she looked so grave. Then Mocha caught sight of
あん
me.
た、そこで何してるん？
What are you doing here? She sounded like her usual self, which was a relief. I moved closer. I was going to ask you the same thing. Didn't the commander tell you not to come here? You also look a bit pale. Are you not feeling well?
そうやない。大丈夫やから心配せんといて。
Don't worry, I'll be fine. Her tone was normal, but I could see how ashen she looked now that I was closer. But you really don't look well. It's impossible for me not
あ
to
んたこ
worry.
そ自分のことでいっぱいいっぱ
You
いや
got
ろ。
enough problems, crazy
人のことを
girl.
構って
You
る場
don't
合
need
じ
to
ゃない
worry
んち
about
ゃ
other
う？
people's problems. You got enough problems. Now's not the time to be getting worked up about others. That's a separate issue. Just because I'm dealing with something doesn't mean I'm not allowed to worry about others. Mocha looked like she was in pain. I could just I couldn't just leave, but she simply laughed at my
あん
response.
たってお人よしやな。
You're a real softie,
そ
aren't
んな
you?
風に言ってくれるならちょっとだけ話してもいいかって気になるわ。
When you put it like that, it kind of makes me want to talk. Would you tell me why you're here? I didn't want to force her to explain, but like Sina said, Mocha wasn't trying to hide it.
別にええよ。みっともないとこ見られてもうたし、
I don't mind, as you already know, so I'm not exactly at my best
う
right
ちが
now.
ここにおった理由はな、トラウマを克服しようと思ったんや。
I came because I need to overcome my trauma. Your trauma?
うちここに来ると苦しくなる。精神的なもんやねんけど、昔嫌なことがあってな。
This place brings me a lot of pain. It's a mental issue because of some bad stuff that happened in the
それ以
past.
来ここに来ると息が詰まったようになって、うまく呼吸もできひん。だから指令も近づくなって言ったんよ。
Ever since then, whenever I come here, I start to feel like I can't breathe. That's why the commander told me to stay away. That's awful. Then why come back? Though my question was an innocent one, Mocha's expression
そ
hardened.
れでもここから外に出たいと思うてるからや。
I have to go through
この
there.
トラウマをそのままにしておくわけにはいかへん。
I can't keep feeling this way, and there are things I have to find
今日
out.
は任務にかこつけてならいけるんちゃうかと思って試しに来てみたんやけど、やっぱりあかんかった。
Thought I'd give it a try since we were already out here, but I couldn't do it. I see. Oops, I hit the wrong button. This thing you have to find out, it must be really important to you.
うん。そうや。
It is. Mocha replied curtly, then grew quiet. I guess she doesn't want to tell me anything more. Continually pressing her would not do nothing but satisfy my own selfish curiosity. How about we head back? I'm sure everyone else has finished and is already on their way. You're done too, right?
とっくや。あんたが最後やったんちゃう？
I finished a long time ago. You're probably the last one. I guess I was going pretty slow. I made an effort to sound cheerful and Mocha followed
け
suit.
どブルームズの扱いひどいと思わへん？怪獣退治だけじゃなくて調査員みたいなことさせられるとは思わんかったわ。
Don't you think they treat us like dirt? First we gotta fight the kaiju and now they're making us do these investigations?
便利屋じゃあら
Unbelievable.
へんのに、帰ったら指令に文句の一つも言いたいわ。
We're not their servants. I'm going to give the commander a piece of my mind. Though she was complaining, Mocha's expression looked much softer now, but her pained look from earlier lingered in the back of my mind. Dun dun. Trauma. Personality trait. Mocha. Trauma. A few days had passed since I last spoke to Mocha. We hadn't been summoned for any missions, and everyone whiled away the day in the peace. At least that's how it seemed on the surface. However, an undercurrent of tension had remained ever since the kaiju attacked the academy. We have an evacuation drill from time to time, so I assume no one forgot about the kaiju. I definitely hadn't, and it wasn't because I was part of the Blooms, it's because Liz was my best friend. Break time is an absolute worst now. Lately, people just ask about Liz, made me feel uncomfortable. So I started leaving the classroom whenever our breaks rolled around. The time we spent together had turned into nothing but sad memories. It pained me to be at school. We used to have so much fun, and every inch of this place reminded me of her. I'm sure Liz would be angry if she saw me now. She wouldn't want me to remember her with such sadness. But maybe I'm just thinking these things to make myself feel better. It was arrogant to assume Liz would watch over me after what I did. The sorrier I was, the more guilt I felt over Liz. It was suffocating, crushing me under an immense weight. As my thoughts grew darker, I thought it'd be best to go someplace quiet and collect myself. I needed a place I can relax during break. Maybe the library would be good. So I don't like the alphabet going that direction. I hadn't been to the library in a while, and it seemed more crowded than usual. Could it be everyone else is anxious too, and they're all looking for a place to calm down? I looked around, noticing that there were more people sitting along the desk than congregating with their friends. No one was paying attention to anyone else. I've heard that sometimes people feel more comfortable just focusing on themselves. I should grab a book to read and sit down. Dun, dun. What do I do? I found a book I wanted to read, but there wasn't anywhere to sit because so many people were in the library. I looked around feeling lost. After pacing back and forth a little, I gave up finding a seat. All right, I can't sit at a desk. Let's see if there's any chairs between bookshelves. I'd imagined these were open. I leaned against a nearby bookshelf and peered into the aisle. At that exact moment, I bumped into someone who was looking out and who was walking out and smacked back into the shelf. Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologized and looked up to find Mihaya Ariki, a first-year student. Oh, he's younger than you. Aw, how cute. Didn't I bump into him just the other day? I thought back, and yep, something just like this happened at the academy entrance a little bit ago. He didn't say anything. Maybe I should apologize again. He might think I'm rude because I bumped into him multiple times. Just as I opened my mouth to speak, Mihaya's gaze shifted above my head.
やっぱり落ちてきた。
I knew that would happen. Oh, when Mihaya whispered that, I realized a book had fallen off the shelf. He knew it was going to happen, so perhaps that book was already close to the edge, and my bump being the shelf was a final push, so to speak. He noticed it falling and caught it. I was going to thank him after I realized what he had done for me, but he mumbled something before I could. Klutz. What he said didn't compute for a moment. As I stood in a daze, Mihaya just walked off somewhere else. Did he just call me what I think he did? It was true. I didn't notice the book because I had been too concerned that I bumped into him. I found I was more shocked than angry and simply stood there frozen and speechless. Before long, someone tapped me on the shoulder. I turned to see two girls from class looking at me curiously. Are you all right, Takanashi? Wasn't that the first year Mihaya? I heard he's pretty cold. Oh yeah, I think that was him. The way she said that was kind of rude, but maybe it was just me. My classmates rattled on, oblivious to my bewilderment. He's not friendly with anyone. He can be a bit mean, so I'd be careful if I were you. What? I heard about him, something about one of his parents passing away, or maybe both of them died in an accident. That's what it was. I don't know if it's true, but people say he's shut everyone out since it happened. Some girls try to talk to him out of sympathy, but he does that to everyone. All the first years say that they just leave him alone now. It seems like they were trying to describe him objectively, but couldn't help but notice a trace of malice in their voice. Why would they spread rumors that aren't even sure are true? Everyone does it. There were so many things I didn't understand, but hearing what they said made me feel sick up to my stomach. He didn't hurt my feelings. I have to clear things up so they don't get the wrong impression. Save. We're in 1-2 now, chapter 1, part 2. He's not a bad person. I was the one at fault. It was my fault. I bumped into Mihaya and a book fell over. I tried to explain what happened for the sake of Mihaya's reputation. Then I saw someone coming up behind my classmates. Mihaya. Seeing my surprised expression, the girls looked back suspiciously, then froze when they saw him.
愛想が悪いのと陰口を叩くのとどっちが性格が悪いのかな
You claim I'm unfriendly, then you're talking about me behind my back. Which of us do you think is
俺は
worse?
後者だと思うんですけどね先輩
I'd say it's you two, but I'd love to hear your opinion. Mihaya smiled broadly as he spoke. My classmates turned bright red, scuttled away as quickly as they could.
ああ逃げるくらいならあんなこと言わなきゃいいのに
They can't say it to my face. They shouldn't say it in the first place. Ah, I should have done a braid right here. I could have also added next time. Well, that took guts, did it? He heard someone talking about him behind his back, so he just told them off. Not everyone could do that. I was so impressed that I couldn't help but talk to him about the incident. Did you know those girls? They're in my class, so a different grade than you, but they seem to know a lot about you. Their mean-spiritedness had bothered me, so I wanted to ask about that. Mihaya considered it briefly.
さあああいうことはよくあるんでいちいち覚えてないんですよね
No clue. A lot of girls are like that. I can't remember them all. What do you mean?
なんでかはわからないんですけどたまに女の先輩とか同級生に声をかけられるんです
I don't know why, but a lot of girls have tried to talk to me, both upperclassmen and ones in my
最
grade.
初は可愛いとか大変だったんだねとか言って話しかけてくるんですけど、
First, they'll tell me I'm cute or offer
こ
their
っちが
sympathy,
反応を返さないでいるとそのうち切れ出すんですよ。
but then they turn on me when I don't reciprocate. I wonder if those girls were just talking about themselves
かも
then.
しれませんね。顔も覚えていないんで本当のところはわからないですけど。
I don't remember their faces, so I'm not sure. Mihaya's side, clearly annoyed with them. I could empathize. Even after hearing both sides, I still thought the girls were in the wrong. Did you? Or are you just being biased? Mihaya never asked for their attention. Considering all that, I admired how he was able to stand up to them. I think you're pretty amazing. You were able to point out how wrong they were right then and there.
別に褒められるようなことじゃないですよ。不愉快だったから言い返したってだけなんですから。
I didn't do anything special. They were being irritating, so I said
それに
something.
言いたいやつには言わせておけばいいし、
I usually let them say whatever they want and ignore it.
先輩がなんだか頑張ってたので放っておくわけにもいかなくなりました。
But you were standing up for me. I couldn't just abandon you. Oh, sorry. I realized how he came back over because of me, so I apologize. Mihai's expression
先
softened.
輩は自分のことだけに構ってればいいんですよ。
Senpai, just worry about
誰
yourself.
だって自分のことでいっぱいいっぱいでしょ。特に先輩は大変だと思うし。
Everyone has their own problems, and I think things are especially tough for you, Senpai. I'm hearing this. I couldn't just stand by. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm sorry you said all that because of me.
どうして先輩が謝るんですか。先輩だって別に
Why
悪
is
くないと
Senpai
思うんですけど。
apologizing? You didn't do anything wrong, Senpai. Oh
本
man.
当にお人よしですね。
You really are a softie. No, it's not that. A strange sense of deja vu suddenly came over me. You know, it's like I had this conversation before. I tried to remember but was drawing a blank, so I turned my attention back to thinking Mihaya. Thanks for protecting me from the falling book earlier. Ignoring the fact that he called me a klutz, he did help me. You helped me out, so I didn't want them to misunderstand what happened. I thought I should clarify.
先輩の考えはよくわかりました。
I understand your logic, senpai.
で
Oh
も俺
man.
は誤解されても平気な人間なんで、もし似たようなことがあってもかばわなくていいですよ。
I don't care what people think about me. You don't have to defend me even if something similar
先
happens
輩の
again.
評判に傷がつくかもしれないし。
It could hurt your reputation, senpai. But it's not right for people to talk badly about you when you haven't done anything
で
wrong.
も人間ってそういうものでしょ。自分と相入れないものは排除したがるんです。
Mihaya, you need someone to hug you. That's just how people are. They don't like anyone who's different from them. That's not fair. I raised my voice without thinking, and Mihaya quietly
とに
slushed
か
me.
く大丈夫ですから。あと、ここは図書室ですよ。
I'll be fine. We're in a library,
話
remember?
がしたいって言うなら、先輩も出て行った方がいいんじゃないですか。
We should go outside if you want to talk. Yeah, sorry. We'd bother everyone else if we continued to talk here, so I got up to leave. Mihaya quickly interrupted me.
待って。そうじゃなくて、
That's not quite what I meant.
席を探してたんじゃないんですか。そこの席、空いてますよ。
You just said you wanted to talk to me, and now you're telling me go sit down somewhere else. Weren't you looking for a seat? There's one over there. I looked around, saw an empty seat towards the back of the aisle between two shelves. Though there is, thanks for pointing it out. Mihaya grinned back at me.
さっきからありがとうとごめんばっかりですね。
Feels like all you've been saying is thank you or sorry. I guess so sorry. Did it again. I did, didn't I? Mihaya's smile wasn't the sarcastic grin from earlier. It looked genuine. I couldn't help but return a smile of my
先
own.
輩って素直すぎるというか、誰かに騙されそうな感じがし
Dang,
ますよ。
are you gonna swindle me, Mihaya? You're a very trusting person. I get the feeling someone might try to swindle you someday.
お人よしもほどほどにした方がいいと思います。
I'd be on the lookout for that if I were you. Here turns out I'm not your senpai and you're actually older than me and you're just pretending to be a first year. He spoke very politely, which was weird considering he was younger than me. I wasn't quite sure what to say. He departed soon after that. I guess I should go sit down. Once I was in my chair, I realized something. Wait a minute, Mihaya came out of the aisle. Was he sitting here? I looked everywhere and couldn't find a single seat, and I was positive I checked this aisle as well. Maybe Mihaya noticed me and gave me a seat, but that seems almost too convenient. He could be kind, though. He protected me from that falling book and also came back when I was talking with my classmates. He said I didn't need to defend him because it would hurt my reputation. Each individual statement he made could be seen as unfriendly, and he certainly doesn't mince words, but his actions were very thoughtful. When I thought about it that way, it probably wasn't a coincidence that he gave me his seat. We're gonna email uncle. That night, I wrote Uncle Yoshima as part of my nightly routine and thought over all that happened today. Mihaya was the forefront of my mind. If the rumors are true and he lost both his parents, he might be in a similar situation, though the way people act to us is different. Sorry, the way people react to us is different. At the very least, no one's coming up to me and trying to talk to me out of sympathy. I thought about the way those girls said that and felt irritated. If someone said something like that to me, I'd tell them it wasn't any of their business. My parents passed away a long time ago, but I felt it keenly when I thought about Liz. Some people have said kind things to me, but just talking about her was painful, and so I'd started to avoid them. That's why I went to the library during break today. I wanted to avoid people to find some peace and quiet where no one would remind me of my wounds. Given how I felt now, I knew I would hate it if people kept giving me unwanted attention. As I thought more about my day, a smile came to my face as I remembered how Mihaya talked back to those girls. Maybe he stood up for himself when he wanted to be left alone instead of running away like me. That was my assumption, but maybe it's not too far from the truth. I could believe it after seeing Mahaya's strength and kindness. Dun dun. We didn't get to read the email. The next day I went to the library again for the same reason. I don't want to talk with anybody. Maybe I'm running away, but I just want some peace and quiet. That's sigh. I think that girl lost her family in the previous attack. I guess she finds the library calming too. I watched as she walked away and then noticed something drop onto the floor. A hair clip? Doesn't seem like she noticed that she dropped it. I went to pick it up, but someone beat me to it. It's Mihaya. Mihaya hadn't noticed me yet. He stood to pick up the hair clip, looking concerned. He probably doesn't know who it belongs to. He clearly hadn't seen the exact moment she dropped it, but he didn't ignore it and took the time to pick it up. After observing this, I went over to him. Mihaya, I saw who dropped that earlier. I can give it back to her if you like.
Domo.
Thanks. He looked surprised when I called out to him so suddenly. Though he was hesitant, he handed over the hair clip. I'll give it back to her now. With that, I ran over to the girl. She was a bit further away now. Is this your hair clip? It's mine. Thanks so much. It's my favorite. I'm glad you found it. You're welcome. It wasn't me who found it, though. It was Mihaya. I turned to point out who had picked it up, but Mihaya was already halfway out the library. Mihaya Araki, the first year, found it. I just offered to return it, so I'll pass on the thanks to him. I explained the situation to her, then went after Mihaya. Just stalking people. Mihaya! Luckily, he was still near the library, so I was able to find him. What is it? That girl wanted to thank you. She said it was her favorite hair clip, so she was happy you found it. Came over just to tell me that? He looked a bit surprised. I decided this might be a good opportunity to ask him about yesterday as well. Well, partly. I just wanted to ask, you remember how you pointed out that seat to me yesterday? I was wondering if it had been your seat, and you gave it to me. My voice was timid as I asked him, and Mihaya awkwardly looked away from me. Who wasn't trying to be considerate. You were just going so slow I couldn't bear to watch anymore. If that's all, I'll be going. Mihaya hurriedly away, and I didn't try to stop him. His words might have been curt, but there's underlying meaning made me happy, so he did give up his seat for me. After seeing him pick up that hair clip and finding out what he did for me yesterday, I knew he must have a kind heart. It's easy to misjudge his behaviors of his choice of words and general demeanor, though, but I'm sure he's just trying to hide his embarrassment. When I thought about it that way, I didn't really mind that he'd called me a klutz. I think you should mind. If a stranger calls you a klutz, that's a big assumption. What should I do? I returned to the dorm that night and waffled over the ideas I had. I wanted to thank Mihaya, but he might find that annoying. I don't think you should thank Mihaya. It was a chair, bro. As I thought about it, I found it strange that I was actually trying to get to know Mihaya when he actively avoided people. Maybe it's because we both lost our parents and I'm feeling some kind of affinity towards him. But I wonder if I was any different from the people who talked to him because they felt sorry for him. But when I seriously thought about it, I realized I simply wanted to talk to him as a person. I think sometimes we try to convince ourselves our reasoning's different and that you're doing that right now. But then again, your uncle also told you that you should go clutch onto somebody after your friend died. So, I mean, I feel like everyone's giving bad judgments here. I'm going to recross my legs because they're not crossed anymore. All right. I guess it'll be okay to try, but I still wasn't confident, so I decided to ask Uncle Yoshima for advice because he gives the best advice. Oh my goodness. Okay, sent. Now I should probably get things ready. After sending the message to Uncle Yoshima, I left my room to prepare the little surprise I'd come up with. What's your surprise? He's responded already? I returned to my room after a little while to find the new mail icon up on my computer screen. I eagerly checked it. Sure enough, Uncle Yoshima had written me back. He probably responded so fast because I needed his advice. I steeled my nerves as I started to read the message. He began with his usual kind greeting. You seem to be doing well. I was relieved when I saw your message asking for advice. Sounds like you found someone you want to talk to. I'm glad to know you've been feeling more positive lately. So you're worried that it'll seem like you're trying to get to know him for some superficial reason. But if you tell him how you honestly feel, he'll understand that's not what you're doing. If you like the fact that he's kind and possesses a strong character, just tell him. Words spoken from the heart will always rise up. I'm taking a screenshot of this because, Uncle, you are crazy. I read through my uncle's message, gaining courage from his words. All right, I'll do it. You're already gonna do it. You didn't even need the email. I set to wrapping the little gift I made in the dorm cafeteria. As I worked, I wondered how Mihaya would react to receiving a present out of the blue, and then for some reason, Mocha came to mind. I've been worried about Mocha too. It hit me that what I made for Mihaya would actually be a perfect gift for Mocha as well. I haven't seen her recently because we haven't had any missions, but I made a lot of this, so I'll wrap some up for her too. Of course, I didn't know where she lived. I decided to put the present in my bag so that I could be ready the next time I saw her. All right, I'm just giving gifts to the same person without knowing. The next day, wait, we had a report. Does that mean we ended that chapter? Do we have another photo opportunity today? We do. Great. I left the dorm in high spirit, but then realized I had no plan on giving Mihaya his present. It was tricky because he was an underclassman. It'd be awkward if I just barged into his class. He definitely wouldn't like that. I wondered if he'll be in the library during break again. I didn't know of any other place that he'd be, so it was my best bet. I peeked inside the library when break time came around. Since lunch had just began, there was barely anyone in there. Fortunately, my guess had been spot on, and I found Mihaya sitting right there. Hey, Mihaya, do you have a minute? Mihaya had been reading a book, and he looked up at me with an irritated frown. Dang, he's so cold. What's the matter? There's plenty of open seats today. Nothing's the matter. I just wanted to thank you again. Really, you have. You've already thanked me enough. He looked at me suspiciously. I nervously drew out the wrapped present. I brought you a little something. Though I guess you might think it's weird since we're not that close. Perhaps I'd gone a little overboard. I opened my mouth to try and salvage the situation, but Mihaya spoke instead. What is it? Cookies. I learned how to make them from my friend who used to bake a lot. I think they're really good. I hope you like them. Cookies. I couldn't tell whether he liked them or not. My nerves were still on edge as he stood up. You don't like them? I guess homemade cookies are a bit much. What? Let's go outside. Mihaya didn't say anything more and just walked out. I had no choice but to follow him. You had a choice. It just would have been real awkward if you didn't. He brought me to the roof. So why did we come out here?
どうしてって先輩が食べ物を図書室
You
に持っ
brought
てきたり
food
する
into
あ
the
そこじゃ
library.
食べられないでしょ
We're not allowed to eat in there. Right. Wait, Mihaya said the word eat. Does that mean he's going to eat them right away? The whole exchange took me by surprise. I watched as Mihaya sat down on an open bench.
それじゃいただきます
Alright, let's try these. He said, I'm gonna eat them. Mihaya opened the wrapper and began to eat a cookie. I plopped down next to him on the bench. What do you think? I asked him somewhat cautiously, and he responded with annoyance.
自分ですごく美味しいって言いませんでしたっけ
Didn't you say they were good? I meant I thought they were good when my friend made them. I did taste these ones, but it's hard to judge my own baking. I guess I shouldn't have given them as a gift when I wasn't confident in the first
友
place.
達がよく作ってくれた自慢のクッキーなんでしょだったら自信を持っていいんじゃないですか
You're proud of these cookies, right? Then just have confidence
大
in them.
体
That's not
ま
how
ずかったら
baking
こんなに
works.
食べてないですよ
I wouldn't be eating them if I thought they were terrible. His choice of words could still use some work, but I could tell he was trying to say they were good, which made me happy.
友達って亡くなったっていう人のこ
Is
とで
this
す
friend
か
of yours the one who passed away? I remember that I talked to him in the library right after the attack. My chest began to ache when I thought about it, but Mihaya had said some kind things to me at that time as well. That's right, back then Mihaya said he had gone through something similar. After remembering that, I figured I could talk to him about Liz. Yeah, her name was Liz, and she was my best friend. She gave me this recipe.
亡くなった人のことをこういう形で覚えていてあげるのもいいものですね
I think doing things like this is a nice way to honor someone who's passed
こうやっ
away.
て自分が残したものを作り続けてくれてるって知ったら
You're creating something out of what she
先
left
輩の友
behind.
達も
I'm sure your
嬉しいんじゃ
friend
ない
would
で
be
すか
proud. I hope so. I couldn't believe that Liz would still like me after what I did to her. She was a kaiju. But hearing those words made me want to believe it was possible. I won't ask for her forgiveness, but I hope it would have made her happy to know I'm cherishing what she left behind. I grew quiet, lost in my thought. Mihaya began talking again, his voice tinged with concern.
ところで先輩は昼ご飯を食べないんですか
Senpai, are you not going
そう
to
い
eat
う俺も
lunch?
食べてないんですけど先輩はしっかり食べるタイプに見えるし
I haven't had anything either. I just got the impression you were the type to never veer from your schedule, Senpai. Something about the way he said it sounded a bit like an insult, but I decided to leave it for
ま
now.
さかこれを渡すために抜いてきたとかじゃないですよね
Don't tell me you're skipping it just to give me this. No, I brought my lunch with me. Want to share? Mihaya's eyes widened with surprise at the
先
enthusiastic
輩って
offer.
調子に乗るタイプだったりするのそれとも単純に人に食べ物を振る舞う
I
のが
guess you're
好き
the
な
type
人
to get carried away easily, or do you just enjoy giving food to
っ
people?
ていうかどうしてこんなに俺に構うんですか
Mihaya, don't be this way. Actually, why are you even bothering with me? Mihaya appeared to be genuinely confused, so I decided to follow Uncle Yoshima's advice and tell him my honest feelings. After our interactions in the library yesterday and the day before, I got to thinking, you're a little difficult to understand, but I know you have a kind heart. And you speak up when you have to, even to people who are older than you. I think you're amazing. Because of all that, I realized I wanted to learn more about you, to talk with you more and find out what kind of person you are. So I brought you these cookies in hopes to get the ball rolling. I'm probably weirding you out saying all this out of nowhere. Sorry. I looked away from him, my confidence waning the more I talked, but then Mihaya said something I wasn't expecting.
引いてはいないですよ
I'm not weirded out.
先輩がこういう人だってことは分かってたし
I already knew you were like this, senpai. Oh my goodness.
でも先輩って俺よりも年上ですよね
You realize you're my senpai though,
自
right?
分より年下のやつにこんな風に言うなんてプライドとかないんですか
Not really cool to say stuff like that to someone younger. Do you have any pride? Well, I didn't expect he'd worry this much over what I said. I thought through what would be the best response. Oh my goodness. Let's see. That's just how I feel. People can be amazing regardless of age. I think you're amazing if you're younger, and I just wanted to be honest about that. Is that such a bad thing? Perhaps I caught him off guard by posing a question of my own, but his eyes widened in surprise. And then for some reason, he quickly averted his
あん
gaze.
たって本当に
Really are. I didn't quite catch what he said, but Mihai continued before I could ask.
別にダメじゃないですよ。
It's not a
ただ
bad thing.
そういうことはむやみに言わない方がいいと思います。恥ずかしいから。
Probably best not to go around saying stuff like that so carelessly. It's embarrassing. Sorry.
あーだから違うって。
Ah, I didn't mean it like that. Mihaya hurriedly to stop me when I began to
恥
apologize.
ずかしいのは先輩じゃなくて俺です。
Aw, he's got blushies. It's not embarrassing for you, but for
そんな風
me.
に素直に気持ちを伝えられたら
Aw.
なんか照れます。
Is he still done? Okay, when you tell me how you honestly feel, it makes me feel a little bit embarrassed. I looked over and saw a faint blush forming on his cheeks, which caused me to feel flustered myself. After a brief silence, Mihaya continued.
それで本当に一緒に食べていいんですか？
Is it really okay if we split that?
お弁当です。食べるか聞い
Your
たじゃないですか。
bento. You asked if I wanted to share. Yeah, of course. Let's do it. I brandished my lunchbox with enthusiasm and laid everything out in front of Mihaya.
っていうか量が多いですね。
You were not going
お
to
箸
eat
も
all
以前あ
this.
るし、もしかして初めからお弁当も食べさせようとしてたとか。
This feels like a trap. Or were you just like, I'm usually making food for my best friend? How do you have 2 lunch boxes ready? That's intense. Where were you hiding these? It's a lot of food, and you have 2 pairs of chopsticks. Don't tell me you planned this all along. What? No, it's totally just ended up that way. If you didn't take the cookies, I would have brought this all out.
まさか流れにならなかったら全部自分で食べるつもりだったなんて言わないですよね。
So you're saying you would have ate all this if I hadn't accepted? Well, sure, I think I could eat it all by myself, though maybe it's a bit much. I mumbled the last part to myself, and Mihaya bursted out laughing.
無茶に決まってるじゃないですか。絶対一人で食べきれる量じゃないですよ。こ
Definitely
れ
too much. Nobody could eat this in one
抜け
sitting.
てるのか頑張りすぎなのかわからないですけど、意外と面白い人なんだってことはわかりました。
I don't know if you think things through or if you just overly enthusiasm, but I do know that you are funny.
こういうところを見てると全然年上って感じがしないですよね。
Makes me feel like you're not older at all, because you act like a child. That one doesn't feel like a compliment. I was skeptical, but Mihaya shook his head.
いい意味ですよ。親しみやすいってことですから。
It means you're easy to
い
talk
いタイミン
to.
グだから言いますけど、俺のことは名前で呼んでください。ここまで来てかしこまられるのも嫌
He's
なの
a
で。
year younger than you. Calm down. I actually like if we could be friends. I don't think people should let things like age get in your way. Hyuga, which was the first character in this game, I had the love with, and she was 16 according to the thing, and he's like 24. This one is more acceptable by 110%.
先輩だって仲良くなるのに年齢とか関係ないって思ってるんでしょ？
I assume you don't think that matters either. Age ain't nothing but a number to me. Well, no. Wait a minute. Though I was glad to hear he felt that way, a horrible realization struck me then. What is it? I just realized, did I ever introduce myself to you? And here I was acting all friendly towards him. I frankly tried to recall whether I told him my name when Mihaya spoke up.
高梨さんでしょ？
I know you.
散
You're
々話した後
Takanashi.
で何言ってる
You've
んで
had
すか？
multiple conversations and you nearly thought of it just
そ
now.
れじゃ俺も下の名前で呼ばせてもらいますね。
Well, now that we got that out of the way, I guess we can call ourselves friends. Mihaya saying that reminded me of something. It's been a while since someone at the academy said I was their friend. Ever since Liz passed away, the Blooms members were the only people who were somewhat close to me. I never imagined I'd feel that close to someone again, and I was especially happy it was Mihaya who wanted to be friends with me. You feel this way every time. That night, the Blooms were called for a mission for the first time in a while. Normally, I felt a heavy weight at the thought of facing more kaiju, but this time I was glad to have the opportunity to give Mocha her gift. But I can't bring it to the battlefield. I'll leave it here until we're done with the mission. I put my bag on the desk in the command center and made sure the cookies wouldn't be crushed. With that taken care of, I headed out.
じゃあ いつも通り私とはるかが前線で、あとの3人は援護して。
As per usual, Haruka and myself will be the front line, so the three of you are on
わかり
support.
ましたわ。
Understood. Roger. You can count on me.
待って、うちも前線で戦う。
Oh, Mocha, look at you. I'm gonna find the front lines too. Are you sure? Everyone's eyes snapped towards Mocha.
やれると思う。
I can handle it. So you're feeling comfortable fighting kaiju now? Since we had found out that the kaiju were originally humans, Mocha hadn't been too keen on fighting them. Though I'd been even more hesitant.
平気ってわけじゃないんやけど、今日はなんだか頑張れそうな気がす
I
るんだ。
wouldn't say comfortable, but I can manage
い
it
つまで
today.
もあんたたちばっかり戦わせてちゃあかんと思うし。
It's not fair to make you two do all the fighting. I had no clue what caused this change of heart, but Mocha seemed to be fired up today. Mocha really is going to do it. I should be more proactive too. I guess. I mean, are you ready to fight kaiju again? The thing is, again, as someone who plays video games and not just these kind of games, your powers is a support. You are a support player. Yes, you can attack, but you are made to build people up and make them stronger. You're not supposed to be in the front lines. You die and then you can't help people. Let's see. I should be more proactive. This is the answer she wants. This is what Takanashi wants to say. Then I'll go fight too.
え？
You sure that's the best idea? I knew everyone was worried about me, but I was inspired by Mocha's motivation. I gave them all a decisive nod to show I was ready. It'll be all right. I've retreated. I'll retreat if things start to go south.
全員固まって。はるかと私、モカとあんたのペアで戦って。
I feel like maybe the smarter idea would have been not that. We'll stick together. Haruka and I will be one team, and you and Mocha will be the other. Just give us a shout if things
それなら
are in
私
trouble. In
は
that case,
全体の
I'll
フォローを
proceed.
しますわ。
Provide comprehensive support. With our tactics set, we get into formation just in the nick of time. The kaiju had spotted us.
ほな、
I'm feeling punchy. Let's do this. Then we're gonna go punch things. The battle was our smoothest in recent memory, thanks to Mocha's enthusiasm.
これで。
This is it. Man, Mocha kicked the final kaiju squarely in the chest, signaling the end of the fight. Kaori called us to the comms as we
みんな、司令から戻って
Commander
こいっ
ordered
て
us
連
to
絡が
return.
来たよ。
We shouldn't have to fight anymore today. We couldn't have done it without you, Mocha. You were a big help.
思った以上に調子が良かったわ。これもあんたが。
Ooh, I was in better form than usual. I guess it's thanks to you. Me? I thought she had said something about how I provided support during the battle, but Mocha hesitated for some reason.
あ、あんたやセナが援護してくれたおかげやって言おうと思ったんよ。
What I meant to say was because of you and Cena's support.
ほんまにありがとな。
Thanks for that. No worries. You helped us out a lot.
ええ、モカの頑張りを見ていたら、私も前みたいに戦わなきゃって思いましたわ。
Seeing you work so fervently made me even more motivated to give it my all. Our conversations had turned to what issues from today's missions we could work on, and I soon forgot about my feelings that something was off with Mocha. I really wish that one of them would have made it to like the 4th chapter with you not realizing they were actually a bloom. When we returned to the command center, the commander congratulated us briefly before assigning a new mission. He told us the order came from the higher-ups. We were to patrol the outer wall daily, even on days when kaiju didn't appear.
は？何それ？
What kind of order is that?
面倒。
It's a pain, that's what it is.
これ以上働かせる気ですの？
So their plans to overwork us?
ほんまやで。
For real, I'm bushed. Does that mean we're supposed to do it after this meeting? We all began to complain and express our concerns, and the commander fervently shook his head.
これからだなんてとんでもない。パトロールをするのは昼間だよ。
Not right now, the patrols will happen
そ
during
れ
the
に
day.
毎日全員でパトロールっていうのはさすがにないなと思ったから、僕もちゃんと交渉しました。
I thought having on daily patrols was excessive, so I
二人
negotiated.
一組でロ
You'll
ーテ
go
ー
in
ションを回してい
pairs
こうか
on a
と思う。
rotation, and
僕と
also
富塚君も一緒にやります。 これなら7人だから、
Ro and Arjun as well, there's 7 of us total, so that means you'll only have to be on duty once every 3 or 4 days. The commander spoke at light speed, probably because he didn't want to give us room to interject. We all gave him cold stares in
3日から
return.
4日に一度
Once every few days is still too many.
司令たちもやるって言っても、2人は戦闘能力ゼロだよね。
Even if Ro and you participate, you're both non-combatants.
害獣が出たら単なる足手まといなんやけど
You'll just get in the way if any kaiju appear. We have our superpowers, but it's not like we're professionals at this sort of thing. We don't know what to look out for.
パトロールは難しいものじゃないよ。君たちは外壁が壊れているところがないか。
You're just looking for
注意してく
damages on the
そ
outer
の
wall.
報告を集めて、
We'll
僕と
gather
富
other
塚
info
君
and
で
then Ro and I
害
will
獣の
figure out
侵
the
入経
kaiju
路の割り
routine.
出しをする。
That way we're
だから僕ら
accompanying you.
結局情報の解析は司令たちがするんならうちらがパトロールする必要はない
If you're
気
doing
が
all
す
the
るんや
analysts,
けど
then
な
there's no need for us to
害
patrol.
獣が出た時にすぐに対処ができるようにブルームズにやってほしいそうなんだ。
The higher-ups want the Blooms to do it so they can dispose of any kaiju. The commander's tone had been gentle so far, but his expression then turned serious.
残念だけど、これは命令だから従うように。
Unfortunately, this is an order we have to follow.
本当にずるいよねそれを言われたらもう従うしかない
That's
んだ
not
か
fair.
ら
Calling in an order means we can't refuse. Kaori got in one last complaint for all of our sakes. None of us had anything more to say after that.
じゃあ早いところローテーションを決めよう。さっさと終わらせて帰りたい。
Let's get this over with and decide the rotation. I want to go home. We all felt the same, so we quickly settled on our teams. Am I going to be with
今度
Mocha?
こそ終わり
So
や
we're
な
done here?
お疲れ。
Good work, everyone.
さすがにもう眠いですわ
I could fall asleep right now. The meeting adjourned and I rushed to stop Mocha as everyone else was leaving the room. Wait, there's something I need to give you. What is it? It's a gift. I saw how much pain you were in the other day, so I was hoping this might cheer you up a bit. I hope you like it. Mocha froze for a brief moment when she saw the wrapped gift.
うちのことを太らせる気
She's trying to give me a sugar high or something. Huh? I thought she had said something, but Mocha acted like nothing was wrong.
この間のことなら別に気にしてへんけどくれるって言うならありがたくもらうわ
I don't care about what happened the other day, but I'm not one to turn
甘
down a
いもん
gift.
は嫌いやないしせっかく作ってもらったんやから食べさせて
I
もらう
like sweets just fine. I'll eat them since you went to the trouble of making them. Good. Wait. I tried to remember if I told her the gift was cookies, but Mocha was acting like her usual self. I was just glad she accepted the gift, so I waved the suspicion away. Done, 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 done. Done, done. We were to begin our patrols the next day after school. I would be going on the 3rd rotation after with Ro. When the day came, we made our way to the starting point.
俺たちは危険度が低い場所での調査がメインだ。戦闘力の高いペアじゃないからな。
We're to focus on investigation in low risk areas since neither of us are adequate in combat.
ミーティングで決めた通り、害獣に遭遇したら、
If you see any kaiju, use your comms to contact everyone right away. We don't have to fight until they arrive.
外壁に異常を見つけたら、メモをして後で報告す
If
る
you
こと。
notice anything odd in the outer wall, note it down.
変身
You're
厳
not to
禁だ。
transform while on patrol because someone could see me.
ああ、そうだ。昼間の任務も増えてきたが、お前たちの存在は極力明かさないようにしたい。
The Blooms have more missions during the day, so we're just trying to keep the group
ブルー
confidential.
ムズの格好は目立つ。
Your outfits aren't subtle. This area is pretty deserted, but someone would definitely
いら
notice.
ない興味を持たれている。他に質問がなければ調査を開始するぞ。
We can get started if you don't have any questions. Nope, all good. Wait, you're going that way? Nor had started walking in the opposite direction from
も
me.
たもたしていたら終わらないだろう。効率よく進めるなら別
We'll
方
never
向を見て
finish
回
if we
した方
stay
がいい。
together. It's more effective to
何か
split.
変わったことがあれば、まずは俺に連絡しろ。
You have my number, don't you? Oh. Yeah, I do. There he goes. Ro just communicated the bare minimum and took off without waiting for my reply. I have Ro's phone number. When did I get that? This way might be more efficient, but he doesn't have any superpowers. Is he gonna be safe? Ro told me I didn't have to fight, but that also meant that there was a chance we could run into kaiju on this patrol. He was unarmed, so I worried about him going alone. That said, he was an adult, so I doubted he'd be do anything rash. I decided to get on my way. I just needed to worry about myself. Given how I couldn't fight like I used to, I'd probably be the only one in greater danger if a kaiju were to appear. I took out my comms and checked that I had Ro's number before I started my patrol. I searched the wall carefully to see if anything was out of place. After a while, it felt like I was just circling the same area over and over again. There's nothing out of ordinary. How much more do I have to walk until I meet up with Ro again? We were patrolling the administrative district and normally never came here. I was unfamiliar with the area and it was so wait a second. If they're doing this patrol in their not power up look, then she can't be paired with anybody but Ro I can't think of his name right now, the commander, because then she'd know they're all boys. I was unfamiliar with the area and was worried that I didn't know where I was. I've lived my whole life in Teta, but I have no idea this place even existed. I stared at the wall, contemplating what the outside looked like. I went outside for the mission the other day. I never would have imagined it looked the way it did. It was just stayed inside Teta. I knew it was a wasteland and completely uninhabited, but it's hard to believe it's been like that for such a long time. Is the whole world like that? Maybe if we went far enough, it'd be different. What kind of adventures are you planning? At that point, I realized I'd stopped walking. I hurried to pick up the pace and resumed checking for cracks. Part of my mind continued thinking about the outside as I inspected the wall. Teta used to feel like the entire world to me, but that's not true at all. The outside must be bigger than that. So much has happened in such a short amount of time. I never used to doubt my world, but it feels like it's constantly changing. Much like how I found out kaiju were originally people, there could be other unpleasant truths thrusted upon me in the future. I nearly stopped walking again when I caught sight of something out of the corner of my eye. Is that someone lying on the ground? As I ran over to them, I got the strange sense that something like this had happened before. Someone was on the ground near the gate that led outside of Teta. And as I drew closer, I saw the person was wearing the uniform from my academy. In fact, it was someone I knew quite well. Mihaya, are you okay?
あんたは
You're...
大丈夫。ちょっと苦しくなっただけだから。
I just felt dizzy. But why? I froze right as I was about to lend him a hand. This had definitely happened before. Talk about deja vu.
あんたはどうしてここに？あ、そうか。パトロール。
Ah, what are you doing here? Oh, right, the patrol. What did you just say? Mihaya's words took me by surprise. He froze, eyes widening as he stared at me.
しくった。
Crud. The single word connected all the dots for me. Mocha was also in pain in this exact location. And then there was her reaction when I gave her the cookies.
うちのことを太らせこの間の甘いもん
I didn't need the flashback. I remembered. Their backgrounds have a lot in common. They both lost their parents. So if that's the case, are you Mocha? My voice was filled with uncertainty, but Mihaya just nodded as if he had given up.
バレたくなかったですけど、そういうことです。
See, we found out in the chapter 2
秘密
again.
事項だから内緒にしてもらえますか？
I didn't want you to know. It's classified, however, so can you keep it a secret? All that information crashed into me like a wave. I hope Mihaya would forgive a little surprise shout on my part. What? Wait. Slow down. I cannot process all that. So you turn into a girl? Or is it the other way
反
around?
対じゃないです。俺はもともと男ですよ。モカが変身
I'm
後
a
の姿
guy.
で
I
す。
transformed into Mocha, he answered calmly, but I still didn't fully understand the situation. I'm having a hard time believing this. I didn't really think that could happen. It's just so
自分
surprising.
で聞いてきたのに何言ってるんですか？それに先輩だって十分普通じゃないでしょ。
You're the one who asked me, and why is it surprising? You have superpowers too. You're totally right. Mihaya sighed at me, but I knew he was right. I was part of the Blooms after all. I thought nothing could surprise me now, but I still can't believe it. I still think it'd been great if she turned into a boy when she transforms. It'd been perfect. I'm just saying. The only thing I could see they had in common was that they were both cute, but I knew he'd get annoyed if I said that, so I asked about something else. You said it was a secret. Does that mean that the other Bloom members don't know you're Mocha?
いや、知ってます。俺が秘密にしたいのは、先
Oh,
輩に正体がバレちゃったことですよ。
that's interesting. Kamui basically said he didn't know. They know. What I wanted to keep a secret was the fact that you found
他
out.
のみんなも秘密にしてるみたいだし。
Everyone else has managed to keep their identities under wraps. Based on that, I figured that the other members had alternate identities as well, but I didn't press the matter since he said they were secret. I won't tell anyone, but can I just ask you one thing? Why are you all keeping it from me? Is it because my appearance doesn't really change when I transform? I tried to avoid that issue as much as possible, but my curiosity was too
先
great.
輩だから秘密にしてるってわけじゃなくて、誰に対しても秘密なんです。
I don't think they're keeping it specifically from you. It's everyone.
でも秘密にしてても、ブルームズの仲間内では、お互いの正体はなんとなく知ってるものだから。
Even though it's a secret, the Bloom members have a vague idea of who each
みん
other are.
な暗黙の了解みたいな感じで、必要な時は元の姿でもコンタクトを取ってますよ。
But an unspoken rule that we can contact each other in our original forms if
そういう時で
necessary.
も、極力ブルームズの名前は出さないように気をつけてますけどね。
That means I'm the only one. That means if I have an emergency, I can't contact you because you guys don't want me to know that you transform into girls. That's messed up. But when that happens, we don't call each other by our Bloom names.
ただ、先輩はちょっと特殊です。
Your case is a
女
little
性化は
special.
超能力を使う時の副作用なのに、先輩は超能力を使う前と後で肉体的には大きな変化がないでしょう。
Turning to a woman is a side effect of our powers, but you don't go through any major physical changes at any point when using
だから
yours.
余計に言いづらいっていうか、わざわざ言うのもおかしい気がしたんですよ。
That's why it was hard for us to tell you. It felt weird to bring it up in the first
多
place.
分みんなも同じです。こんな風にバレなきゃ、俺だってずっと言うつもりはなかったし。
Everyone was on the same page. I had no intention of telling you unless you found out, which you did. I suppose if everyone else was actually a boy, then it would be difficult to talk to me about it since I didn't change genders. I understand. I won't ask about it anymore.
そうしてもらえると助かります。お互いのためにね。
I think that'll be the best for the both of us. Mihaya and Mocha are the same person. Now that I knew that, there was something else I had to ask. Mihaya, have you came here to try and overcome your trauma like when you were Mocha? It looks like you're in a lot of pain. Why are you forcing yourself to do this? He was still in his uniform, so I imagined he had been coming here after school ends. What would drive him to come to a place that brought up so much pain? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but I am worried. I tried to be as sensitive as I could, but Mihaya began talking openly as if he had decided to quit hiding it.
まあ、そうですよね。先輩には、モカの時にも同じところを見られてるし、心配されるのも無理ないか。
I suppose I understand. You saw me doing the same thing when I was Mocha, so no wonder you'd be
ト
concerned.
ラウマ克服のためっていうのは、先輩も言った通り、モカの時にも話しましたよね。
I already told you I wanted to overcome my past trauma. Yeah.
そのトラウマっていうのは、俺が両親を亡くしたことに関係してるんです。
And that all stems from losing my
聞きたいです
parents.
か？先輩にとって面白くもない話だと思いますけど。
That's so mean. Do you seriously want to know? I don't think it'll be interesting for you. Though he seemed skeptical, something about his tone told me he wanted me to listen. And after finding out that Mihaya and Mocha were the same, I knew that meant the rumors were true that he had lost his parents. I'd like to hear about them if you're okay with it. Mihaya took a deep breath when he heard me
俺
my
の両親
reply.
はジャーナリストだったんです。俺はまだ子供だったから、
It's a
両
dog
親が
outside
何をして
barking.
るのか
It's
詳
not
しく
my
は
dog
知らなか
though.
ったけど、
I learned that yesterday. My parents were both journalists. I didn't really understand what they did for their jobs when I was a little
シー
kid.
タの外に興味を持って熱心に取り組んでたってことは覚えてます。
I remember they became interested in what lays outside Teta and started researching it. Outside Teta. It hit me that I had been thinking about that exact same thing earlier, conveniently, and I couldn't help but let out a little
そうで
gasp.
す。シータの外に興味を持つのは研究者が多いですけど、
That's right, there's a lot of researchers interested in
ジ
the
ャーナリス
outside.
トの中にも気にかけてる人たち
And
はい
some
る。
journalists as
ただ、
well. Except
シータの外に出るには上層部の許可がいりますし、それなりの装備も必要になってきます。
If a person needs permission from the higher ups to leave Teta, and they need the appropriate
俺の両
equipment.
親にとっても簡単な仕事じゃなかったと思いますけど、何度か許可をもらって
It wasn't
取
easy
材
for
に
my
出かけて
parents,
ま
but
し
they
た。
managed to get permission to leave a few
俺が10歳
times.
になった時にも許可が下りて、シータの外に取材に行くことになったんです。
When I was 10, they got authorization to go outside Teta and collect information.
父さんはチャンスが巡ってきたって喜んでて、母さんも張り切って準備をしてました。
Remember, my father was over the moon, and he said it was a big chance. My mother was eagerly preparing for it too.
いつになく盛り上がってる2人を見てたら、俺もついていきたいって思うようになったんですよね。
Mihaya, what did you do? Seeing them excited made me want to go with them.
だからある日思い切って一緒に行きたいって言ってみたんです。
So when the day came, I asked if I could
それま
accompany
で
them.
も両親の仕事には少し興味があったし、何より信念を持って仕事をしている2人が俺
I
は
was
とても
interested in my
誇らしかっ
parents'
た。
work. I was proud that what they did for their jobs and the was
Dakara-
conviction.
そんな2人が見てみたいと思ったものを、
I wanted to see what they were
はじめ母さん
excited
は
about.
今回の取材は危険だって反対してたんですけど、父さんはすごく喜んだんですよね。
My father refused at first. My mother refused at first, saying it was too dangerous, but my father was
さ
happy.
すが俺たちの子だとか言って、
He said, "That's my boy," and just beamed at me.
それまでは両親の仕事に興味がある素振りは
I hadn't showed any interest in my
あまり見せてなかったんです。
parents' work until then. I'm kind of curious whether or not giving us like cut scenes, like not real cut scenes, but pictures, because the Yumu's photos had like little cut scenes when he was doing his
なん
backstory.
だか照れくさかったし、ましてや尊敬してるだなんて言えなかった。
I was embarrassed to admit it at the time, and so naturally I couldn't say how much I respected them
だから
either.
余計に父さんは喜んだんだと思います。俺が初めてそういうことを言ったから。
It was my first time saying anything like that, which made my father all the
父
more
さんがあ
proud.
まりに喜ぶので、母さんも止めきれなかったのか、最後にはいいよって言ってくれたんです。
It's a cute story. He was so happy my mother couldn't stop him from agreeing to let me come. She said okay in the end.
それがあんなことになるなんて。
But I never imagined it would go the way it did. A terrible feeling of dread grew in the pit of my stomach. I could already see where the story was going. Something happened when the three of you went out.
俺と母さんの着ていた防護服が壊れたんです。
My mother's protective suit
シー
malfunctioned.
タを出てしばらく行ったところで、防護服の調子がおかしくなって、汚れた外の空気を吸ってしまったんです。
We'd been outside Teta for a while and her suit wasn't working right. She ended up breathing some of the polluted
父は
air.
なんとか俺だけでも助けようとして、
My father managed to save me and called for a rescue, but it's all right. You don't have to continue. I had planned on letting him finish, but I thought it'd be best to stop him when I saw how much pain he was in. Mihaya paused and drew in a few more
い
breaths.
つかモカの姿で言いましたよね。辛いなら友達の後を追えばって。
Sayonara. I remember telling you when I was Mocha that you'd see your friend again soon. Yeah,
あれは俺が思ってることだったんです。
that's how I felt at that
一度
time.
に両親を失って自分だけ助かった罪悪感を抱えながら生きていくのはすごく辛い。
Parents died so suddenly it felt like anyone could go at any moment. I also felt unbearably guilty since I was the only one who
孤
survived.
独と
So he said he was 10.
罪の意識を背負いながら生きるくらい
Yuki,
なら
that's the name of the character. I changed her name to my
あ
name,
の
but
時一緒に死ねたらよかったのにって。
she's 16, so that's 5 years ago. And sometimes I thought if I had to live with the loneliness and guilt, maybe it would have been better if I had died with
両
them.
親の後を追って死んでしまいたい。そうしたらきっと楽になれるから。そんな風に思いながら生きてきたんです。
I wanted to join my parents. I thought that if I were to die, it'd put me out of my misery, but I lived, and despite having those thoughts, it would be awful if he died. Mihaya looked so despondent. I felt as if I had to say something. I was worried about him, but then he shook his head slowly.
今すぐに死ぬつもりはないです。
I have no intention of dying right now. Okay, so another thing too, I think it was Ayumi's story or Tokyo's story. I think it was Tokyo's story. Both Mihaya and Kamui both said they had stuff they needed to live for. I thought that Kamui had a brother, but he had his grandfather. Who does Mihaya have? Mihaya also said he had to consider his family. So where are they?
あの時、二人はジャーナリストとして何かをつかみかけていたんだと思います。
I think my parents were on the cusp of a discovery. Also, another note, so many of them have no parents. Just a bunch of little
それ
orphans.
が何かはわからないけれど、二人の最後の仕事に決着をつけるのが残された俺にできることだから。
I don't know what it was, but I'm going to finish their last job. You don't know what it was. You've had 5 years to figure that out. It's my duty as the one who was left
少な
behind.
くともそれが終わるまでは俺は死ぬつもりはありません。
At the very least, I have no intention of dying until I do that.
ここから動くことができなくて。
But if I can't move past this gate, was this the gate your parents went through to leave Teta? I already started to work out why this particular place caused Mihaya so much pain.
そうです。他にもシータの外に出るゲートはありますけど。
Yeah, I know there's other gates that lead
俺は
outside.
両親の足跡をたどることに意味がある気がしてるので、どうしても
there's
ここを通りたいんです。
Meaning in following my parents' footsteps. That's why I need to go through
この
here.
ゲートを通って両親が目指したシータの外の世界を見に行きたい。
I want to go through this gate and see the outside world the way my parents were going
で
to.
もどうしてもここに来ると両親のこと、死ぬまでのあの時間のこと、恐ろしさを思い出してしまうんです。
Whenever I come here, I just remember how they died and all my fears
ゲ
spring
ート
up.
に近づくだけで息が苦しくなってきて、本当に情けないですけど。
Every time I go near the gate, I feel like I can't breathe. It makes me feel ashamed. Can't really understood what he meant. Every time I face a kaiju, my mind flashed back to that day. It was similar to what Mihaya described in a way. I understand that feeling in you. You recognize that in me, I think. I knew the other Bloom's member cared about me, but Mocha was the one who pinpointed exactly how I was feeling. What she said to me at that time was a little extreme, but she also understood the pain and suffering I felt more than any other.
見てたら辛そうなのは分かりましたから、俺と同じような苦しみを抱えてるんだろうって想像もできたし。
I could tell from looking at you that you were in a lot of pain. I imagined it was the same kind of anguish I'd been
だから
carrying.
普段から自分が思ってることを言っちゃったんですけどね。
That's why I ended up telling you what was on my mind.
後からあれは先輩に言うには酷な言葉だったって。
I realized
後悔しましたよ。
afterwards that it was a callous thing to say. This guy. Mihaya looked me in the eye with a bitter smile. I shook my head. I mean, I was definitely surprised when you said that, but I was mostly worried about you. And after hearing that you explain everything, I understood why you said what you did. I wouldn't just write it off as you being callous. I also wanted to say that I don't think taking your life isn't the answer, Mihaya. After I finished speaking, Mihaya's expression shifted suddenly.
誰かこっちに来ますよ。
Someone's
こん
coming.
な人通りの少ないところに来るなんて。
Who'd come all the way
先
out
輩
here?
みたいにパトロールってわけじゃないだろうし。
It looks like they'd be on patrol like you. That's right, the patrol. It could be Ro. I gasped. Mihaya's eyes widened in surprise.
そういえば先輩のペアはあの人でしたね。
Ro's your patrol
忘れてた。
prong. I forgot. As the silhouette in the distance grew closer, I could clearly see it was
誰
Ro.
と話しているのかと思ったら、モカもいたのか。
Ro, you added Mocha. Huh? Surprised by what Ro said, I looked over and saw that Mihaya had already transformed into
こん
Mocha.
なところで何をしてるんだ。モカの担当は今日じゃないだろ
What are you doing here? You're not on duty
別
today.
にええやん。ボランティアや。
I volunteered. Mocha spoke coolly, which I took as a message she wasn't going to tell Ro the truth. I decided to play along. She thought it might be too much for us to handle if a kaiju showed up, so she got worried and came
う。
by.
まあ、なんでもいいけどな。
Alright, whatever. I personally thought my excuse sounded a bit sketchy, but Ro didn't want to question me further.
特に異常がないなら、今日のパトロールは終わりだ。
If you didn't find any issues, we're done. Okay, great. I was relieved I'd managed to get through this. Then an idea struck me. Hey, does Ro also work in the research district? Yeah, I think that's right. I wonder if he'd know more about what's outside Teta. I didn't expect him to say anything about Mihaya's parents, but I was curious to see what he knew in general. Have you ever gone outside
あ
Teta?
るが、それがどうかしたのか。お前だってこの間出ていたじゃないか。
Yeah, what about it? You went outside recently too, didn't you? I realized he was talking about the mission, so I shook my head to clarify. I was talking about further out, like when you can't see Teta anymore. Do you know what it's like out there? I mean, the outside is much vaster than Teta, right? There's the great big world outside, but I realize we know nothing about it. I relayed all I'd been thinking about earlier. Rose stared at me with consideration, but questioned my question for a moment before quietly
どうして
speaking.
急にそんなことを言うのか知らないが、それを知ることがお前にとっていいことになるとは思えないな。
I don't know why you're interested suddenly, but knowing about the outside world won't do you any good.
知らなくてもいいことや知らない方が幸せなことはある。
Oh, Itachi. There are things you don't need to know, and there are things you'd be better off not knowing. He clearly knew about it, but had no intention of telling me. There was nothing more I could
俺
say.
はもう引き上げる。お前たちも外出禁止時間が来る前
Heading
には
out
帰る
now.
んだ
Both
な
of you should head back before curfew. And with that, Ro left without waiting for me to
急
respond.
に何を言うのかと思ったら驚かさないでくださいよ。
I was worried about what you were going to ask about. Don't scare me like that. Mihaya transformed back after he made sure Ro had departed. Why'd you turn to
モカ
Mocha?
の正体を先輩に知られたってことはあの人には気がつかれたくなかったんです。
I think he knows. He may know my identity, but I don't want him to find
言っ
out.
たように秘密事項ですから仲間同士だとしても正体バレしてることをあの人
Oh,
に
I
知れに
see.
知られ
My
ると面倒なんで
apologies.
すよ。
Like I said, it's classified information. I know we're on the same side, but if he or the commander finds out my identity's been exposed, it'll mean trouble. Right.
それより先輩はどういうつもりであんなことを言ったんですか？
Why'd you ask him that
Masaka.
question?
俺の両親のことを富塚さんが知ってるとでも
You
思
think
っ
he knows about my parents? It's not that. I've been thinking about what's outside Teta even before we met. After that one attack, I realized how ignorant I was. I thought more things I don't know about were bound to come up. And that made me worry. But what if something I had no clue about was just thrust in front of me again?
確かに知りたくないことをある日突然突きつけられるくらいなら先に知っておきたいっていう気持ちはわかります。
It's true, it's better to know about things ahead of time rather than have them dropped on you without
それ
warning.
にシータの外は俺たちの知識外のことの最たるものですよね。
What's outside of Teta is completely
多
unknown
分
to
普通に
us.
暮らしてる分には気にならないんでしょうけど。
It probably wouldn't affect our lives whether we knew about them or not. I feel like maybe I was supposed to do his story before Tokyo. Because Tokyo, we go to a different colony. Speaking of, I've never heard any of my classmates talking about what's outside of Teta.
教育がそうなってますからね。自分たちの世界はまるでシータだけって感じで教えられてきたじゃないですか。
Government control, I got you. That's how our education is set up. We're taught that our entire world is Teta and nothing
かろう
else.
じて外部コロニーの存在自体は教わりますけど、
We learn that there's
ど
other
こにある
colonies.
とか、どんなコロニーだとか、細かいところは教えてもらえないですから。
We don't know where they are or what they're like or any of the other detail
みんな
about them.
シータ以外の場所に興味を持たなくても当然だと思いますよ。
I think it's pretty natural that people wouldn't be curious about any place outside of Teta. When you think about it that way, your parents' ideas must have been pretty unique.
先輩も俺も同じです。
I think that too.
ここで暮
I
らしてい
think
な
they
が
were
らシータ
murdered.
の外が気になるなんてよほど変わってるか。でな
We're
きゃ
interested in what's outside even though we grew up in here like everyone else. So either we're just strange
特殊な
or
経験をしたか。俺たちは後者ですね。
we've had a specific experience where the latter is obvious. Mihaya's solemn expression made me feel like he understood how I
で
felt.
も富塚さんに何を聞いても無駄ですよ。
But there's no need asking Ro
富
about
塚
it.
さんや指令は信用できないですから。
He and the commander, they can't be trusted. Why do you say that? I sensed a curious note of bitterness in his voice. Mihaya continued with the same serious
俺
expression
は
on
あ
his
の二
face.
人に限らず研究エリアの人間のことを信用してません。
No one in the research district can be
俺の
trusted.
超能力は両親が死んだ時にあいつらの手によって覚醒させられたものだから。
The researchers awakened them when my parents died. What? I wouldn't have guessed that. Perhaps I'd misheard. I heard that you and Sina joined the Blooms after Kaori and Haruka, but they forced your powers on you?
先輩が想像してるのとはちょっと違う。
It's a little
両
different
親
than
が亡
that.
くなった時、俺も相当危ない
My
状態だ
stomach
ったん
just
で
growls
す。
so loud. I was in critical condition after the
シー
accident.
タの外での事故だったから、俺は病院じゃなくて研究エリア。
Since it happened outside, I was sent to the research district instead of the
つまり
hospital,
コロニーの外の環境を研究している機関に運び込まれたんです。
which means I was taken to the institute that studies the outside
ドームの
environment.
中と違う汚れた空気を吸った時に人体にどんな影響があるのかは当時の研究機関でも
At the
未知
time,
な
they
部分が多かったん
didn't
で
know
す
much
よ。
about what would happen to somebody's body if they breathed that pollution,
だから
polluted air.
俺の命を救うために普通の救命措置以上のあらゆる方法を試すしかなかったんでしょうね。
The only thing the researchers could do to save my life was experiment with unusual
その結
treatments.
果俺が超能力に目覚めてしまったのは偶然の産物だったと言われましたけど、
They told me my powers were largely a side effect of all that.
意識を取り戻してみたら得体の知れない能力に目覚めていて、しかも女子に変身するなんて。
When I regained consciousness, I found I had this incomprehensible power and that I could transform into a
俺にと
girl.
ってはたまったもんじゃないですよ
I
ね。
couldn't believe it.
両親が亡くなったこともショックなのに、お前は超能力者になっただなんて言われても、
I was in shock because of my parents passing, and then they told me I had superpowers. It was too
ど
much.
んな方法であれ命を助けてもらったんだから感謝するべきなんでしょうけど、どうしてもそんな気にはなれなかったんです。
Whatever they did saved my life, so I probably should have been grateful, but I just couldn't be.
ただでさえ両親と一緒に死にたかったと思ってしまうのに、
At that time, I wish I had just died along with my parents, but instead I had to shoulder all this.
それにブルームズとしての任務、自分が望んだわけでもないのに害獣との戦いに駆り出される羽目になって、
And then there was the missions with the Blooms. I didn't want to be part of them, but they made me go out and fight the
偶
kaiju.
然だったと言われても俺には研究エリアのやつらの身勝手としか思えないんですよ。
They told me it was all coincidence, but I think they were pushing their own agenda. Hearing Mihaya's story reminded me of how I was pretty much forced to join the Blooms, but it was easy to see that Mihaya resented it much more than me. His powers would forever be tied to his parents' death.
そういうわけなんで俺はこの能力そのものも嫌いですけど、それに関わってる奴らのことも嫌ってます。
That's why I hate my powers, but I also hate everyone involved
信
with
用
them.
できないんですよ。怪獣に傷つけられた人間がどうなるのか黙ってたのがいい証拠ですよね。
Didn't even tell us what happened to people who've been hurt by kaiju. That's proof enough that they can't be trusted. I think I get how he feels. The researchers' reaction was something I'd never forget. They told us to prioritize their safety instead of the people who'd been hurt. Back then, I thought that they were all selfish and I was disgusted with them, but I couldn't simply lump the commander and row in with the rest of them that can't be trusted. They were the adults who worked the closest with us. The Blooms couldn't function without them. We held extraordinary powers. If there weren't any adults we could trust to have our backs, I had no idea what we'd do. But it seems Mihaya felt that way for a long time. And it seems at the same time, he also wanted to finish what his parents started. It contradicts him saying that he wanted to go with them, but it also says he wasn't planning on dying until he finished their job. After thinking that over, I remembered that I was about to say before Ro arrived, Mihaya, if you do finish what your parents started, are you still thinking of taking your own life?
そうですね。そうしたいって思ってます。
I think it'd be the
生きて
best.
る限り俺にはこの能力もつきまとう。そうしたらこの能力を使って働き続けなきゃいけ
Have
な
the
いし、
secret, Mihaya. Fall in love with me and you'll lose your powers. And then they won't have any control over you. I have these powers for as long as I live, and that means they'll force me to continue to use
生きる
them.
目的もなくなったら我慢する意味もないですから、
Just realized my phone was in my pocket because it
後を
almost
追
fell
えると
out.
思います。
Interesting. Okay. If I don't have purpose anymore, then there's no point in going on. I can rest assured and go be with my parents. This guy. Mihaya's face remained calm as he told me this, and I felt as if simply asking him not to do that would be meaningless. I have to be serious. I have to seriously think about what I'm going to say. Mihaya's pain and suffering is too great. But if he finished what his parents started, I can't just sit by and watch him do what he said he will. We still in chapter 2? Because this feels... Okay, yeah, we are, but we're on the second part. Wait, is there another photo here? Flowchart. There isn't. Rude. Oh, but he likes me. Does he? Oh, 25%. I mean, I guess. I like how my shirt, honestly, the lighting in here is weird, but like my shirt looks like it matches more in real life as to the camera. I feel a little disappointed. This is actually my favorite color. I have a blanket in here too that is kind of similar. It's a little lighter, but this is my favorite color. He's my favorite color. All right, let's see. Let me help you with your research. What if you help him with his research and show him he needs to be alive? Yeah. You've been looking into your parents' work on your own, right? How would you feel about me helping you? I'd like to investigate with you and see what your parents were trying to find out. Rather than trying to talk him out of it, I figure it'd be better to stay by Mihaya's side and hopefully change his mind. Yeah, see? Senpai, what would you even do that? I can't see what you're getting at with it. Mihaya sounded sincerely confused, so I tried to explain my feelings. After hearing what you said, I can't just leave you by yourself. You've been alone all this time, right? So you're trying to recover from your trauma while also doing this research, not to mention all the Bloom's missions too. So please, if there's anything I can do, let me help. After I finished, Mihaya sighed in a troubled way. Senpai, you always say things I never expect. Feels nice that someone cares about me. You got that, Mihaya. I am here for you. Thank you. His face lit up as he thanked me, and he seemed like his dark thoughts had receded for the moment. Then would you be able to help with something starting tomorrow? I'd like to brainstorm with you on what my parents were trying to find out, as well as how to overcome my trauma. To be honest, I've been getting stuck trying to do it alone. Of course I'll help. I nodded with enthusiasm, pleased at his positive reaction. I got you, bro. I got you. I began helping Mihaya the next day. The two of us would meet regularly right after school. However, we weren't able to get together when one of us had to go on patrol, so we weren't able to make as much progress as we'd hoped. That continued for a while, and after a few days, we're going to try and find clues about his parents' work today. We'd planned to meet at the library soon after I arrived. I heard Mihaya call out to me. Over here. You got here fast. My class is close to the library. Let's get going. To where? I wish they had street clothes. Just gonna say it, because she mentioned that they were wearing their uniforms still last time. I have not seen any of them in street clothes. Their uniforms are cute, but like, just imagine him just a t-shirt. Great. I thought we were doing research. I already got the information I needed. I looked and saw Mihaya was clutching a few books in his arms. We can't talk while we're researching here, so I figured we'd borrow the books and go somewhere else. I guess we'd bother everyone here. As Mihaya pointed out, the library really wasn't the ideal place to brainstorm. I know a place. Mihaya led the way and we both quietly headed out of the library to the roof, I'm assuming. Nope, that's not the roof. We're here. An empty classroom. I already got permission from the teacher, so you don't have to worry. It's also not far from the library, so we can borrow stuff as we need. Pretty convenient, don't you think? And since it's empty, there won't be anybody bothering us. I didn't even consider all that. You've really thought things through, haven't you? You even got permission from a teacher. I was impressed by his preparedness, but Mihaya just frowned slightly.
それを言うなら、俺に付き合ってくれてる先輩の方がすごいですよ。
If you're gonna say that, then I can say that you're amazing for going along with
すご
it.
いというか、感謝してます。放課後にわざわざ時間を作ってくれて、ありがとうございます。
Or rather, I'm grateful you blocked out all this time after school to help. Thanks for that. Nothing's necessary. I'm doing this because I wanted to. Besides, I've got nothing else going on anyways. Let's get to work. What'd you check out from the library? It felt strange to be thanked for something I'd offered to do myself, so I changed the subject.
じゃあ、説明するので座りましょうか。
Sit down and I'll explain. I sat at the desk across from him as I thought it'd be easier for us to converse that way. Mihaya sat down and picked up a book.
借りてきたのは、主
He
に
took
環
his
境
jacket
関連
off.
の
They
資料
heard
で
me.
す。それから、昨日までは見てなかったので、タブレット端末も持ってきましたよ。
Tablets. I mostly got reference materials on the environment. Also, I checked out a couple of tablets for us. I didn't even notice till
こっちの
yesterday.
方がデータを検索しやすいし、情報量も多いから役に立つかも。
I figured this would be useful because it'll be easier to search on this, and there's a ton of
俺
information
の両親
online.
が調べてたのも、シータの外の環境についてだったので、関係ありそうなものを手当たり次第に持ってきました。
My parents had been looking into the environment outside Teta, so I brought everything that might be related. These look a bit complicated. This one here has photos, so maybe we'll be able to understand the points better.
先輩が今手に取ったのは、シータの外の環境について書いてある図鑑ですね。
Is my character dumb? Oh god, I can't remember. There's an illustrated reference on the outside of the
もっと
environment.
も、学園の図書室に置いてあるような本だから、上層部が知られて困るようなことは書いてない気はしますけど。
Granted, it's the academy library, so I doubt it'd have any information that would cause problems for the higher-ups. Right? I skimmed through the books, but it just compares the past and present environment. It shows plants and animals that have gone extinct, but it also says that some of them were brought back at the Arbitrum.
なるほど。つまり、シータの技術がどれだけ進んでるの
So
か
it illustrates how
研究の
much
成果を
technology has progressed.
だとすると、こっちも同じかな。
So then this one might be similar. Is that book written by a journalist?
そうですね。シータの外で起きた事件、事故を取材してまとめたノンフィクションのルポルター
The
ジです。
investigation report about accidents that happened
最
outside
近図書
Teta.
室に入った本なのでチェックしてなかったんですけど、
It was recently added to the library. I haven't checked it out
俺
yet.
と両親の事故についても何か書いてあるかもしれないなと思って。
Thought it might have something about my parents' accident. Let me look through it first then. I thought it would be difficult for Mihaya to read about what happened to him, so I took the book and skimmed the table of contents. Okay, the accident happened when you were 10 years old, so that would
5
be...
年前くらいですね。
I did it! I did that math myself! Then it should be in this section. The chapters were divided by date, so I found the right one and flipped through the pages. I think this is the one, but there isn't much written about it.
なんて書いてあるんですか？
I read through the text again to make sure nothing would be triggering for him before handing the book over. It's probably be faster to read it yourself. It's really only that small
環
section.
境問題を追求するジャーナリストの夫婦がシータの外で取材中に不慮の
Journalist
事故
couple
で亡
passed
くな
away
る。
due to an unfortunate accident while collecting information
シ
outside
ータの
Teta.
外はやはり安全な場所とは言えない。
It remains unsafe
大
outside.
したことは書いてないですね。俺のことも触れられてないし、
There's not much written here. I'm not even mentioned. Looks that way.
ちょっと期待してたんですけど、これも外れか。
I had hope for this one, but there's no real
他のルポ
information.
も当たり障りのない内容だから、もともとそういう主義のジャーナリストなのかもしれません。
The reports don't just mention typical stuff. There probably aren't many journalists out there seeking this information. The title claims it was there was an expose on accidents outside Teta. That's a total exaggeration. It's an expose. My
です
apologies.
ね。当たり前ですけど、害獣に関する記述もないし、このジャーナリスト自身が外に出たわけじゃない。
I suppose it's a given, but there's no mention of kaiju, so this journalist didn't get into the field
ほ
either.
とんどがシータの外に出た研究者へのインタビューで終わってる。
Most of these sections end with interviewers from researchers who've gone outside of Teta.
これじゃ、 俺たちが知りたいことの手がかりすらつかめないですね。
It doesn't even give us any clues on what we're looking for. How about trying the tablets? You brought them for us to use after all. I point the tablets in Mihaya's hand with the hopes it might find something.
じゃあ新聞記事を検索してみませんか。ここ10年くらいの記事を遡って調
Start
べてみたいと思
researching
ってたんです。
newspaper articles. I think we could look through the articles from the past
環
10
境
years.
問題に関わる記事がないか探して両親の仕事と結びつけられるものがないか見てみようと思ったんですけ
I'll
ど
look for any that talk about environmental issues and see if they tie back to my parents'
一
work.
人だとなかなか見切れなくてまだ2年分くらいしか見てないんです。
That's a lot. I couldn't get through all of them by myself, so I've only checked about 2 years worth so far. 10 years worth of articles was a tall order for just one person. Let's split up the work. I'll mark down any articles that look interesting.
助かります。じゃあ俺は10年前から遡っていくので最近の記事から見てもらってもいいで
We'll
すか。
start on opposite ends and meet in the middle. You can count on me. We each picked up our own tablets and started searching for relevant articles. I'm not seeing much of interest. After about an hour, I still hadn't found anything. Mihaya looked up from his
俺の
tablet.
方もです。10年分の記事といっても環境に関する記事はどれも似たり寄ったりですね。
Even though we got years of articles to look through, all the ones about the environment are
シー
similar.
タの外がどうなってるというよりは昔の自然環境に近いものをシータで生み出すことに成功したみた
We
いな
don't
記事が
discuss
ほ
the
とんどの
outside
ような。
colony, but most of them are about something we've created inside Teta that grew naturally in the past. That's what I'm running into too. Hey, did your parents ever publish any books of their findings?
もちろんしてますよ。でも俺はもう結構読み込んで
I've
ます。
already read them all. So you didn't find any clues in them?
そう思いますけど
I don't think I did. I see. Would it be okay if I read them too? Maybe you've read them so many times you're actually overlooking something. I'm a fresh pair of eyes, so I might find something.
確かにその意見は一理あ。
You
で
have a
も
point.
本は寮に置いてあるので取りに行くなら一
The
度寮に
books are in
帰
my
る必要が。
dorms. Doesn't the library have them? Mihaya looked doubtful, but took a moment to think about what books were in the
あった
library.
と思います。全部じゃないけど何冊かは見かけたことがあります
They
ね。
have a few. Then I'll go and get them. You can keep doing your research.
行くなら俺が。
Go. I'll be right back. It was my suggestion Mihaya shouldn't have to stop what he was doing for it. I stood and gestured for Mihaya to stay put, and he started to get up and put on his jacket. I kept my momentum and bolted straight onto the straight out into the hallway, right as someone familiar happened to pass by the classroom.
君は
Hey! Kamui, hello! Kamui and I barely ever spoke, so I simply nodded to him and tried to walk past. But he flashed me a friendly smile and continued
そ
talking.
こ空き教室じゃなかったっけ？
Isn't that
何して
classroom
たの？
empty? What are you doing in there?
もしかして友達
Studying
と
with friends?
でも試験期間ってわけじゃないし。あ、わかった。部活動でしょ。違う？
It's not test season yet. Oh, I know, you're doing something with your after school club. He's acting so friendly even though he doesn't really know me. I think he's just trying to be nice, but he's being a bit too familiar. Maybe he's mistaking me for someone he knows. Or maybe he thinks he has to talk to anyone he runs into. I was hesitant to engage in the conversation, but it'd be rude not to respond at all. I was doing some research. I can't talk in the library, so...
ああ、そういうことか。だから空き教室にいるんだね。
So that's why you're in an empty
話すって
classroom.
ことは誰かと一緒？
You're with someone? Do I know them? Kamui, you're so nosy. Kamui leaned over to look in the classroom at the same time. A hand reached out and landed on my shoulder.
俺が一緒ですよ、先輩。
Mihaya! That seems way too formal. For a second, I was like, why does he have two hands? I'm with her. Mihaya! Mihaya stood slightly behind me, his hands resting on my shoulder. He then gently drew me back as if he was hugging me from behind. To say I was surprised was an
俺たち
understatement.
忙しいのでもう行ってもらってもいいですか？
We're busy. If you don't mind leaving us alone. Kamui's eyes shot up in surprise.
そっか、ミハヤくんがいたんだ。
Hey, didn't see you there, Mihaya.
ごめんごめん。邪魔しちゃったみたいだね。 言われた通りすぐに退散するよ。
Sorry for getting away. I'll make myself scarce. Though he had been taken aback for a moment, Kamui quickly went back to his jocular self and
それじゃ
ambled
ご
away.
ゆっくり。遅くならないうちに帰るんだよ。
Take care, you two. Be sure to get home before it gets too late. But Mihaya, Kamui had already left, and Mihaya wasn't saying anything, so I attempted to fill the
なん
silence.
で
Why'd you do that?
先輩は俺の手伝いをするんじゃなかったんですか？
I thought you were
な
helping
の
me.
になんであんなやつと話し込んでるの？
Why would you go off and talk to somebody like that, huh? My goodness, I suddenly became very aware that his hand was still on my shoulder, which reminded me of how close we were. I could feel heat radiating from his body, and his voice skimmed my ear much closer than usual. I felt my heart begin to race. He's the one who talked to me. I just responded. So you're just gonna stand like this? I managed to get the word out, and Mihaya gasped before backing away.
すみません。
Sorry. I'm gonna go get the books now. My nerves were still going from him doing that so suddenly, so I interrupted him and ran off. What do I do? My heart won't stop pounding. I arrived at the library and began perusing the bookshelves, but my heart was still going a mile a minute. He'll probably get worried if I take too long. Actually, Mihaya and Komui seem to know each other well. They're in different grades and seem like complete opposites, but maybe they're friends. As I began to calm down, I began to think through the things I hadn't noticed earlier. I also started to worry about the fact that I practically ran away from Mihaya, and so decided it was time to head back. I looked inside the classroom and saw Mihaya researching intently. Sorry I was gone so long. It took a while to find the books. When our eyes met as I greeted him, and I could tell Mihaya didn't quite know how to act. I didn't think it was possible for us to pretend nothing happened, so I decided to ask him directly. I wanted to ask, why did you do that earlier? You practically hugged me.
それは
That was because maybe I'd been too direct. Mihaya flinched but continued after a short pause.
先輩が他の男と話してるところを見たら
Senpai, it was because you were talking to another guy. I didn't like it. Really? Why? Now it was my turn to flinch. I wasn't expecting that answer at all.
理由は自分でもわからないんだけど
I don't know, he said,
先輩は
blushing.
俺の手伝いをするって言ったのになんでって思っただけです。
I guess I had been wondering why you offered to help me. Mihaya was sulking like a child, and for the first time, he actually seemed younger than me. That usually is not the case at all, but now I can definitely tell he's younger. He's acting a little cute. Racing Kamui like he never happened. All right, flow chart. Let's check our flow chart. We had our cutscene. Okay. We're gonna have our 3-2. There's a bad ending here. And then we get to 4-1. So there's like 4 chapters in all of them, from my understanding. Yeah. Theirs are very similar, although his has even less. Like, his has a bad ending right away. His had a bad ending pretty quickly. Actually, you know what? Tokyo's was pretty straight down. But we're 67% done. We're doing this. We're making it happen. You don't have to worry. Don't you worry. I keep my promises. I'm still gonna help you out. I couldn't help but say that. But then suddenly felt shy. Something about his behavior was so childlike. It just made me want to comfort him.
俺子供扱いされてませんか？
I feel like you're treating me like a
ていうか
child. Actually, that's
自分の
probably
せい
my
か。
fault.
はあ、くそ。
I'm being so
かっこ悪いですね。
immature.
さっきは急にあんなことをしてすみませんでした。
Sorry for doing that out of nowhere. I was just a bit surprised is all. No need to worry. My response surprised me even as I was saying it, but I knew I didn't regret what I said. Coming to that realization made me feel flustered, so I quickly changed the subject. I'll start going through the books I borrowed. I got a lot, so I'll have to read fast.
ちょっと
Let me see. I reached out and grabbed the books I'd borrowed, checking each title and copying
俺
pages.
の両親が書いた本がほとんど全部揃ってますね。
You got most of the books my parents wrote.
ええ
Really?
助かりました。足りない分は また今度寮から持ってきます。
I can bring the rest from my room some other time. I'll start with the oldest one and go
それなら
chronological
これから
order.
お願いします。
I appreciate it. I took out the books back from Mihaya and started reading. One hour later, time was limited, so I skimmed through a few of the books, which made me realize something. I think you mentioned this previously, but your parents went outside Teta a few times, right?
そうですね。ここにある著書は全部シータの外を取材した時のものですか
They
ら。
wrote all these books when they were exploring. All right, all the parts that talk about the buildings they found, what they were originally, and their effects on the environment was fascinating, but maybe I'm misunderstanding
勘
something.
違い。
When you told me about what happened, you said your father believed this was their big chance. At the time, I thought you meant their chance to leave Teta again, but if they'd gone out numerous times, that wouldn't be a big deal. When I asked that question, a light bulb seemed to go off.
確かにそうですね。
You're right.
俺、あの日の前後のことは思い出すのも辛いから、あまり考えないようにしてたんです。
I usually try to avoid thinking about what happened that day since it's so hard on
だ
me.
から今まで深く考えたことはなかったけど、一体何がチャンスだったんだろ
What was the chance he
う。
meant?
ちょっと貸してもらえますか。
Can I take a look? I handed the book over, and Mihaya started to page through it while referencing some other books at the same
この
time.
ページを見て。
Look here. This page Mihaya showed me featured some kind of map.
父さんと母さんの本には必ず最初のページに地図がつけてあるんです。
My parents always put a page on the first page of their books. So this is the area around Teta?
そうです。どの本にも載ってるので、ただの決まり事だとあまり気にしてなかったんですけど。
It's in every one of their books, so I just thought it was standard. I didn't pay much
今
attention
見
to
てみ
it.
たら、
I noticed the
出版
newer
年代が新
publication
しくなる
date,
と
the more updated map. I compared some of the books and found the details were indeed added to the map as we went through. You're right, they added more discoveries over time. What are these red dots? There are more and more of them as time
俺も
goes.
それが気になったんですけど、多分これは外部コロニーなんじゃないかと思うんです。
I think there are other colonies. I brought up the subject yesterday, but we knew so little about them that we couldn't begin to imagine what they are
外
like.
部コロニーの場所は上層部の人間しか知らないから、そもそも一般人が行こうと思ったら許可が必要なんです。
Only the higher ups know about other colonies. Regular people need permission to go to them.
父さんたち
I've
も
been to another colony.
シータの外を取材して回るのに、日帰りでは帰ってこられないことがありました。
There were times when my parents were researching outside Teta and weren't able to make it back in
そ
one
ういう
day.
時は決まって許可を申請してた。確かそうだったはずですよ。
In those instances, they always applied for that permission. I think that's what they did. Mihaya tried to trace his memories as he flipped through the book.
ほら、このページ。
Check out this page.
シータ
It
から
says
北上
the
すると
type of trees naturally
自生してい
change
る
the
木も
further
変わ
north you
そして
travel.
この
And in
本の
this
地図で増えているのはシータから北上したところにある赤い点。この取
There's
材
an
の時に立ち寄
additional
っ
red
た
dot.
コロニー
That's
じゃ
the
ないか
colony
な。
they visited during their research. It's difficult to figure out its distance from Teta just from what's here.
詳しい場所を外部に漏らすことは上層部に禁じられていたでしょうから書いてないんでしょうね。
I imagine the higher ups have forbidden anyone from giving the other colonies exact locations, so my parents probably didn't note it anywhere.
この赤い点だって本の中には何の説明もありません。
There's also zero explanation about the red dots
読む人
mean.
に伝わるようにというよりは自分たちの取材の成果として
I think the maps are more of a record for themselves rather than to
自分たちだけに分かるように残したんじゃないかな。
inform the reader. Only they would understand them. But even though they took care to hide the information, they had a hard time getting permission to go out of the
そこ
colony.
ですよ。俺の記憶では父さんが今回はダメだったって母さんに言ってたことがあります。
That's the issue. From what I remember, there were a few times when my father told my mother that it didn't work out.
何がダメだったのかはその時の俺には分からな
I
かっ
didn't
た
know
け
what
ど
it meant at the time. But maybe. Oh no, right when Mihaya was about to convey his suspicions. Kaiju!
みたいですね。調べ物は一旦ここまでにし
Looks
て
like it. We'll have to stop for now. I thought we were on the verge of a breakthrough. It was obvious from Mihaya's tone that he was disappointed as well. I wanted to know what he was about to say, but we had to hurry to the command center. and fight the kaiju.
はあ、これでまた上層部からパトロールはどうなってるって言われそうだな。
You know the higher ups are going to gripe about the effectiveness of the patrols now. The commander complained as to us once we had all gathered, prompting Mocha to
7
respond.
人のうち2人は能力がないんやし、足引っ張られることはあってもはかどることはないんちゃう？
See, people involved don't even have powers. They can't expect us to make much progress with you two dragging us down. Maybe tone it down. Those were harsh words, but considering what Mihaya said about not trusting the commander, I couldn't do much to stop him from saying that.
いや、役立たずでごめんね。
Apologies for my ineptitude. The commander, on the other hand, didn't seem to be bothered and took Mocha's comment in stride.
怪獣が侵入してきたとしても倒せば問題ないんやろ？
Even if the kaiju find a way in, we just need to take them down. That was the mission in the first place.
モカの言う通りだね。それで向かうのは商業エリアでいいの？
Should we just head out to the financial district?
ああ、避難も終わってる。
The evacuation's already complete. Ro responded for the commander, and we all hustled to that out of the room. Everyone's evacuated, just like Ro said.
これなら思いっきり戦えそう
That means we can go all out. I just imagine this place is terrible. This feels like a little bit like Attack on Titan. Except instead of Titans are kaijus. And instead of looking like a kaiju, it looks like an animal. Like a little pet. Like something you want to pet. They're actually people, which I think Titans are too, so I don't know. I didn't watch Attack on Titans that much. Mocha and I nodded to each other. It was a relief to see the empty town. I was just talking to Mihaya before, so this is really weird. Gotta remember that she's Mocha during the mission. A menacing growl cut through my thoughts as I was trying to
来ますわ
hold my focus.
ちょっと待ってかなり数が多そうですわよ
There's a great deal of them. 20. No, about 30. Xena cast foresight for the minute she had heard the kaiju snarl and told us how many there
な
were.
るほどちょっと戦い方を考える必要がありそうだねモカは今日も前で戦えそう
Looks like we'll have to switch up our tactics. Can you fight in front today? Count on me. I sensed that Kaori had a particular plan in mind and immediately volunteered as well. I'll fight on the front lines too. Things might get dicey otherwise.
私もやりますわ
I should go as
あ
well.
りがとうとは言っても役割分担しよ
We still have to figure out who's doing what.
私は陣営を使う。出し惜しみしてられないでしょ。
I'll use flame dust. Now's the time
う
to
じゃ
hold
あう
back.
ちもできるだけ強そうなやつ選んでギフトアビリティ使うわ
Then I'll pick the strong ones and cast sap. Everyone jumped in to suggest the best way to utilize their powers. We're gonna cast augment because that is your power. Cast. Oh wait, does this have a bad ending? Do we have a bad ending option? We do. Okay. Typically, it's not right here though. If everyone's going all out, I'll use augment. Kaori immediately nodded in agreement.
それがいいねみんなこの子の周りに集まって
All right, gather up, everyone. I'm gonna cast it now. Mocha looks so mad. Everyone circled up at Kaori's instructions. We all clasped hands, and I cast augment. That should have done it.
それでは私はライフロットを駆使して戦況を確認しながら戦いますわね
I'll use lifeline as I fight to monitor the battles. Sounds good. Xena was the last to lay out her plans before we heard the sounds of the kaiju drawing near.
来た。
They're here. As Xena predicted, a large horde was coming towards us. We readied ourselves.
行くよ
Let's go.
了解
Got it. I guess we should go. Yokai. Here I come. Kaori first surged with psychokinesis as she smashed it into the kaiju's stomach. She leaped over the fallen enemy, then used hypnosis to restrict the movements of a few more foes, punching them one by one.
はるか右から2匹来ますわ
Haruka, two of you on the right.
オッケー。
Flame dust. Nice. She called out directions to Haruka, who immediately turned and cast flame dust. Mocha, one's coming your way.
任しとき。
Leave it to me. Hara! I teamed up with Mocha to confuse the incoming kaiju, striking them as I could. We worked well together. Oh no, my voice started to crack. Ah! Okay. We worked well together and took down a good deal of them in quick succession. It was a relief to see I was fighting much better than I expected. I think it was a good idea to talk with Mihaya about everything. It really helped me to know that he's shouldering the same kind of pain I am. But do you want to die? Because he wants to die, that's different. I became lost in my thoughts for a brief moment, but Haruka's voice brought me back to reality.
何匹か逃げてくよ。
Some of them are running away.
居住エリアを抜けて行政エリアの方へ行くつもりですわ。
They're gonna cut through the residential district to get to the administrative
うちが追い
district.
かける。
I'm going after them. Mocha immediately sprung into action once she heard Sina's prediction.
あんたもついてきて。
Come with me. All right. I nodded at Mocha and we chased after the kaiju. Is this where I could possibly die? Huff, huff, huff. How many more we got? 3. We managed to take down 2 kaiju in the residential district but lost the other 3. There wasn't a single person around because of the alarms, but we couldn't allow them to run amok Teta
ここで
anymore.
型をつけましょう。もう一度ギフトアビリティをします。
I have to stop them now. I'll use sap one more time. Mocha spoke a little more like Mihaya now that it's just the two of us.
その前にブーストをかけてもらってもいいですか。一気に仕留めるなら全力を出さないと。
Could you cast augment on me? I just need the strength. Give me your hand. I grasped Mocha's hand and cast augment once more before she took off towards the last kaiju. I better go and help. Mocha's sap ability required her to touch the kaiju, so I ran in front of one to distract it. Come and get me! I drew the kaiju's attention while dodging its attacks. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Mocha tap its back.
よし、
I've casted it.
油断してんなよ。と。
That's what you get for letting your guard down. Mocha tossed the kaiju like a rag doll, and I was once again in awe at her powers. She had taken all the kaiju's strength. There's more behind you.
分かってますよ。
I got it. Take that. Wow. She took it down with a single kick.
最後の一匹も倒しますよ。
I'll take care of the last one too. Go for it. You got this, Mocha. That's the last one. Mocha? After we finished the fight, I looked over at Mocha and realized something was wrong. What's the matter? Are you hurt? I rushed over to her, but Mocha just shook her head and covered her face with her hands.
怪我はしてない。けど、こ
You're falling in love with me,
れなんか
Mocha.
変なんです。
Something's weird's happening. What do you mean by weird? I peered closer at Mocha's face and noticed her cheeks were red through her fingers. Maybe it was lingering excitement
ギ
from the
フトア
battle.
ビリティがまだ解けてないんですけど。これ。
My sap ability is still active, but it's different than normal. You think augment made you feel ill, but that's never happened before.
いや、そうじゃなくて。ちょっと来てください。
That's not it. Just come with me. I still felt concerned about Mocha. Hang on, let's see. Was I supposed to not cast augment? It could still happen. Okay, we're still here. I still felt concerned as Mocha took my hand and led me somewhere. I thought you weren't able to come near her. She had brought me to the gate where she had attempted to overcome her
や
trauma
っぱ
before.
り苦しくないです。
I don't feel any pain. Why? She had been here before as Mocha, so it didn't have anything to do with being transformed. As I pondered this, Mocha appraised me of her
多分
theory.
ですけど、まだギフトアビリティの効果が切れてないからじゃないかな。
This is just a guess, but it could be because the effects of sap are still
怪
active.
獣はシータの外でも生きられるし、多分恐れとか後悔とかの感情もない。
The kaiju can live outside Teta, and they probably don't feel fear or regret.
今はあんたのおかげでギフトアビリティの能力が強力になってるから、 いつも以上に怪獣特有の性質が強く出てるのかも。
And thanks to you, my zap ability was boosted, which means I probably took on more of the kaiju's characteristics. As Moko moved closer to the gate, I squeezed her hand tighter and said, this could be the moment. This could be the moment. Let's try going outside. Sounds like it might kill us. You want to try going outside? Mocha nodded at my
こんなチャ
suggestion.
ンスめったにないかもしれない。だったら今シータの外に行けるか。
We should test
で
it.
もゲートを普通にくぐろうと思ったら許可が必要。
That's the case.
怪獣がこの付近を目指したのはただの偶然じゃないのかもしれないですよね。
Maybe it's not coincidentally found kaiju in here.
ゲート以外の侵入経路があるのかもしれませんよ。探してみましょう。
There might be a way inside Ted's next to the gate. Let's look around. Got it. Luckily, we found their entry point pretty quickly. We didn't see this during the patrol the
あ
other
の後
day.
に侵入口ができたのかもしれませんよ。ともかく急ぎましょう。
The opening could be made after. Anyways, let's get a move on. Right. The effective sap could run out if we dawdle too long, so we hurried outside. So, do you see anything familiar? When we exited Teta, we came upon what appeared to be a path outside the gate.
そうですね。確かに昔ゲートを通ってこの辺りを歩いたような気がします。
Get the feeling I might have passed through here before. I noticed Moko was growing paler by the second, so I called out to her. Maybe we should head back for now. We've already established that we can use sap to get through this area.
はい。戻りましょう。
Yeah, let's head back. But right then, oh no, my thing slipped. Right then, we were about to turn around. Gasp! Mocha shouted at me sharply. I'm dead. I'm dead now. A burning pain pierced through my back. I fell to the ground and looked up to see Kaiju. That's right. If there were that many inside, of course, there would be more outside.
しっかりしてください。今俺が
Taking you back. I heard Mocha yelling at the top of her lungs, but her voice started to fade away. This is all because I told you to go. Kaiju. Alright, cool. Soon I couldn't hear anything anymore. And we've learned not to be adventurous and not go outside.
記録
Gonna load. Oh, just kidding. We're gonna load this one. Dun 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 dun. What an amazing discovery. But make sure you don't rush things. You're not actually trying to leave Teta right now, are you? Cautiously asked Mocha that question as she gasped before turning to look at me.
当然です。これからシータの外に出るなんて無謀だ。許可だって取ってないのに。
It'd be reckless to leave right now. I don't even have
で
permission.
もあんたの言う通りちょっと焦ってました。
You're right, I think I was rushing things a bit. Mocha let out a quiet sigh. Once I saw that she was calmer, I asked her another question. How long does your step ability stay
そうで
active?
すね。何時間も戦い続けたことなんてないから正確なところはわからないけど、
I've never fought for hours at end, so I don't
感
know
覚から
exactly.
すると1時間弱ってところですかね。ブーストの効果があればもう少し長く持つかもしれない。
Less than an hour, but with boost, it might be
でも
longer.
俺こんな方法でトラウマを克服しても嬉しくないです。
I just don't like that I can use it to overcome my
前に
trauma.
話しましたよね。俺は自分の能
I
力が
despise
嫌
my
いなん
ability. I
です。
told you that before, right?
それなのに嫌ってるこの力のおかげでトラウマを克服するなんて皮肉すぎる。
But now that it's the thing that's going to help me with this, ironic doesn't even begin to cover it. Though he'd calmed down, Mihaya looked agonized. Mihaya, I spoke to him as Mihaya rather than Mocha right when I said his name. We heard footsteps in the distance. Are you okay?
セナだ。
Sina, they must have finished their fighting on the side. Let's go. All right. We didn't even notice there's a hole in the wall. After wrapping up the mission, we swung by the classroom to pick up our belongings. Mihaya held it together as Mocha until the mission ended, but now he was silent as he walked in front of me. I'm sure he's thinking about whether to use his sap ability or not. Hang on. Did we get to the next? Are we on the next part? No, we're still here. Interesting. I mean, I can't get another bad ending, but interesting.
さっきのず
I didn't read that. I decided it was best to stay quiet until Mihaya wanted to talk, but then all of a sudden he stopped in his tracks and turned to face me. Going back to what we were talking about
先輩
earlier.
に言われて父さんたちのことを思い出してたら
What you said about my
ひらめい
parents,
た
it
ことがある
made me think of something. I remembered that he had seemed to figure something out before the alarms went off. I leaned forward excitedly. So you're working out what your father meant when he said there was a big
そうで
chance?
すあれは特定の外部コロニーを訪れる許可が下りたってことじゃないのかと思って
I believe he was talking about receiving permission to visit a certain colony. You mentioned that there were times he couldn't get it.
はい先輩が指摘した通り外部コロニーへの訪問は頻繁に許されるわけじゃない
Visiting other colonies isn't allowed all that
ある日
often.
それが許されるとしたらそしてその場所がずっと訪問の申請を出していた
He had finally got permission one day, and it was for the colony he had been trying to visit for a
父
long
さん
time.
の言葉につながる気がしませんか
When what he said made sense, I felt like that had to be it. There was something significant about the way he said it. Like it was something he had been barred from doing previously. So it would make sense if he was referring to a colony he couldn't visit
よかった
before.
先輩にそう言ってもらえると自信が持てます
I'm glad we figured out. I feel confident about this because you think so too. Despite what he said, Mihaya didn't look very pleased. But that means you can't achieve your goal unless you leave Teta and go to the other
で
colony.
すね多分両親が最後に取り組もうとしていた仕事はその外部コロニー近辺か
Seems that the last job my parents tried to undertake was near that
Ariwa.
colony.
外部コロニーそのものに関係してるかもしれないですから
Perhaps it was related to the colony itself. We've only been looking about environmental stuff, not colony stuff, so...
それもできれば両親の足跡をたどる形で行きたいんです
If that's the case, I have to go there so that I can continue to follow in their
父さんと母
footsteps.
さんが最後に見た風景を俺ももう一度見たいから
Ugh, I can see the last place that they saw
そして
again.
見られなかった風景を
I want to find what they were looking for. I had an idea of what he'd say next. It was obvious what was plaguing him, even if he didn't say it out loud. Then there's no need to rush to any conclusion. You're tired from the mission today. We should just go back and rest. I said that out of concern for him, but Mihai looked down with a sigh.
分かってるんです自分の願いを叶えようと思うならギフトアビリティを使うのが一番いいって
I'm aware that my ability is the best way to achieve my goal.
それができないなら両親の足跡をたどることにこだわらないで別ルートから行ったっていいんだ
If I can't do that, I should look for another route and not be so fixated on following my parents'
で
footsteps.
も
But
ちょっと考えてみますね先輩の言う通り今は疲れてて
I'll think of it a
う
little
まく
more
考
like you
えが
said.
まとまらないんです
I'm tired and not thinking straight. We didn't talk much after that. We retrieved our things from the classroom and then returned to our dorms. I couldn't stop thinking about Mihaya even after we parted ways. I guessed it made sense since I had been with him from when school ended until now, including when he was Mocha. The more time I spent with Mihaya, the more I realized how similar we were. We both experienced someone we loved dying before our eyes, and we both felt tremendous guilt over it. We'll have to face our issues head on if we want to work through our trauma. I can imagine how Mihaya feels right now. I mean, if someone told me that killing lots of kaiju would make up for what I did to Liz, I'm not sure I'd be able to do it. I had to take Liz's life to save her, so it wouldn't make some sense to view the kaiju in the same way. A person might say that saving kaiju like that would help rid me of my guilt, but even so, I couldn't imagine myself purposely going out to kill them. I can't face them if lives are at stake, but I don't think I'll ever be able to fight like I used to. And because of that, I don't have any room to tell Mihaya about what to do. I can't even overcome my own trauma, so there's no way I can force Mihaya to do it. Of course, he'd be reluctant to use his ability since it was directly connected to his parents' death. But now those same powers were looking like a solution to his parents' present issue. He was pulled between the desire to overcome his trauma and his hatred for the method that would help him. And I can't just tell him to do it or not do it. In the end, I realized that was something Mihaya had to decide for himself. Just as I came to the conclusion that fighting kaiju wouldn't help me with my own trauma, Mihaya had to decide what was best for himself. Then, what I can do is help Mihaya draw his own conclusions. I can help him. Well, he looks happy. The next day, the commander called us again to inform us that the higher-ups wanted us to increase the number of patrols. They were displeased that kaiju had showed up yesterday and ordered that we start patrolling as a group immediately.
このところ任務続きじゃありませんの。だいたい外周が出るのって私たちのせいじゃありませんわよね。
My word, are we going to go on missions every hour of the day? It's not our fault that kaiju have appeared in the first place. As expected, everyone began voicing their frustration when we heard the order.
文句言っても仕方ないね。決定事項みたいだし。
There's no point in complaining, it's already been
せや
decided.
な。けどちょっとくらいはいいとなるやん。あんたやってそう思うやろ。
Can you blame us though? You're with me on that one, right? Me? Well, I agree. It'll be tough for all of us to patrol every day, but I guess it's the same for Commander and Row too.
司令たちは任務で戦ってるわけやないやん。
They don't gotta fight.
あんたはのんき
You're
や
being
な。
too easygoing, you know that. Mocha's tone was a mixture of shocked and worried, but I did say that right. I didn't feel put out by the extra patrolling. This actually worked out perfectly. Though we'd be on patrolling together, we decided to keep our pairs the same, which meant I'd be with Ro again. Last night, I contemplated what I could do before going to bed. I resolved to try and gather as much information about the outside as I could. That's why the patrol wasn't an issue for me. I'll use it as an opportunity to talk with Ro again, since I rarely ever got to. I don't think that Ro's a good choice, especially since we're talking about what if kaiju attack. For the weakest member to be with, like every single time she goes off on her own, she gets her butt handed to her. So the idea you're gonna put her with the human person instead of a... Not a good idea. She should be with someone strong, and he should be with someone strong. That should just make the most sense. I'm just saying. Let's get a move on.
突然
What got you so excited? My sudden burst of motivation caught Ro, not to mention everybody else by surprise. Oh, it's just we've been patrolling every day, yet the kaiju still found a way in. It's embarrassing, so I'm hoping we can find evidence of where they're coming in from. What I said was particularly true, and Ruth seemed convinced enough. No one else seemed to suspect anything. So I started to leave before anyone pressed the matter further. We're heading out. Good luck,
張り
everyone.
切るのはいいけど、無茶せんといてや。面倒やけど連絡はこまめに入れた方がいいんちゃう？
I guess it's good you're enthusiastic. Just don't overdo it. I know it's a drag, but you should check in regularly. Where's your comms? Got it right here. Thanks, Mocha. I thanked her then. Hightailed it out of the room with Ro. You're like, thanks, Mihaya.
それでどうしてそんなに
So where
張
all
り切
that
ってる
motivation come from? Ro asked me with a sigh when we arrived at our starting point. Well, I wanted to talk to you.
俺と
Why? You said before that you wouldn't do me any good to know about what's outside Teta, but from the way you said it, I get the impression that you do know about
だ
it.
としたらなんだって言うんだ
Listen, Itachi, we have to talk. What do you want to know? What do you want to know? His tone turned standoffish, but I remained undetermined. Do you know how many kaiju are outside Teta? Are they right outside, or will they not come across them unless we go further out? If you know about stuff like that, I'd really appreciate if you tell
こ
me.
の間からやけにシータの外を気にしているなまた別の疑問ができたということか
You have even more questions? You know, you've been awfully interested in the outside
そんな
lately.
ことを知ってどうするんだ
Why do you need to know all the answers? It seems like he wasn't going to immediately try and end the conversation, but I wasn't sure what to say next. I'm doing this on my own accord, so I can't mention Mocha. What should I say? I can't tell you why, but I want to fight the kaiju. I want to do it separately from Bloom's missions if I can, and I want to stay as close to Teta as possible. I racked my brain and came up with an answer that, quite frankly, seemed impossible, but it managed to pique Ro's
おか
interest.
しな話だな。お前はこの間まで害獣と戦うことを拒んで
I
いた
thought
よう
you'd
に
be
思うんだが、
refusing to fight the kaiju.
もしかしてモカに関係があるのか？
Does this have to do with Mocha? Whoa. He figured it out quickly, so I left myself break into a cold sweat. Oh, what makes you think that?
どうしてと言われてもな。この間のパトロールの時にモカと一緒にいたのは明
You
ら
were
かに不自
acting
然だ
strange
った。
on a previous patrol because
そ
of
れに質
Mocha.
問の内容がこの間と同じシータの外
Specifically
に
asked
関係
about
する
what
こと
was
だ。
outside Teta then.
これで無関係だと思う方がどうかしてる。
Doesn't take a genius to put two and two together, you simple little minded girl. His logic was incredibly sound. It wasn't even that much work. Ooh. I accidentally kicked my desk. That was funny. His logic was incredibly sound, and I had to concede I hadn't been the best at hiding it. I admit this has to do with Mocha. But she doesn't know I'm asking you these questions. I'm doing this on my own accord. So can I ask you not to tell her about it? I'll talk to her when the time is right.
まあ構わないさ。それでさっきの話だが、なかなか無茶な要望
I
だな。
won't tell her, but you know I can't tell you anything. But if my plan seems possible to you, then to you in any way, please tell me. I pleaded with him, and he eventually a smile spread over his face. He
いい
smiled.
サンプルにはなるか。
Suppose it'd get me some good samples.
話を聞いてやるよ。
Alright, I'm interested. Let's hear what you have to say. Ro practically never smiles. It's an uneasy feeling crept over me. Mihaya said he couldn't be trusted, but maybe he wasn't trustworthy, but I figured I'd take any assist if they could help Mihaya. He smiled. It's like Wednesday Addams. A few days after my discussion with Ro, our daily patrols continued, so Mihaya and I had been unable to meet after school. We were finally given a break yesterday. My phone acted like I had a message, but I don't. We were given a break yesterday, which meant that Mihaya and I might be able to get together today. Lunchtime at last. I wonder if Mihaya would join me again if I invited him. I made extra for lunch, but he might want to think things over by himself. I remembered how worried he had been and thought it was entirely possible he'd want to be alone. I just decided to find some place where I could eat in peace when I heard my classroom growing louder. Is that who I think it is? What are you doing here? What's going on? Mihaya was peering into the classroom, so I hurried over to meet him. What's the matter?
新しい発見があったんです。だから先輩の意見を聞きたくて。
I discovered something. I wanted your opinion, senpai.
最近は二人で会えなかったでしょ。だから夜になったら一人でいろいろ整理してたんですけど。
We haven't been able to meet for a while, so I've been going over things at night. Mihaya looked like he was going to keep talking, but I could feel my classroom watching us, so I quickly interrupted him. This sounds important. Let's go somewhere we can talk quietly. Did you already eat lunch?
いえ、まだです。
Not yet. Then let's discuss it over lunch. I brought my own again. Would you like some?
もしかしてまた食べきれないくらい
Did you
作っ
make
た
so
んで
much
すか
that you can't finish it again? Listen, he might be genuinely concerned, but his tone was skeptical. I felt myself getting annoyed. No, I didn't make that much this time. I just thought that maybe you and I could eat lunch together, that's all.
そんなに必死に言わなくても。
You don't have to justify it. It was a joke. Seriously, I turned bright red when I realized he was teasing me. Mihaya looked like a little awkward as he continued.
まあ冗談のつもりだったんですけど。
Wait, is there a
本当に
picture?
少し多めに作ってきたんです
I'd
ね。
like to ruin this for myself. Do I have a photo? We're in chapter 4. And then we don't have a picture here, which is disappointing. And we only have a photo if we have the good endings, but I don't know. Or good or bad. I could have a bad ending. It'd be great if I got a bad ending accidentally. Oh my god. Efforts. The effort to have a bad ending. We're at 40-50. It was meant to be a joke, but I assume you really did make too much. I did.
だったらありがたくいただきます。俺も一応パンを持ってきてるので取ってきますよ。
I'd be more than happy to partake. I just brought a bun, but let me go get it. How about we talk in the empty
わかり
classroom?
ました。
I'll
すぐ
be
に
there
行
in
き
a
ます。
second. I watched as Mihaya strolled away and realized that my cheeks were still burning. Though I was embarrassed from being teased, seeing Mihaya smile for the first time in a while had stirred something in my heart. We went in the same empty classroom as before and began eating our
またたくさん
lunch.
作って
You
き
really
たん
made
で
a
すね。
ton.
本当に食べてもいいんですか？
And it's okay for me to have some? Of course! Mihaya ate the bread bun he had brought and partook in my lunch as well. Don't force yourself if you're full. I can finish whatever you don't. I don't want him to feel like he had to eat it. Mihaya turned to me, a serious look on his
俺
face.
こういうところで嘘をつけないんですけど、
I can't lie when it
食
comes
べ
to
た
these
くなかっ
things.
たら食べたくないって正直に言いますよ。
I'd tell you if I didn't want to eat it.
美味しくなければそう言うと思うし、
And I'd tell you if it tasted terrible.
俺が言いたいのは
What I'm trying to say is,
先輩の料理は美味しいってことです。だから食べたいんです。
it's not true in real life. You're really good at cooking. That's why I wanted to eat it plain and simple. What he said reminded me of when I gave him the cookies.
友達がよく大体
Yeah. I remember what he said when I gave him the cookies. That's right. Mihaya's honest to a fault, and unlike before, he directly told me the food was good. I feel a surge of happiness. Thanks. And let's eat together again
作
sometime.
りすぎたって言うなら食べてあげますよ。もったいないですし。
If you make too much, I'll eat whatever's extra. It'd be a waste of food otherwise. It didn't seem like he was being fully honest there, but I could tell he liked eating together. I wish these peaceful days could go on forever. But we faced a mountain of problems. The environment around us, not to mention our past, was enough to shatter any calm we had. And after we finished lunch, Mihaya started up the conversation
さっき
again.
話そうとしたことですけど、昨日寮に帰った後、両親の遺品を整理
I
してみたんで
organized
す。
my parents' things when I got back
思い
to
出
the
したくない
dorm.
から
I haven't
遠ざ
gone
けて。
through their stuff yet because I didn't want to think about what happened.
でも先輩が両親の本から手がかりを見つけてくれたから、やっ
Because
ぱ
he
り
found these clues in my
き
parents'
ちんと
books, I thought I could
見
face
て
it.
正解でしたよ。
I'm glad I looked through everything. Did you find any clues?
はい。俺はずっと両親が追ってた環境問題を中心に調べてましたけど、鍵は外部コロニーにありそうだったでしょ。
I've been focusing on the environmental issues my parents have been researching, but the key seems to be the other
だ
colonies,
から視
right?
点を変えて外部コロニーに関係するようなものがないか探してみたんで
So I
す。
shifted my approach to look at things related to colonies,
した
and
ら
then I found this. It looks like the map at the beginning of the parents' book.
そうなんです。でも両親の本を全部見ても、これと全く同じ地図は
None
な
of
か
the
った。
maps in the
それ
book are
に
exactly like this. I compared it to the
Spannend-
ones in the most recent book. Mihaya drew out the book we had been looking at the other day, and as he directed, I turned my attention to the map on the first page. They looked nearly
で
identical.
も新しく見つけた地図は
But the map
ここ
I
に
found has a red dot here. You're right. Mihaya pointed to the one dot we had speculated signified location of other colonies. But look, they're written something next to it. It's pretty faded.
多分クエスチョンマークだと思います。これから調べようとしてたんじゃないのかな。
I think it's a question mark. I think they're about to explore that area. So that
多分ここが両親が最後に行こうとしていた外部コロニーなんだと思います。
I think this is the colony where my parents were trying to go for their last job. Mihaya, this is a major discovery. That's amazing. Now we know exactly where they were going.
正確かどうかは実際に行ってみないとわからないですけどね。
We don't know if it's accurate or not until we go
わ
there.
からないからこそこの地図にもクエスチョンマークって書き込まれているんだろう
It's
し。
a question mark after all. Mihaya paused with hesitation, so I choked my last word, hopefully. Have you decided whether you'll use sap or not?
それは
About that, Mihaya grew quiet and closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, he looked directly at me. I could see sadness reflected in his
俺
eyes.
この地図を見つけた後思い出してたんです。
I remembered what happened when I
あ
found
の
this
日のこ
map
と。
and what happened on that day when I went
父さん
outside
と母
Tetsu
さん
with
と
my
一緒に
parents
出
for
か
the
けた
first time. And
最初で最
last
後。
time. Here's that cutscene I was waiting for.
あの日俺と両親は
I think we're being careless. Mihaya, are you able to keep up? Hang on, I think I might be the one in trouble here. Have you seen my camera anywhere? Our cameras are practically our lifeblood as journalists. We should have double checked before we left. I could do without the extra camaraderie. Oh, great, thanks. Mihaya has one. It looks like Mahaya's turning out to be a better journalist than you. I can't really deny that. Besides, you look great with a camera, Mihaya.
俺はこの日のために両親にねだってカメラを買ってもらってそれを首から下げてました。
I begged my parents to let me carry my camera that day. It had been around
父
my
さん
neck.
が言う通りジャーナリストの仲間入りをしたみたいで
I wanted to be a journalist
初め
like
て見
them.
るシータの外の景色が楽しみだったし何より父さんと母さんと一緒に
I
出
was
かけられ
excited to
る
be
の
on a trip with my
尊敬してる
parents.
二人の仕事ぶりを間近で見られて一緒に取材ができるなんて前の日に
Prospect of seeing them work made me so happy, so much that I couldn't sleep the
で
night
も俺
before.
はあまり口数の多い子供じゃなかったからそんな気持ちは伝わってないと思ってた
I wasn't talkative as a kid, but
け
I'm
ど
sure my parents
カ
had
メ
an
ラを買
idea.
うように父さんに勧めてくれたのは最初は一緒に行くことを反対していた母さんだっ
My
たし
mother had suggested to get me a camera despite the fact she had initially objected to
父
me
さんは
going.
何も言わなくても大きな手で俺の頭を撫でてくれた
My father didn't say anything more and just patted me on the head with his hand. Let's get going. Make sure you keep up,
二人の
okay?
顔をちゃ
That
ん
was
と
the
見たの
last time
は
I saw their faces.
初めて見るシータの
When I
外には
first saw the outside, it would
荒
seem
涼
like
と
a
した
desolated
シー
wasteland.
タの周りは先輩も見たと思いますけどしばらく歩いてもあの風景が続いてたんです
You can see what looks directly outside Teta, but it continues even after you've walked
普
further
通
out.
の人間なら生身で出たら5分と生きて
Humans
いられ
can't
ない
live
世
out
界
there for more than 5 minutes without
外に
protective
出た瞬
suits.
間
I
こ
got
そ
scared the
恐怖
moment I
を感
stepped
じました
outside,
けど
but my suit
防
and
護
the
服に
fact that
守
my
られてる
parents
の
were
と
there calmed me
見
down.
渡す限り荒れ果てた大地と建物しかない風景は
The big land
Shita
stretched
から離
out
れれば
for as
離れる
far as
ほど
I could see, and the
荒廃して
further
い
you
って
got from Teta, the drearier it
防護服
became.
のせいで外界の音もよく聞こえないからとても静かでした
Couldn't hear much because of the suit, which made the outside seem very
まるで
quiet.
この世界には俺たち3人だけしかいないんじゃないかって
Felt like we were the only ones left in the world.
それからどれく
I
らい
don't
歩
remember
いた
how far
か
we walked, but we had gone far enough
シー
that
タ
I
の影
couldn't
も
see
見えな
Teta
いほど遠
anymore.
くまで来た時に
That's when it happened.
まず俺の前を歩いてた母さんが膝をついて苦しそうに体を折り曲げました
I thought it was 2 o'clock earlier, and it's not even close to 2. Alright, my mother had been walking in front of me, and she suddenly fell on her knees, doubled over in pain.
それとほぼ同時に俺も息苦しさを感じて立っていられなくなったんです
As you're being murdered. At that time, I started to feel like I couldn't breathe. I was unable
俺
to
と母
stand.
さんの異変に父さんはすぐに気がつきまし
My
た
father, noticing
俺た
was
ちのと
wrong,
こ
he
ろへ
ran
駆け
to
寄っ
us
て
and
くる
tried
と
to call for help with
携
his
帯
comms.
端末で誰かに連絡を取って
I think he sent a distress
でも
signal to Teta, but we were
俺
far
たちがいた場
too
所は
far out.
苦しそうにしてた母さんが動かなくなるのが目の端に見えて俺もだんだん頭がぼーっとしてきて
At the corner of my eye, I saw my mom struggling. Then she stopped motionless. Soon everything started to get
朦朧と
hazy.
する意識の中で父さんが俺に触れたことに気がつきました
As I drifted out of consciousness, I noticed my father place a
ぼんや
reassuring
りと
hand
見
on
えた
me.
父さんは自分の防護服の頭を覆う部分を外していて
Through my blurred vision, I saw him remove the helmet from
同
his
じよう
suit.
に俺の防護服の頭の部分を脱がせると
Took
自
my
分のも
helmet
の
off and
父
switched
さ
with
んが
his,
しよう
and I
としていること
realized
に気がついた
what he
時
was doing. I tried to
やめ
stop
てく
him.
れそんなことしたら父さんが死んじゃうじゃないかって
Wanted to say, stop, you'll die if you do that, but my body wouldn't move.
体は
I
動
lay
いて
there,
くれなかった
helpless, and all I could do was
やが
cry.
て俺の目の前で父さんも倒れて動かなくな
Father
りまし
stopped
た
moving soon
3
after.
人きりのようだと思っていた世界が一人ぼっちの世界に変わっていくことを俺は黙って受け入れることしかできなかった
A
んで
short
す
while earlier, it felt like the world was just the 3 of us. Now it was just me. I refused to
心の
accept
中
it.
ではずっと祈り続けていました
I prayed to
こんな
myself.
寂
I
しい
didn't
と
want
こ
to
ろ
be
に
left alone.
俺も一緒に連れてってくれって繰り返し
Prayed to be taken with them. God,
その願いが結局叶わなかった
that
のは
wish didn't come
気がつい
true.
たら 俺は研究エリアにいました。
When I woke up, I was in the research district. Other
周りには
researchers
たくさ
surrounded
ん
me
の
with
研
big
究者がい
smiles
て、
plastered on their
俺
faces.
が無事だったからじゃなくて、
They were happy I was safe. They were
シートの
thrilled
外
that
気に
someone
触れ
managed to
て
recover
危
after
険な
breathing
状
the
態だった人間が
noxious air outside.
研究の
That's it.
成果が出たと言って目覚めたばかりの俺に矢継ぎ早に質問してきました。
They proclaimed their research had achieved successful results and assailed me with questions after I woke
次
up.
第に俺が超能力に目覚めたことが分かると、さらに騒ぎが大きくな
They
ったん
became
です
more anime when they learned I'd woken to my
でもその
powers.
騒ぎは俺の感情とは真逆で、
I just felt
そ
disgust.
のうち研究者の一人が両親が亡くなったことを俺に伝えてくれましたけど、
They told me my parents
そ
had
の言
died,
葉には少しの同情も
but I
感
didn't hear any
ただ事
sympathy.
務的
They
に
just
事
told me
実を
like it
告
was
げられ
some
ただけ
check
で、
box they had to
そ
tick.
こにい
None
る
of them
全員
even
が俺
offered
の
me
苦しみにはまるで
kind
目を向けて、
glance.
俺はただ一人になってしまったことが
I felt so sad and alone. The
悲し
loneliness was
く、この場
unbearable.
にいる人たちには俺のそんな感情よりも研究
Everyone
の
was
成果
there
や
more interested in their
能力者
results.
の出現の方が大事だ。悲しみと嫌悪の感情でぐちゃぐちゃになり
Sadness
な
and
がら、
disgust churned inside me as I thought about the last time I saw my father.
あの時父さんは俺に笑いかけてくれた。
He had smiled at me. He smiled and then said
それから
something
言っ
that
たんです。
protective suit should have made it hard here, but I know exactly what he said.
生きろって。
Live.
父さんは確かにそう言ったんです。
Dang, that's so sad. I know it
騒が
was
しい
sad.
研
As the
究者た
researchers
ちの
chatted
中で
around me, I remembered my father
父さんの
smiling
最
in
後
his
の笑
last
顔と
words, but I felt
言
living
葉を
alone without them
な
would
ん
be
で一
impossible.
人は辛い。
All I could think about was how hard it would be to live on by myself.
でも父さんの最後の言葉を無視することもで
There
き
was
そうにな
no
く
way I
て、
could ignore my father's last words.
生きる意味として父さんたちが何をしたかったのか調べることに決めたんです。
That's why I decided that living would mean finding out what my parents were trying to
皮
do.
肉なことに超能力者になったことで生活については保証されることになりました。
It's ironic, but gaining powers ensured my livelihood.
昼間は普通の学生として勉強に励みながら
During the day, I was a normal
父さんたちが残
student
した仕
and
事を調べ
researched
て、
what my parents left behind. Did you? It felt like you didn't start research until you met me.
夜は超能
And
力
then
の
at night,
訓
I
練をする
trained
日々の
how
中
to
で、
use my powers, and that's
自
when my
分のトラウ
trauma
マにも気
became
がつき、
apparent.
それでも生きる意味を失うわけにはいかなかったから、
I can't allow myself
こ
to
こま
lose
で
sight
頑
of
張
why
っ
I
てきたけ
live.
ど、
So I've been trying my
こ
best
の
so
後に
far.
及んでまたわからなくなってしまったん
I
で
get
す。
confused
こ
even
んな生き方
now.
をしてる俺を見て、と自分の望まない
What
力
did
を
my
使っ
parents say
て
if they saw me living like this?
望まない任務に参加して戦うことを強要されて、
I'm using powers I didn't want, doing missions I didn't ask to do, and I'm being forced to
今度は
fight.
自分の願いを叶えるために望まない力を使おうと考
Now I'm
えて
thinking about using these powers I despise to achieve
こん
my
なことを
goal.
するために父さんは俺に言い切ろって言ったのかな。
Was this what my father meant when you
自
told me to
分が
live?
望まない力
If I
を使
use
って
these
まで
powers to try and trace
父
their
さんたち
steps,
の後を
would they
そ
approve?
んな風に考えてしまったらもうどうしたらいいのかわからなくなってしまったんです。
When I start to think about all these things, I feel like I don't know what to do anymore. Mihaya looked at me quietly after he said that.
どうして
Why?
泣いてるんですか？
Why are you crying? That was the saddest story I've ever heard. Only when he said that did I realize tears were streaming down my face. Dang. Is this moving? It is. Okay, I got real worried. I tried to make them stop, but the waves of emotions I felt made my efforts futile. Man, it feels like it's moving, but I don't know if it is actually. I don't know why it's tripping me out. All right, Mihaya seemed to be at a loss.
俺はもう泣いたりしないのに。なのになんで代わりに先輩が泣くんですか？
Mihaya! Haven't cried in a long time, so why would you? Oh, we're in chapter 4 now. Wait, no, I knew I was in chapter 4. I just remembered that. All right. We have another bad ending coming up. Okay. Because I'm sad, I've just felt really sad. You've never stopped being your parents' child. I just couldn't hold back my tears when I thought of that.
何ですかそれ。俺が両親の子供なのは当たり前じゃないですか。
What are you talking about? Of course I'm their
それと
child.
も俺が子供
You
っぽいっ
saying
て意
I'm
味ですか。
childish? He started to sulk when he said that, so I quickly clarified, I didn't mean that you're childish. What I mean was that the people you lost will always be in your heart, and it's as if they've frozen in time. Since you were with them in the end, it'll feel even more like that for you. You want them to always be there for you. You want them to see that you're living your life the way they wanted you to. You can't help but wish for that. Thinking through that made me realize something. I'm exactly the same way. It's how I feel about Liz. Mihaya noticed as
先輩
well.
も願ってるんだね。
That's what you want, right? I do. I feel that way about Liz. I know I have no right to think that way because I killed her. But I can't help but wish for it because I loved Liz. And I know she cared deeply for me. That's why I have to live a life she's proud of. She might be watching over me, so I have to live in a way that would make her smile. As I spoke, Mihaya and I felt a ray of light break through the smoldering darkness in my heart.
そんな風に言われちゃったら俺も認めるしかないですね。
I can't ignore how I feel when you put it like that. Mihaya looked at if he made up his mind about
自
something.
分が生きる意味として父さんたちが残したものを闇雲に追ってきたけど
I've been blindly chasing after what my parents left behind, turning it into my reason to live.
本当は先輩が言うようにただ父さんたちに褒めてもらいたかっただけなのかもしれない。
Just wanted my parents' approval for what I was doing. Been talking about getting me a new chair for Christmas because the longer I sit on this chair, the more I hurt. I stole my sister's chair the other day, and unfortunately, her chair. I need these. It hurts. I need these to be able to lean on my elbows. So, excuse me while I continue to adjust myself every 5 minutes. But like you said, maybe I just wanted my parents to approve of what I was doing.
父さんたちが残したものを俺が完結させてよくやったって言ってもらいたかったんだ。
I wanted to finish what they started and feel like they would tell me I did a good job. Seeing how calm Mihaya looked in this moment made me think of something. I know I asked you if you decided whether to use SAP or not, but you don't need to worry about that right now. I think I was able to face my feelings with Liz after talking to you. So I want time to think about things too, and what I want to do from now on, and what my future might look like. Mihaya seemed to understand what I was
わかり
suggesting.
ました。それなら俺ももう少しじっくり考え
I'll
ま
take
す。
my
父
time and
さ
think
んと
about it.
母さんのこともあの時のことばかりじゃなくて楽しかった時のことを思い出してみたいんです。
I don't want to only think about that day. I want to make sure I remember all the fun times I shared with my parents as
そ
well.
れから未来の自分のことも本当にシータの外に行くのか
I need to consider my future too, whether or not I'll really go outside Teta and if I'll use SAP to
じ
achieve
っくり
that.
考えてみますよ。
I'll give it all a lot of thought. We agreed to meet at the same place 1 week later for lunch. Just as Mihaya said, I should try to remember all the good times with Liz. We didn't meet or contact each other for the rest of the week. We both understood that we needed time for ourselves. During that time, we had our Bloom's missions as well, but I was still thinking about what I should do about the kaiju. Ever since becoming part of the Blooms, I just let people decide things for me. No, actually, I think I've always been that way. It's high time I take control of my life. Is it? You're 16, man. After the week passed, Mihaya and I reunited in the empty classroom. Just like before, once we finished lunch, I made Mihaya kicked off the conversation.
俺から話
Do you mind if I go first? Not at all. I knew this would be an important conversation, so I straightened up and gave Mihaya my full attention.
ギフトアビリティを使うかどうかの前に 両親の後を追うって言ってたことについてなんですけど、
Before we start talking about whether I'd use sap or not, I mentioned thinking about ending things so I could be with my parents.
あれはもうやめようと思ってます。
I don't think I'll be doing that.
なんだか先輩と話してたら、後を追うとか言ってる自分がかっこ悪く思えてきました。
Ever since I started talking to you, I started to feel like things could get better, that I had other options. To be clear, if you're suicidal, please don't latch onto somebody. That's someone you need to talk to a professional, because if that person leaves you, then you plummet. You go back down. You don't it's not good. So this is also not a good message, just for the record. Talk to a professional. Have a lifeline, but don't develop a lifeline. Have friends to talk to that you already have, because the attachments can become worse. Anyways, ever since I started talking to you, I started to feel that things could get better, that I had other options.
あと、この間みたいに父さんと母さんのことを誰かに話したのは初めてだったから。
It was the first time I ever talked about my parents to someone, which again, that is good. Having someone to talk to is good.
話してみたら案外すっきりした気がするんですよ。相手が先輩だった
Felt
からか
better
もし
talking
れな
about
いで
things,
す
but
け
it
ど、
could be because I was talking to you. My heart warmed when I heard Mihaya's words. It was the same for me. I'd never talked to anyone about Liz before. It made me feel better too. I'm glad you were the one I talked to, Mihaya. It made me want to think about the future. I could say with certainty that speaking with Mihaya back then made me feel like I could look forward
未
again.
来のことといえば、1週間前に言ったように父さんと母さんとの楽しかった時のことを思い出してみたんです。
I tried thinking about fun memories I had with my parents, like we talked about.
そうしたらあの頃の夢も思い出しました。俺、二人みたいなジャーナリストになりたかったんだよなって。
It reminded me of the dream back when I wanted to become a journalist like my parents. You mentioned how excited you were when they brought you your camera. I recall that he had said during our previous conversation, and Mihaya nodded and suddenly seemed shy.
俺、なれると思いますか？
Do you think I could be like my parents? I'm sure of it. You have plenty of time ahead of you. You can use it to work towards your dream.
たくさんの時間がある。
Plenty of time. Mihaya pondered these words before looking up. His eyes held no trace of hesitation.
正直、将来のことはまだわかりません。俺たちはブルームズとしての任務もあるし、自由に職業を選べるのかもわからないから。
I honestly don't know about what the future holds. I still have my missions with the Blooms, and I'm not sure if I'll even be able to choose my own
でも、
career.
将来やりたい仕事にジャーナリストっていう選択肢があるのは間違いない
There's
で
no
す。
doubt there's the option of becoming a
だから
journalist.
俺、シータの外を目指します。それも、ちゃんと両親の通った道をたどっていきたい。
That's why I decided to leave Teta. I want to follow the path my
そのため
parents
に
took.
ギフトアビリティが必要なら使います。
I'll use my ability if necessary.
自
I
分で
might not
望んでい
have
た能力じゃないけど、
asked for this power, but it's
でも、
part of me now.
だったら否定ばかりしてないで、この能力のことも認めて生きていきます。
So I'm going to accept it moving forward. No more
自分の
denial.
目的のために利用してやるくらいの強い気持ちを持たなきゃダメですよね。
I need to let go of all the other stuff and take advantage of my powers to achieve my goals. Mihaya flashed a courageous smile, giving off a sense of reliability.
俺が1週間かけて出した結論は今言った通りですけど、
That's what I've come to after thinking about the past
先
week.
輩は何か答えが出ましたか？
Did you find an answer
俺
for
にたく
yourself?
さん時間があるって言ってくれましたけど、それは先輩も同じでしょ？
You said I had plenty of time, but that means you do as well. What do you plan on doing? I took a moment to gather my thoughts. I don't want anyone else to end up like Liz, but I just don't believe that the indiscriminationally taking down kaiju is the right solution. I still don't know what would be right, but I want to find a different way than just fighting as part of the Blooms.
すごく先輩らしいですね。でも、俺たち二人とも道のりは険しい気がする。
That answer is very you, but I think we've both got a perilous journey ahead. Mihaya smiled despite what he said, and I couldn't help but return one of my own. That may be true, but how about we just start with what we can do right now?
やれることって、もしかして 一緒にシータの外に行くなんて言
Don't
わな
tell
い
me
で
you
すよ
plan on
ね。
going outside Teta with me. That was my intention. Do you not want me to go? I thought about it the entire week. I don't think I can allow you to go out there by yourself. Let me help. Wherever this leads, I'm already sought some outside help.
話を聞いたって誰に？
From who? I have a
Yeah,
bad feeling about this. It was real. I thought we'd need help getting out of Teta. Mihaya's face clearly told me he didn't like my answer.
信用できないって言いましたよね。
I told you it can't be trusted. I get what you mean, but you also said you were going to take advantage of your powers even though you don't like it. You don't have to like Ro or trust him, but let's take advantage of all our resources. I want to help you, Mihaya, and I've decided to do anything I can do to do that. My voice came out with such determination that Mihaya jerked back slightly in surprise.
その気持ちは嬉しいんですけど、どうして俺に対してそこ
I'm
まで言ってく
grateful
れ
you
る
feel
ん
that
で
way,
す
but
か？
why would you do that for me? I wasn't quite sure how to answer that question. I thought it would over for a bit and then explained what Uncle Yashima told me. When Liz passed away, my guardian uncle gave me some advice. He told me I shouldn't suffer alone and that I should find someone I could connect with. Bad ideas. Someone who mirrored my heart.
それが俺？
That's me. Yeah, at first, I thought you really had it together despite being younger, which intrigued me. But as we continued to talk, I found out you lost loved ones and that you were dealing with trauma from that. I felt we were similar in that regard. I wanted to get closer to you and that strangely made me look at myself. It was really painful, but I think it also saved me. It's the same. Even now, I was focusing on what you said, but it also erased some of my burdens. Maybe when we talked, I was just doing it for myself instead of you. Maybe I was just a very selfish person, though I didn't mean to sound so self-deprecating. Mahaya gave me a serious
そんな
look.
ことあるわけ。
That
た
can't
と
be
え
true.
先輩が自分のために動いたんだとしても、俺はすごく嬉しかったんだ。
Even if you're doing it for yourself, talking with you still made me happy.
俺のそばにいてくれて、俺に協力してくれて、自分の本当の気持ちに
You stayed with me, you worked with me, you helped me realize my true feelings.
俺は先輩がいてくれてよかったって思ってる。
You being here was the
だか
best.
らそんな風に言わないでください。
Please don't say things like that. I felt how emotional Mihaya's words were, and I found myself nodding at him. Thank you. But I still think that he was the one who saved me. See, he just lifted an enormous weight off my shoulders again. Mihaya's words filled me with happiness, and I thanked him with a smile, and then he suddenly averted his
な
gaze.
んか俺恥ずかしいこと言った気がします。先輩と話してるとつ
Senpai,
い本音を言いすぎるっていうか、
I think I just said something really embarrassing. It's like I can't help but
素直になるっていうか。
bladder on about my feelings when I talk to you, Senpai.
とりあえず話を戻しますね。富塚さんと何を話したのか教えてもらえますか？
Back to the topic. Can you tell me what you talked about with Ro? Okay, so if we're going to use SAP, you need to find kaijus, right? But we can't do that in the middle of a mission.
それはそうですね。俺もギフトアビリティの方法が一番のネックだと
The
は思っ
problem
て
with
たん
trying
で
to
すけど、
use our ability. Yeah, so I asked Ro if we could tell us when some kaiju show up outside of a mission. Specifically, before they enter Teta, and if possible, when they're right outside.
シータのそばに怪獣が来たこと、
What are
俺
you
は
gonna
ゲ
do
ー
then?
トを通る前に
I need to use
Gift
SAP
ability
before I
する必
can
要があ
pass
る
through
ん
the
で。
gate. Right, so when the kaiju are close by, I'll head out and chase them into the colony. If I messed this up, it'll be bringing kaiju right into Teta, which might put innocent people in danger. I'd have to execute this plan with extreme caution. You'll stay as close to the outer wall as possible and be ready to use SAP at that any
そ
moment.
んな危険なことさせられるわけないでしょ。
Can't let you do something that
第一
dangerous.
どうやって外に出るんですか？それも富
Are you
塚さ
gonna
ん
get
に
outside?
協
Are you
力
thinking Ro will help you again? Oh, I did not. I already asked him. I immediately answered. My immediate answer took Mihaya by surprise.
富塚さんには
What did he say? Well, he laughed at me. And then he figured out this has something to do with Mocha. he said that he had to ask him together if we were serious about it. At that point, I realized I told Ro much more than I should have. I hung my head in shame.
そんなにしょんぼりしないでくださいよ。言ったでしょ。俺は先輩がいてくれて
Don't look so
よ
down. I
かったっ
told you
て思ってるって。
I'm glad you're here with me.
だいたいさっきは利用しようってあんなに強気だったのに、今更ですよ。
Besides, you're the one who adamantly said we need to use everything to our advantage, so it's a bit late now. I guess you're right.
こうなったら、あの人にはとことん協力してもらいましょう。
We've already come this far. We might as well give as much help as we can.
話を聞きに来いってことは、協力する気はあるんだろうし。
He was willing to hear you out, so he must have something interesting and some interest in helping. Oh, but look at the time. I glanced at the clock and saw we only had 5 minutes left for lunch.
じゃあ、放課後に待ち合わせて、一緒に富塚さんに
Let's
会
meet
いに
again
行きましょ
after
うか。
school before we talk to Ro. Sounds good. Quickly cleared out our lunches as we made plans and then started to head out. As I opened the door to the hallway, a familiar face popped up in front of me. Kamui?
西原さん。
You again.
あれ
Oh, it's you two, still hanging out, I see. Kamui seemed genuinely surprised to see us, so I just chalked our run-in up to coincidence. But this is the second time I've ran into him when I was with Mihaya. What are the odds? I wasn't thinking about it too seriously, but Mihaya spoke with a more threatening tone.
なんでこんなところにいるんですか。しかも一人で。
What are you doing here and alone?
いや偶然だって。一人なのは確かに珍しいかもしれないけどね。俺って人気者だからさ。
It's just a coincidence, I swear, but I know it's rare to see me all by my lonesome on account of me being so popular and all.
人気自慢に興味はないです。
Your bragging's not amusing.
もう三早くんってばツンケンしちゃって。
Mihaya, you irascible rascal. I can't tell if they're friends or not, but I've never seen Mihaya talk that way to anyone else. I looked between them without saying a word, and then Kamui turned to me with a smile.
本当に二人で何してたの？こんなにしょっちゅう一緒にいるなんて、いつの間にそんなに仲良く。
So, tell me the truth. What have you two been up to? You've been joined at the hips lately. It seems like you've gotten awfully close.
西原さん、余計なこと言わないでくださいね。
If there's any of your business, Kamui. Kamui was the type to talk a mile a minute, so Mihaya interrupted him.
何を話してたかも、西原さんには言うつもりはないですから。
We're not going to tell you what we're talking about.
はいはい、了解。ほんと、三早くんは
Alright,
釣れない
no
な。
need to be
で
frosty.
も、これだけは言わせてよ。
Let me just say one
何
thing.
ですか。
What's up?
俺は二人が仲良くなってくれてよかった
I
って
think it's
思
great
っ
that
て
you
る
guys are
よ。
such great friends.
なんだか、三早くんの表情も前より明るくなった気がするしさ。
You seem happier, Mihaya. Your whole vibe is more upbeat. After saying that, however, Kamui knitted his eyebrows with
けど、
concern.
その、
Careful.
分かってます。
I know. Kamui smiled at Mihaya, but Mihaya frowned with irritation. I thought it odd, but Kamui would comment on Mihaya's mood. But perhaps they really do know each other.
じゃあ、行きましょう。
Let's go. Right, we gotta go going. Mihaya immediately turned and waved away from Kamui, so I rushed to catch up with
う
him.
ん。バイバイ。
Bye bye. Kamui watched us walk away, his face filled with concern, but I didn't notice since I was already walking away from with Mihaya. He's such an aloof character. Mihaya and I met up again when school ended and went to look for Ro. I usually see him in the courtyard or hallways whenever he's at the academy. I considered this place I'd run into Ro before. Mihaya nodded at me and looked
ビン
around.
ゴかもしれませんよ。
I think I spotted him. Really? Oh, yeah, that's him. I followed Mahaya's line of sight and saw Ro hanging around like he was waiting for us.
声をかけてみましょ
Let's go talk. It
Oh,
looks
yeah,
like
look
he's
over.
got
う。俺たちと話す。
something to say. Mihaya had come to the same conclusion I had. I think we're in the next chapter now. Yeah, we're almost at happy, sad, or bad endings. He didn't take his eyes off Ro as he began walking towards him. Ooh, I started to hiccup.
来ると思った。
I knew you'd come. I heard Ro mumble that, but Mihaya started speaking right
担
away.
当直入に言います。富塚さんは俺たちを秘密裏にシータの外へ行かせることができますか？
I'm gonna get right to the point. Would you be able to let us out with anyone
やれ
knowing?
なく
I
そ
might.
れならシータの近くに害獣が出現したことを教えてもらうのは可能ですか？
Then is it possible for you to tell us when the kaiju come near Teda?
この間そいつが聞いてきたことと同じだな。可能か不可能かで言えば可能だ。
You asked me that the other day. If you just want to know if it's possible, yeah, it
なる
is.
ほど。じゃあ富塚さんに協力してもらうことにします。
Then I'll ask you for your cooperation. Things are moving awfully fast. I hurriedly cut into the conversation. Hold on. What you just said implies you'll be going outside too, Mihaya. Or would you just stop at the gate?
やめませんよ。外に出てギフトアビリティするまでの間だったら少しくらい苦しくてもな
Of
んと
course
か
not.
や
I
れ
can
そう
endure
だ
the
と
pain
思
a
っ
little,
て。
but until I use sap.
先輩がそばにいてくれるんでしょ。だったら
You'll
頑
be
張
by
れ
my
るは
side.
ず
If
で
you're
す。
there, I can do it. Of course, I'll support you with everything I got. Mahaya's determination was palpable, and it got me riled up too. But Rose spoke up, a hint of teasing in his voice.
へえ、俺が思っていたよりもずいぶん二人は仲がいいみたいだな。
You seem a lot closer than I thought. I had no
協
idea.
力するのはいいが、もう少し俺にも事情を明かしてくれてもいいんじゃないのか。
I don't mind helping you out, but don't you think you should enlighten me on why you're doing this?
モカじゃなく、荒木が来たことも気になるしな。
I'm especially intrigued since Mihaya showed up untransformed. It wasn't an unreasonable question. Mihaya gave a small sigh before
俺の
answering.
正体がこの人にバレてる件についてはここまで話が進んだからにはあんたはもう気がついてるんでしょ。
Given how things are going, you probably already noticed, but she figured out my true
だから
identity.
隠す必要もないかと思ったんです。
I just didn't think there was a point in
それ
hiding
に
it.
早く話したかった。モカとして話せる機会を伺うよりはミハヤの方がチャン
I
スは
want to
多
sort
いで
things
すか
out
ら。
as soon as possible. I don't get a chance to talk to you much when I'm
事情につい
transformed.
て
And
明
if
か
you
せと
want
言う
to
なら
know why I'm doing this, then
こ
look
れ
at
を
this. I drew out the map with the symbols on it, showed
俺
Ro.
は俺たちはここにあるはずのコロニーに行きたい。ただそれだけです。
We're trying to go to the colony that should be here.
あんたがこのコロニーのことを知ってて教えてくれるって言うならそれでもいいですけどね。
So if you know anything about the colony, I'd appreciate if you told us. Mahaya's tone indicated he didn't expect much, but I noticed Ro's eyes widened slightly as he saw the map. Does he actually know about it? But Ro's expression quickly returned to normal, and I missed my chance to ask him.
俺から言えることは何もないな。だが、全面的に協力してやろうという気にはなった。
I can't say
正
anything
直
about
に
it,
目的を明かして
but
くれ
you've
たから
convinced
な
me to help you. You did tell me your objective
害
after
獣
all.
がコロニーのそばに来たタイミングでお前たちに連絡する。俺の連絡先は知ってるな。
I'll get in touch the next time the kaiju are near the colony. You have my contact, right? Yep. I nodded, remembering how we'd exchanged details when we were on patrol together.
それなら問題ない。
Sayonara. And then with that right, Ro turned and left without saying anything
やっぱり
more.
信用できない。
I don't trust him, but he said he'll help us. It's been revealed Ro agreed to help us. I've been relieved Ro agreed to help us, so I was surprised to hear Mihaya still felt that way.
だって明らかに何か知
He
って
knows something. So Mihaya had also noticed how Rose reacted. That had worried me too. What do you think he's not telling us about? Maybe he can't talk about it because of his position, even if he wants to.
その解釈は随分優しい気がします。
That's a very generous interpretation.
俺は知りたいなら自分の目で確かめろって意味だと俺たちを試してるような感じがしましたから。
I get the feeling he's testing us. Mihaya's tone was full of annoyance. But then he turned to me to talk about something else.
でも前進したことは間違いありません。あの人から連絡が来たらいつでも出発できるように準備して
We've
お
been
きましょ
making
う。
progress for sure. We should be prepared to go the moment he contacts us. I agree. The idea was that we were going to be testing maybe the idea that we were being tested made me feel uneasy. But we'd come too far to turn back. Our only way was forward. Nighttime a few days later, Mihaya and I made our way to the gate in the administrative district. Ro had contacted us right before
いま
curfew.
すね。
There he is. I see him. Rohat was already standing by the gate.
わざわざこのゲートを指定してきたのにも意味はあるんだろうな。
I'm sure that you have a specific reason why you picked this gate in particular. Ro directed the comment towards Mihaya, so I turned to look at him. Mihaya already seemed to be in
そ
pain.
うです。目的地へは遠回りになることも分かってますけど、ここから出ないと
It's meaningful. Mihaya, are you alright?
大丈夫です。でも急ぎましょう。誰かに見られる危険もありますから。
I'm okay, but we should hurry. There's always a chance someone might see us.
荒木の言う通りだな。来い。ゲートを通れるようにしておいた。
I fix things so you can pass through the gate. Ro shepherded us to the gate, and for some reason, the regular security guard was nowhere to be
帰っ
found.
てくるときにまた手引きをしてやるから連絡しろ。
I'll get you back in when you return. Just call me. Alright, let's go.
ええ。
Okay. I still didn't know how much we could trust Ro, but right now there was no doubt that he had come through with for us. We have to go. With renewed resolve, we passed through the gate. We saw a figure shambling around when we got outside. Look, is that a kaiju?
どうやら協力すると言ったのは本当みたいですね。
At least Ro was serious when he said he would help us. Yeah, we should hurry and use sap on it. Mocha was still showing signs of pain, but I knew we didn't have a moment to spare. I carefully took her hand, and started running. Oh no. Cast Augment, just in case. Decided to use Augment on Mocha so that her sap ability would be more effective sooner. I'm gonna use Augment. I took her hand and charged my energy, unleashing. The effects appeared right
あ
away.
りがとうございます。
I can do this. Mocha let go of my hand and headed towards the kaiju. She dodged a swing from the kaiju and then circled around it and reached out her hand to touch its back. I couldn't see her from where she was standing, but I assumed she cast sap just then. It worked.
このままこいつらを倒しましょう。
Alright, let's do this. Yeah. I felt a little sorry for the kaiju because we were using it for our own goal, but we also couldn't let it wander around near Teta. We worked together and took down the kaiju. Monsters. The battle was over in no time once Mocha absorbed the kaiju's strength. Are you feeling any pain? I asked Mocha after we had defeated the kaiju, and she took a few breaths before giving a cautious answer.
大丈夫そうです。でもどれくらい持つかわからないですね。
I think I'm fine, but I don't know how long it'll
効果が
last.
切れる前には次の怪獣を見つけておかないと。
We have to find another kaiju before it wears off. Alright, let's move. Where do you want to go from here? Go pulled out a
実
map.
は最短距離で行くならシータに沿って歩いた方がいいんです。
If you want to take the shortest route, it'd be better. It's best to follow Teta's borders.
行政エリアのゲートはもともと目的地からは遠かったんですよ。
The administrative district's gate is far from our destination. But your parents left through that gate.
はい。しかも俺の記憶通りならこの後もシータを背にして歩いていました。
And if memory serves me, they walked with Teta
シ
at
ー
their
タが
back.
どんどん遠ざかっていったのを覚えてるんです。
Seems like that makes perfect sense. If you're walking away from something, it's always going to be behind you. I wonder if your parents wanted to look into something else before going to
わ
the
かりま
colony.
せん。でも俺は両親の足跡をたどってみます。
I don't know,
そう
but
す
I'll
れ
try
ば
to retrieve
何
their
かわかるかも
steps.
しれないから。
We might discover something by doing so. Alright, let's go. Remember something happened to you 5 years ago when you were 10 years old. A thick, ominous cloud hung over the sky outside, making it so dark we could barely see. We only had a small light to illuminate our path as we moved forward. Mocha could cast sap every time we counted a kaiju, but for the most part we hid under the cover of darkness and continued on. I'm worried about Mocha getting tired, so I have to make sure we avoid unnecessary fights. It must have been draining for her to continuously use sap on the kaiju. I kept an eye on Mocha's condition and secretly thought about how we'd retreat if it looked like she wouldn't be able to go on. Did you bring a suit with you? Mocha spoke up right then when the sky was beginning to get bright.
向こうに害獣がいますけど、見つからないように離れましょう。
See kaiju over there. Let's get further away so they don't spot us. Are you sure you don't need to cast sap again? I thought maybe my hunch had been right, but Mocha just gave me a vague
疲れ
reply.
てるわけじゃないですよ。実は少し前からまっすぐ外部コロニーを目指すように進路を変えた
Not
んで
that
す。
I'm tired. I actually changed directions a little while ago so we could head straight to the other
暗
colony.
闇の中で両親の足跡をたどっても何もわからないと思って。
Thought maybe trying to retrace my parents' footsteps in the dark wouldn't really tell us
お
much.
かげでトラウマから来る息苦しさの方はもうほとんど感じなくなった気がします。
The suffocating feeling I had is mostly gone now. That's good, but if that's the case, then we probably should have gone when the sun was out. I said that, but knew full well that we wanted to leave Teta in secret. Doing so at night was the only way. It was too late to
も
regret
ともと無
anything.
理がある計画だったんです。俺はここまで来られただけでも上出来だと思ってますよ。
The plan wasn't realistic from the start. I think it was good enough that we came this far.
それにギフトアビリティの効きが悪くなってる気がするんです。
I have a feeling that my abilities are decreasing. Really? Her declaration shocked me, but Mocha seemed rather calm about
大
it.
丈夫。想定の範囲内です。理由はなんとなく心当たりがあるし、
It's alright. I expected it. I have an idea of what's
とも
happening.
かく今は外部コロニーを目指しましょう。中に入れてもらえるとは思えないけど、外壁の近くまで行けば
Wonder if the
ここより
colony
は安心
is
できます
Tau. If they're going to Tau, that'd be cool. We should head to the colony. I doubt they'll let us in, but we won't have to worry if we can reach the outer
もう
wall.
少し明るくなるまで近くに身を潜めて、その後周りを調査したらシータへ帰りましょう。
Stay hidden until it gets brighter, and then after we look around, we can go back to Teta. I worried about what could be weakening her sap ability, but it wasn't the time to be hanging around talking with Kaiju nearby. Alright, how long do you think it'll be before we get to the colony?
この地図がどれくらい正確かわからないですけど、結構近くまで来てるはずですよ。
I can't tell from the map, but we should be close. Then we'll prioritize getting to the colony now. We chose our route carefully so the Kaiju wouldn't notice us, but as we moved on, we sensed another presence up ahead.
ねえねえ、こんなところに珍しいのがいるんだけど。
Hey, look, what a rare sight. We heard a cheerful voice ring out amidst the grim surrounding. A familiar face then stepped out from behind a building.
雪並
Yukonami!
本当だ。こんなところで何してるの？
It's Ibuki! What are you doing here? Who are you? A young man stood behind Yukonami. I thought I'd seen him before, but I couldn't remember who he was.
僕は伊吹だよ。
I'm Ibuki. I didn't sense any malicious in his smile, but the fact that he was with Yukonami put me on my guard. Mocha must have thought the same thing because she was already poised to fight.
ここでうちらが何してるのかはあんたらに言う必要はな
What
い。
we're doing here is none of your business. Mocha's defiant attitude just made Ibuki smile, though he looked slightly troubled.
そうはいかないよ。君たちに言うつもりがなくても、この先には僕たちのコロニーしかないんだから。
That's where you're wrong, and if you won't tell us what's going on, the only thing you could be aiming for is our colony. Your colony? His words were so surprising I couldn't quite process them. Ibuki continued on.
向かっているのに、そこがどんな場所かも知らないの？この
So
先
you
にあ
don't
る
know
の
what it
は
is.
僕たちと害獣が暮らすコロニーだよ。
Even though you're heading there, it's where the kaiju and the rest of us live.
怪獣が暮らす頃に
A kaiju colony?
何？
What are you talking about? I was certainly surprised by what Ibuki said, but Mocha sounded even more shocked. But that would mean Mihaya's parents were trying to investigate a colony that had kaiju living in it. Did they know? Perhaps they didn't. Just what is going on here? Mocha and I fell silent after Ibuki told us that, and Yukonami chimed in.
話はもういいでしょ。やっちゃおうよ。
That's enough, let's get him. I started when I heard Yukonami's voice, dripping with murderous intention. Mocha, Yukonami's coming for us. Look, Mocha's gonna die. Let's attack Yukonami. Let's just attack him. Yukonami's vanished before our eyes. I have to fight. He kills me. Would Ibuki be mad? As I readied myself for battle, I sensed a presence filled with bloodlust appear right next to me. Gah.
残念。防がれちゃったか。
I'd probably try this side. I managed to evade his attack, but Yunami was already going for another strike.
させるか。
Not so fast. Mocha turned to attack Yunami, but he blocked it.
今のはちょっとびっくりしたけど、これくらいじゃ僕のことはやれ
Give
ない
me
よ。
that belt. Take more of that tricks to beat me. Oh dear. I'm gonna die. Ibuki. I love him so much. He's so pretty. It's even a screen gap I need. I'm taking it anyways. Our fight with Yukonami continued for a while. The young man who called himself Ibuki simply stood idly by observing us. We're still at a disadvantage. We're not used to fighting outside the colony, but Yukonami completely fine. Every time I tried to attack, Yukonami would run and take cover at the exact right moment. Then he'd suddenly pop out and leap at us, and we'd stumble to dodge his attack. Oh dear. Mocha!
やったー。
Direct hit. After a few exchanges, Yukonami managed to land a solid kick, sending Mocha flying backwards. Actually, I just realized Ibuki's outside without being transformed. I didn't know he could do that. Are you okay? I rushed to Mocha's aid, but she held up her hand to stop me while keeping an eye trained on Yukonami.
大丈夫。ダメージを流したから。
I deflected the damage.
なんだ。能力で受け身取られちゃったか。
Actually, have I?
けど
No, I can still have a bad ending. I'm missing a picture. Okay. Anyways. You used your ability to break your fall, but it seems weaker than usual. Were you always like this? Yukonami's words made me feel uneasy. Mocha's slower than she normally is, and she's said sap was less effective right now. I had a feeling about this. Ibuki, who'd been quiet up until now, suddenly interrupted us.
そういえば、何年か前にも僕たちのコロニーを目指そうとした人間がいたって聞いたことがあるよ。
You know, I heard a few years back some mutants tried to visit our
結
colony.
局たどり着かなかったらしいけどね。
They had difficulty getting there, though.
それって。
Distracted by what Ibuki said, Mocha took her eyes off Yukonami for a brief moment. Yukonami lunged as if he had been waiting for this exact opportunity. Save? Jump in front of Mocha. I don't know. I don't know which one will kill my character. This one, maybe? Mocha! My body jumped forward on its own accord. I rushed so Mocha's side and flung her out of the way. Mocha gasped with surprise right as I felt a powerful shock hit me. Why did you? I heard Mocha's voice as my consciousness faded. Perfect. Nailed it. Died on the first try. But I found I couldn't respond, and soon I was plunged into darkness. I feel like Yukonami is so strong. He's so strong. Ugh. Oh, I lived. Oh, I thought that would kill me. Okay. My head ached with a dull pain as I opened my eyes and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. I was lying down, so I sat up. I heard Mihaya's voice right up
気
when
が
I
ついたん
did.
ですね。
You're awake.
無理しないでください。頭に強い攻撃を受けたんだから。
Don't push yourself. You took a nasty part. I'm so sad. I didn't die. You took a nasty blow to the head. Okay, so I've learned I need to go back because I'm missing a picture. I'm at the normal ending. Darn it. I didn't die. I wonder if that means it's an earlier choice because it seems weird. And there's a picture I'm missing. Darn. Okay. Don't push yourself too hard. You took a nasty blow to the head. As Mihaya helped me up, I noticed that he seemed to be in pretty bad shape too. Mihaya, are you
す
alright?
みません。俺も結局気絶させられて、気がついたらこの部屋にいたんです。
It knocked me out too. When I gained consciousness, we were in this room. I see. Then this is the place.
ええ。多分あいつらのコロニーですね。生きたまま連れてこられた理
See,
由はわか
Buki
らない
loves
ですけど。
me. He likes me a lot. I assume, I don't know why they brought us here alive. love him so much. Right as he said that, the door opened and Ibuki entered.
ああ、二人とも気がついたんだね。
Now you two are awake.
僕たちの頃にタウへようこそ。
Welcome to Tao. He smiled as he spoke, but we were in no condition to smile back. You're welcoming us? Why didn't you just kill us?
おや、殺した方が良かったの？
Would you prefer that we did? He asked that question so serious that I didn't quite know how to respond for a moment. That's not what I meant. It's just strange that you would spare us. I thought we were enemies. I assumed Ibuki was on the kaiju side, and he mostly agreed with what I said.
確かに今までは戦ってたよね。でも君たちがここを目指したのは僕たちと戦いたかったからじゃないでしょ？
We've been fighting until now, but I don't believe you've come here to fight. Isn't that right?
そういうつもりじゃなかったけど、そもそもここがあんたたちのコロニーだって知らなかったんだ。
It wasn't our intentions. We didn't even know this was your colony in the
ここは
first
どういう
place.
場所なんだ？怪獣のコロニーだなんて。
What is this place anyways? It looks like a colony for kaiju, but I can't believe they'd stay here willingly.
もちろん彼らの意思じゃない。ここに害獣を送り込んでいるのはシータの上層部だよ。
Of course, it's not their choice. Your leaders in Teta have been sending them here. Buki's answer was so blunt that it took us a minute to fully absorb the meaning of his words.
上層部？
You mean the higher ups?
君たちこそ何を言ってるの？害獣になった人間はその辺りに放置されるとでも思ってた？
I could ask you the same thing. Do you really think they wouldn't do anything about the humans who turn into kaiju?
彼らはこの場所に害獣になった人間を送り込むんだよ。
They're the ones who send all those people
僕たち
here.
はそんな害獣を見捨てておけなくてこのコロニーにいるんだ。
We couldn't just abandon the kaiju, so that's why we're here. Couldn't abandon them. So that's your reason for attacking everyone else? My voice shook as I remembered what happened to Liz. Ibuki looked troubled.
害獣が人間のいるところへ向かうのは本能だから仕方がないんだよ。結果として
Instinct to
人
go
間
where
を傷
humans
つけ
are.
てしまうことになるけど、
Them hurting people is just incidental.
責めるなら僕らや害獣じゃなくてこんなところに害獣を押し込めて見ないふりをしている人間
You
た
want
ち
to
を責
blame
めた
someone?
方
Blame
が
the
いいん
humans
じゃ
who
ないかな。
send them to live here and pretend we don't exist. Buki,
彼
your
らは
face.
全部分かった上で君たちと僕たちを戦わせているんだから。
They did all this knowing and pitted you against us.
自分たちで処理できなかった害獣を君たちが敵として倒してくれるんだからこれほど楽なことはないよね。
They created the kaiju but couldn't handle them, so now they're making you defeat them as the enemy. All seems too easy, doesn't it? Supposing that was true, then what Ibuku said doesn't make sense. If I think about it, who's mostly at fault, then I'd say the higher ups have been completely unreasonable,
こ
but
こがどういう場所なのかは分かったよ。でも俺たちを助けた理由がまだ分からないんだけど。
I know what this place is, but I don't understand why you spared us. Ibuki turned towards Mihaya to answer.
君の反応が気になったんだ。僕が言ったことに動揺してたよね。
Your answer before intrigued me. What I said seemed to agitate you.
何年か前に
You mean how you knew about some humans who tried to visit your colony?
そうそう、それだよ。
Yeah, that bit. Ibuki nodded. I can't have Ibuki on the screen. I love him too much. I don't even care about Mihaya anymore. Ibuki nodded cheerfully when Mihaya looked
多
distressed.
分それは俺の両親のことだ。ここを目指してる途中で
I think you're talking
事
about my
故で死ん
parents.
だんだ。
They were trying to come here, but they died in an accident.
ああ、なるほど。そういうことだったんだね。
So that's how it
しか
was.
し事故か。かわいそうに。多分それは事故じゃなくて上層部に消されたんだと思うよ。
An accident? How terrible. Though I'd hazard a guess that it wasn't some misadventure and your leaders wanted them gone.
された？
What do you mean? Mihaya's voice had gone hoarse, but Ibuki responded
君
matter-of-factly.
たちもこのコロニーの実態を知らなかったように隠されているんだよ。ここの存在は。
You didn't know the purpose of this colony, did
そこ
you?
を目指そう
Meant to
と
be a
するなん
secret.
てきっと上層部にとっては厄介な人間だったろうね。
I imagine the top brass considered your parents to be a nuisance given they were trying to visit.
そんな人間に
Saying they killed them? Mihaya went silent after that. All these news revelation felt so overwhelming. I couldn't think of anything to say.
君たちを助けた理由だけれど、ここで僕たちのために働かないかと思って。
What about why we saved you? I want to ask if you want to
君た
work
ちだっ
with
たら、
us.
今の話を聞いて思うところがあるんじゃないのかな。
Probably conflicted after what I told
時
you.
間はいくらでもあるし、ゆっくり考えてみて。そのうち返事を聞かせてくれたら嬉しいよ。
But you have plenty of time to just think about it. I'd be glad if you could give me an answer at some point. He remained completely silent as Ibuki casually tossed out the suggestion, then he exited the room. What answer could we possibly give him? What are we supposed to do? All I knew, even if we returned to Teta right now, it wouldn't be possible to simply go on about our lives like it never happened. Is that it? We followed Ibuki's suggestion to stay in Tao. Before we knew it, a few weeks had passed. The kaiju seemed so calm again today.
そうですね。今まで戦ってきたのが嘘みたい。
Can't believe we've been fighting them. We learned a lot of things in Tao that we didn't know about before. That was one of them. The kaiju often slept during the day and didn't move around much. Some of them tried to attack when they first saw us, but Ibuki stopped them and they hadn't tried again since.
あの怪獣、こっちを見てますね。
Kaiju staring at us. Kaiju stood across the street, a slight distance away, openly looking at us. Met our gaze, but it didn't show any signs of wanting to attack. After a while, it just let out a short cry and then walked away. It was just looking at us.
ええ。ああいう姿を見てると、元は人間だったんだと。
When I see them like this, I realized they were humans once. Yeah. The longer we stayed in Tao, the more sympathetic I felt towards the kaiju. Mihaya must have felt the same way.
俺、そろそろシータに戻ろうかと思うんです。
I'm considering going back to Teta
実は
soon.
ずっと考えてたことがあって、それを実行しようと
I've
思う
been
なら、
thinking of a plan, and if I want to put it into motion, I can't do it here. I wonder if Ibuki would just let us leave. I was curious to know what Mihaya was thinking, but when I expressed my worries, he spoke with slight
それ
hesitation.
は聞いてみないとわからないけど、多分大丈夫だと思います。
We won't know until we ask, but I think it'll be
俺
alright.
がやろうとしてることは、害獣のためになることだと思う
What
の
I'm
で、
trying to do is for the benefit of the kaiju.
上層部がしてきたことを告
I want to
発し、
expose what the higher ups are doing. You mean telling everyone that they're being sent kaiju out here to pretending not to know about any of it? I had to double check with Mihaya meant because I hadn't expected him to say that.
そうです。多分、父さんと母さんもここについて事情をしたら
I
同
think
じ
my
ことを
parents
した
had
と思う
managed
か
to make it here.
ら、
They
俺
would
は
have done the
その意
same.
志を継ぎたいんです。
I want to carry out their wishes.
あと、それだけじゃなくて、あの二人だったら、害獣のことを何とかしたいって考えたような気がするんですよ。
But that's not it. I think both of them wanted to do something about the kaijus
元
too.
は人間だったって知ったなら、そのままにはしておけなかったんじゃないかな。
They wouldn't have left things as they were if they found out that kaiju used to be human.
俺も同じ気持ちになったからそう思うんです。ここでずっと害獣を見てたら、なんだか放っておけなくて。
Look at the kaiju here. I just think something has to be done. I know what you mean. So Mihaya also feels sympathetic towards them. I nodded at him in full
そん
agreement.
なことができるかどうかはわからないけど、害獣を人間に戻す方法がないか探してみたいって思いませんか？
I don't know if it can be done, but what if we tried to find a way to turn kaiju back into humans? I don't know if it's possible, but I'd like to try. I knew that even if we found a way, it wouldn't bring Liz back, but I decided to help Mihaya so that we would prevent further tragedies from happening. Bring them back. Look at Ibuki.
害獣を人間に戻すか。夢物語だね。
Making a kaiju human again? That's just a pipe dream, you know. Ibuki listened to Mihaya's plan and immediately shot it down, but he didn't try to stop us. I appreciate you, Ibuki.
うまくいくかはわからないけれど、少しの間、僕は君たちのことを見ているよ。
I don't know if it'll go well, but I'll keep an eye on you too. Does that mean you'll hold off attacking Tetsuo for the time being? I felt hopeful as I asked him, but Ibuku nodded.
そうだね。もっとも、 雪並みやヒューガが騒ぐだろうから、いつまでもというわけにはいかないけれど。
I'm sure Yukinami and Hugo will complain, but things can't stay as they are.
諦めがついたらいつでもこっちに戻ってきていいよ。
If you ever feel like throwing in the towel, you're welcome to come here
諦め
anytime.
たりしないよ。父さんたちや今までに犠牲になった人たちのためにも。
I'm not gonna throw in the towel. This is my parents and everyone else who has been sacrificed. Liz was one of those people for me. I looked Mihaya directly in the eye. That's right. I won't give up either.
それじゃ行こう。
Let's go. Ibuki, wait for me. Just wait. We waited for dawn to arrive before departing from Tao. We were heading back to the place where we had been born and raised, but this was no mere homecoming. The road before us was paved with many hardships. Of that I was certain. I can't just say I didn't know anymore. I have to take action. Doing nothing was not an option. And so we stepped out into the world full of knowledge that our journey was still unfolding. Dun 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 dun. Oh, it's not going to show them come home? That's weird. All right. All right, we're gonna get the happy ending. Is this the happy ending? Okay, a happy ending. We're gonna go get a happy ending because we didn't get a happy ending. We're gonna load from the very beginning. Then we'll see how many of my answers. We're close to getting us the happy ending. All right. Past augment. That one's right. Let's see. Ask if she's all right. I didn't want to bother her. Hey, Mocha, are you all right? What are you doing here? That's right. She was doing da-da-da-da. You okay? Yeah, it goes back to the normal conversation. Asked her out of concern, but Mocha rebuffed. Don't worry about me. Alright, I was at fault. That's the right answer here. That's how I honestly feel. Is that really gonna... Last time it was like 4 different answers. Focus on backing up with Stina, which honestly... I think I was trying to die. Oh, Mocha. It's just a fight scene. There's not really anything happening here. Let me help your research. That's what I picked. Alright, let me help your research. You don't have to worry. Past augment. So far it's been like one choice that was wrong, but again, I didn't go back. Don't force yourself. Even so, don't force yourself, and don't tell me you're going to try to leave Tada right now. It felt like Mocha might simply take off to someplace far away. She turned in silently. I can't do that. Besides, I need permission to go through the gate. Mocha then took a deep breath. Because you're kind. Okay, so that's 3. Okay. You're so kind. You still love your parents even now. Even though you said you want to go with them, you still want to approve of how you're living. That's still basically the... I didn't wipe my tears away last time. Oh, now I'm sad. How did I miss that one? Wow. Check my flowchart. Wild. Okay. Wait, what did he say exactly? I assumed the conversation went the same after that. I caught a glimpse of Mihaya's real desires, his sadness and suffering, even his wish to be with them, all came to my heart. But his true intentions lay beneath all that. What are you saying? It makes it sound like I'm still a child. Though he sounded displeased, Mihaya gently brushed the tears from my face. But you are a child, your parents' child. Only noticed this recently, but you're kind of spacey. Mihaya sighed as if he reached some tension, so I quickly continued. I didn't mean that you're childish. Okay, now it's going back to the normal conversation. Okay, cool. Okay, distract the kaiju. Go, go, go. Look over here. Look over here. Dodge, Moku Sap. Here goes.
終わりました。
Success, it's done. All right. Okay, attack Yukoname. Just in case. Save again because I didn't get the bad ending here. Let's do the other option really fast. Supporter with augment. Is this gonna get me a bad ending? No. Buki. Shout at Yukonami. Which one gives me a bad ending? Is that it? Okay, there we go. Does that do it? Okay, do we just end on the really like each other? That's not what I have to click on. Still normal. Okay, we're gonna reload. I didn't. That's my bad. That's my bad. I was trying to get the bad ending over there. It's the other option, I'm sure. All right. Attack Yukoname, which is the one we already got, and then jump in front of Mocha. Ugh, I groaned. Okay, this is still ending the same way. Does it still end the same way? Okay, happy. Okay, cool. I groan.
Senpai,
You're awake. Senpai! He's closer this time. Where am I? I slowly opened my eyes immediately. Came into view. I could see an unfamiliar ceiling above us. It looked like we'd been moved inside
こ
somewhere.
こは俺たちが目指していたコロニー。つまり、あいつらの暮らしてるコロニーの中ですよ。
This is the colony we're trying to get to. In other words, we're in their colony. After he told me that, Mihaya went to a chair and sat down. That's when I noticed Ibuki was standing next to
気
him.
がついてよかった。
Glad you're awake. There was no hostility in his voice, and he smiled at me. Mihaya, on the other hand, seemed to...
よかっただって。彼女を攻撃したのはあんたの仲間だろ。
Dragoon's the one that attacked her. How can you say that?
どういうつもりで俺たち
Why
を
did you bring us here?
どうしてあの場で殺さなかった？あんたはどういう立場でここにいるんだ？
He didn't have powers. Mihaya made his animosity clear, but Ibuki was unfazed.
ちゃんと説明するから落ち着いて。僕のことは、そうだな。君たち式に言うなら、害獣の仲間と思ってくれていいよ。
You're so pretty. Calm down. I'm going to explain. And about me, let's put it in my terms. I'm on the kaiju
それ
side.
から、確かに雪並みは彼女を攻撃したけど、その攻撃を最小限に留めたのは僕だよ。
Konami attacked her, but I made sure the damage was minimal.
まともに当たっていたら危な
You
か
would
っ
have been
た
in
か
trouble
ら
had
ね。
it been a clear hit.
手当てもしてベッドにも運んだんだから、ちょっとくらい感謝してくれてもいいのに。
I actually expected you to thank me for treating your wounds and letting you rest in bed. Buki sulked a little as he shrugged. I realized I was the one on an actual bed. My head still hurt, but as Ibuki pointed out, I could tell my wounds had been treated and bandaged. Thanks for the treatment, but I still have my doubts. If you're on Yukonami's side, does that make you an enemy? So why do you do this?
どうしても話を急ぎたいんだね。体調はもう平気なの？
Oh, you really want to rush through things. How are you feeling right now? Ibuki tilted his head to the side and scrutinized me with a worried expression that only made me more confused. I'm fine. I can get up now. Please tell me the reason why. There's no way we can be calm if we don't know what's going on. Mihaya placed his hands on my back to assist me as I sat
あん
up.
たが今のところ俺たちを攻撃する気がないのはもう十分わかったよ。
Get that you're not planning to attack, at least not now, but
彼女が言ったように事情もわから
why are we here? Mihaya repeated his concerns, and Ibuki shrugged again.
それじゃあ話を進めるけれど。
You were upset when I
こ
heard
の
what I
コ
said
ロニー
earlier.
を目指した人間がいる。そういった時のこと。
You mean when you said there were humans who tried to visit your colony?
そう。もしかして、
Did
君
you
の知り合
know
いだっ
them?
その人たちは多分俺の両親だと思う。
I think they were my parents. Mihaya hesitated slightly before telling him. Ibuki nodded deeply with
な
understanding.
るほど。それは、かわいそうだね。
Sorry for you.
かわいそう。
Why do you say
あん
that?
たは俺の両親がどうなったのか知ってるようだったけど、 あんたなんかに同情
He's
し
a
てもらう
nice
必要はないよ。
man with beautiful eyes. That's why. I guess you know what happened to them, but there's no need for you to express any sympathy. Mihaya brushed off his words, but Ibuki still looked at Mihaya with
僕
pity.
が言っているのは、君の両親が迎えた結末がかわいそうということじゃないよ。
I'm not sorry because of your parents'
君
immediate
が
death.
君たちが何も
I'm sorry you're so ignorant. Just what exactly are you referring to? It's true that we're still many things we don't know about. I shouted without thinking, but while Mihaya continued to question Ibuki.
俺たちは両親が何を調べていたのかを知るためにシータを出たんだ。
We left Teta to see so that I could find out what my parents were investigating at that
だか
time.
ら自分たちがシータの外のことについて知らないことが多いのは理
I
解して
hope
る。
they get Ibuki's happy ending on the first try. So we're well aware that there are many things we still don't know about
けど
Teta.
あんたの言い方を聞いてるとそういうことじゃないよね。
It's weird. But from how you said that, I don't think that's what you meant.
どうしてあんたからかわいそうだと言われなきゃならないんだ。
Why'd you say you're sorry for us?
それは君の両親がおそらく消されたからだよ。君はそこまでは知らなかったよね。
Because your parents were most likely killed. I guess you didn't know. Ibuki's tone was so casual that for a brief moment I felt like I had no idea what was going on.
は？消された？
By who?
もちろん、この場所を知られたくないと思っている人間たちに決まっている。
Are there people who didn't want them to find out about this
こ
place?
の場所を知られたくない。
Who didn't want them to find out? Ibuki ignored Mihaya's agitation and continued speaking like it was some trivial
と
matter.
ころで君たちは、もう害獣が人間だってことを知っているんだよね。
You know the kaiju speak human, right? Why do you bring it up? That suddenly change of subject practically gave me whiplash. Ibuki just looked at me
じゃあ
curiously.
疑問には思わなかった？害獣になった人間がどこに行くのか。
One moment. I thought I heard knocking, but my dog is still asleep on the couch, which means nobody's knocking. And you never wondered where all those people who were turned to kaiju go?
研究者たちは人間が害獣になっても驚かなかったでしょ？だって害獣化は珍しいことじゃないからね。
I'm sure you saw how the researchers weren't surprised by humans turning into kaiju. That's because it happens all
害
the
獣
time.
になった人間はシータの外に野放しにして終わりだとでも思ってた？
Did you think those kaiju were just dropped outside Teta and left to their own devices?
でもそんなことしたら危なくないかな。できればどこかに閉じ込めておきたいよね。
Be too risky. They'd want to trade them up somewhere.
ここがその閉じ込める場所だと言いたいのか。
You're saying this is their cage?
そうだよ。そしてそのことはシータの上層部の人間ならみんな承知している。
All the top brass in Teta know.
知っていて僕たちのことを野放しにしているんだ。
They know about and they let us run free. Oh, your face. I love it.
じゃあ
And the reason why my parents ended up the way they did was after they had talked through everything, I understood why Ibuki was suddenly had changed the subject, and because of that, I was afraid to hear what Ibuki had to say
お
next.
そらく上層部の人間の仕業だろうね。君の両親はここに何かが隠されていて、それが良くないものだと知ったんだ
It
と
was
思う。
probably one of your leaders planned. Your parents must have figured it out, and they were hiding something here, and that it wasn't good.
告発でもしようとしたんじゃないのかな。でもそれを上層部に嗅ぎつけられてま
Yeah.
あ この話は僕も人づてで聞いた情報から推測したんだ。
Though
信じな
admittedly
くてもいいけどね。
conjecture based on secondhand information, you don't have to believe me. Ibuki said exactly what I thought he would, and he was so blunt about it too. Mihaya and I remained speechless, while Ibuki seemed perplexed by our
あれ
reactions.
驚きで声も出ないのかな。
You knew your leaders were an ethical bunch. I understood his point, but my mind was all over the place. I had to ask about one more thing. Ibuki, you still haven't told us why you spared us. Why would you let us live and tell us this? I was finally able to speak again. Ibuki started as if he had just remembered
あ
something.
あ、そうだったね。君たちと取引できないかなって思ってたんだ。
I would take a deal from you,
取
Ibuki.
引。
うん。君たちはむしろ僕たち側になれるんじゃないかと考えたんだよ。
I thought it would be a chance you two would join us on
だ
our
から
side.
もしも僕たちの役に立ってくれるなら、シンタに
If
返
you
してあ
help
げ
us, I'll
る。
eat back in Teta.
役に立つって。
You mean you want us to kill people? My heart jolted when Mihaya said that, but Ibuki smiled
そう
calmly.
聞こえたなら、そうなのかもしれないね。
That's how you interpret it, maybe. I started to panic more when I saw how he didn't confirm or deny it. Mihaya and I would kill people? There's no way we would do that.
まあ、ゆっくり考えるといいよ。時間はいくらでもあるからね。
Go ahead and think about it. You've got plenty of time. We grew quiet after that, so Ibuki slipped out of the room, leaving us in silence. We remained silent for some time after Ibuki had gone, trying to process the facts we were
伊吹の
giving.
言ったことは多分
What he
事
said is
実だ。
probably true. I'm
もし
heroes, not the slightest. I absolutely despise. Had you done that, then you wouldn't have suffered either.
俺は
I want to kill them. Oh, my height tightened as he choked out those words. I couldn't help but reach out my hand to him. Please don't say that. I grasped Mihaya's arm, pleading with him. Don't say that. If you go through with it, it can never be
ど
undone.
うしてですか。あいつらは父さんと母さんを
They killed my parents. I'm asking you to slow down because it's clearly pained you to even say you wanted to kill them. Is that what you really want? Your father told you to live, and this is how you plan to move forward? I knew it was unfair to frame it like that, but I desperately wanted Mihaya to reconsider. I thought they might lift his spirits even just a little. After I suggested, Mihaya readily
そ
agreed.
うですね。俺も
Let's take a look around. Can we walk? I stood up cautiously and found that there was no issues with my balance. Eventually, everything seems fine.
じゃあ行きましょう。
Let go. I walked outside with Mihaya and noticed how bright it was inside the dome. The sky above was the same artificial one as in Teta.
寂しいところですね。
Such a desolated place for real. As Mihaya said, the town around us looked like a wasteland compared to Teta. Desolated was the most accurate way to describe it. I jumped when I heard some kaiju baying, but then remembered it was normal for them to be here. I turned and saw a kaiju came closer than I thought.
本当に怪獣の住む場所なんだ。
I wasn't kidding. This really is a home for kaiju. Yeah, but none of them are trying to approach us. I wonder if they're sleeping. I could see kaiju lying around on the street. Their tranquil positions indicated they were much more peaceful than the
な
ones
ん
we
だか不
saw.
思議ですね。ここに
Feels like we don't
ここに
belong here.
父さんと母さんがたどり着いていたら
I wonder what my parents would have thought if they could have seen this. Mihaya looked far into the distance. It was as though he was directing his words to his
父さんも
parents.
母さんも明るい人だったから害獣を見ても怖がらなかったかもしれない。
My parents were both very cheerful. I don't know if they would have been scared of kaiju.
なんやこれ珍しい生き物やな。とか言って騒いだんじゃないかな。
Some kind of rare creature. Mihaya then fell silent as he observed the kaiju. He spoke up again after a short
Ne.
while.
先輩、
Senpai, I've been
Ore.
thinking.
最初は二人とも告発してやろうだなんて思ってなかったんじゃないのかな。
I don't think my parents were trying to expose the higher ups in the beginning.
ただ純粋に行ったことのない場所に行ってみたい。そこに何があるのか知りたいっていう好奇
They
心で
simply
動き
wanted to
出した気
explore
がするん
some
で
place
す
they
よ。
hadn't been before.
二人ともそういう前向きな行動力の塊み
They
た
were
いな
both
人
the
た
type
ち
to
だった
act
か
before thinking,
もちろん
just like you.
途中から危険なことに手を出したのかもしれないっていう予感はあったのかも。
They probably didn't think they were doing something
母さん
dangerous
は
along the way.
俺の動向を止めようとしていたし、
My mom didn't want me to go
そ
with
の
them.
結果 あんなことになったけど、だからといって
I wonder if they would ask me to
きっ
avenge
と
them.
言わないんだ。
It wouldn't be like them. Oh, he's crying. Mila smiled slightly as he said that, and I caught a glimpse of the tears in his eyes. I think your impression of your parents is exactly right. If you can't picture them saying that, then they weren't the kinds who would seek revenge. I don't believe they were either. Mihaya was still trying to find the answers.
俺決めました。ここのことを。
Want to make this place known to the public. Okay, so we're kind of on the same
そう
train.
ですよね。
Mihaya said, stuck a deep chord within me. That's right. I've never going to forget. I've never banished these feelings from my memory. I'll carry that weight with me. We stayed where we were for a while longer, but soon decided
シー
to
タに
tell
帰れるよう
Ibuki.
に交渉してみましょう。ここのことを告発することが、伊吹の言う役に立つことになる。
I don't know if you'll agree. A lot of it's just the same being rehashed. I'm fine with not reading it over and over
部
again.
屋にいないからびっくりしたよ。どこに行ってたの？
Where'd you go? I didn't know how long I'd been waiting, but ran into Ibuki immediately upon returning to our room.
あんたを探してたんだよ。どこに行けば会えるのか聞いておかなかった俺たちも悪かっ
We're
たけ
looking
ど、
for you. Guess it was our fault for not
取
asking.
引するつもりがあるなら、もう少しあんたやここのことを教えておいてくれないと。
My stipulation seemed to amuse
さっ
Ibuki.
きは取引に応じられるような状態には見えなかったんだけどね。
Didn't seem willing to agree earlier.
そんな風に言うってことは覚悟ができたの？
あんたが思ってるよう
It
な
may
こ
be
ととは違
different
うかもしれないけど
than
ね。
what you want from
俺
us.
たちは上層部のしてきたことを告発する。だからシ
We're
ー
gonna
タに
expose the
返して
higher
ほ
ups.
しい。
That's why we want to go back.
それが僕たちの役に立つって言うんだね。
So you will help us. Mihaya shook his head.
役に
I
立つか
don't
どう
know
か
if we
は
can
わから
help
ない。
you.
でもあんたは人間たちのやり方が間違って
We
る
know
と思
that
ってるんだろ
you
う。
think how the humans are doing things is
人間が
wrong.
害獣になったらここに閉じ込めて知らんふりして。
They just lock people up and they turn into kaiju and pretend they don't
Alex,
exist. And to top it
自分
off,
た
they
ちに歯
send
向かってき
people
た
like us to defeat
俺たちみ
you
たいなのを使ってた
when you try to fight back.
そんなやり口。
It's
あ
no
んたたちか
wonder
らし
you
たら
don't like all of them. That's why you attack Teta. You don't agree with them simply casting you aside.
そうだね。矛盾してると思って。
It's
だっ
convenient.
たら君たちは僕たちの望みを叶えてくれるの？
They'll say you'll do what we want. A gleam entered Ibuki's eyes just then, so I quickly jumped in. We won't do everything you want. But if, say, we can make it to the kaijus won't be killed unnecessarily, would that satisfy with you? I talked with Mihaya about the details of the deal while we were looking for Ibuki. I don't know if it would go over well. Here's the thing about not killing kaiju. Yukonami would kill kaiju for fun. So, like, do they care? Do they? Hard to say. I don't know if it would go over well, but it would be likely the only thing we could do. We're just talking about going home. You've got a good read on him. He's definitely a bit of a handful. Is that about Yukonami?
Sure,
it'll be okay. I got the feeling this deal of ours was destined to fail regardless.
大丈夫だよ。あの二人はいつも
I'm seeing how Yukonami and Hyuga showed their faces.
もらう
We're just rehashing it. Okay. It might be man managing, but I think Ibuki has a different plans. That's the vibe I was getting. Right now, we had to do what we were tasked with. I decided to push all my doubts to the back of my mind. So it's all right for us to go back to Teta.
もちろん。でも
Just hold on. Vanish for a moment, then return carrying something.
これは防護服。
Protective suit. Thanks, we won't need a suit if we transform, so... After I said the Ibuki turned to Mihaya and held the suit out to
これ
him.
は君に多分必要になるんじゃないかな。
I think you'll need it. Mihaya didn't respond or take the suit, seeing that Ibuki continued.
君が戦うところを見ていたけど、だいぶ超能力が落ちてるみたいだね。
Your powers seem to be
だ
waning.
から、もう変身するのも厳しいんじゃない？
You're having trouble transform, right? What? It was true, Mihaya had been slower in the fight, but I didn't think it was serious. I still couldn't believe it, but Mihaya didn't deny what Ibuki said and reached for the protective
く
suit.
れるって言うなら
Take it if you're offering. Ibuki's right.
じゃあ早く行きましょ
Let's go. Alright. We departed immediately and managed to get back to Teta by the time the sun set, as
う。富
Mihaya
塚さんに
predicted.
連絡はつきそうですか？
Are you able to get a hold of Ro? I'm calling him right now, but oh, he picked up. We'd only just been gone for a day, so many things had happened since then, Teta. That hearing Ro's voice made me feel nostalgic. I told Ro we wanted to come back through the gate, and soon we heard a voice hailing us from a short distance.
こっちだ。早すぎないですか？
Did you get
俺
here
たち
awfully
が帰っ
fast?
てくるのが分かってたんですかね？
It's like he knew we were coming, but this was the first time I'd contacted him since we
とり
left
あえず
Teta.
中に入ってしまいましょう。こんなところ
Let's go inside. I was still conflicted. Thanks for coming. You got here really
そろそろ
fast.
到着するだろうと見当はついていたからな。
Had an idea you'd be coming back about now, but how did you
俺
know?
と話すよりも外で見てきたことについて話がしたいならまさきさんのところに行った方がいい。
Should actually talk to Masaki if you want to discuss what you
そ
saw
っ
out
ち
there.
の方が本題だろ
That's what you should be concerned with right now. Based on what he said, Rose seems to have an idea of what we
あんたに
discovered.
対しても聞きたいことはたくさんありますけど。でも
I have many things I want to ask.
こ
I'll
の
save
人
them
の
for
言う
later.
通り、俺たちは一刻も早く
Should
ブ
talk
ル
to
ー
the
ムズの今後
commander.
について
Oh my gosh. That's a long conversation just to go talk to one person. When we entered, the commander turned slowly towards us. He didn't seem surprised to see us. It was like he'd been waiting for
富
us.
塚君から君たちがどこに行ったのか聞いたよ。
So now
や
you've
っ
seen
ぱり
it.
富塚さんは指令にも話して
You know
た。
about the colony. The commander confirmed this and nodded. It wasn't surprised to say the least. Commander, what exactly is the role of this? I thought only the higher ups knew about the colony.
ただのブルームズの司令官という立場だけじゃなさそうですね。
And you're much more than just the commander for the blooms. Commander shook his head.
僕を上層部側の人間だと思っているなら、それは間違いだよ。
If you think I'm on their side, you're
僕
wrong.
は全てを知っていながら何もできない臆病者。ただ、それだけの立場だ。
I'm a coward who can't do anything,
すべて。
You
そ
know
の
everything?
すべての中には
including what happened to my parents. That's right.
知って
And
て
yet you made me work for the blooms. Mihaya. Mihaya was shaking next to me, so I gently touched his arm. He wasn't in crease though. He just kept steadying his
あんたは
grace.
自分のことを臆病者だと言ったけれど、ここで俺たちを待ってたって
Say
こ
you're a
とは、
coward, but you're prepared to
Not
face us. If so, then
その
show
覚
us
悟
your
が
conviction.
俺は
The both of us have
俺と彼女は
decided we're
全てを
going to
抱えて
shoulder everything and
だ
overcome
から
it.
あんたにもとことん付き合ってもらう。
We asked you to join us at least. The commander gave us a gentle smile when we heard Mihaya's voice. It looked like he was relieved.
ああ、付き合うよ。こんな情けない大人だけれど、苦難に立ち向かおうと決めた子
I'm
たちに。
I'm pathetic, but I'm not so much of a coward that I'd stand by while kids try to overcome their hardships, and I won't hold back. Mihaya approached him, and for some reason, the commander opened his arms.
言っておきますけど、ハグとかキモいことはしませんよ。俺、まだそこまであんたを信用してないんで。
There's not gonna be any hugging. That's a shame. The commander had resumed his usual carefree attitude. I watched as Mihaya shook hands with the commander, and then I ran over to join them. Time flew by after we found out the truth. Before we knew it, a week had passed. We had to keep moving forward in order to make Ibuki's deadline, so we prioritized planning how we were going to expose the truth. As classes ended one day, Mihaya and I met in the empty classroom for the first time in a while. Someone else is going to help us?
Hi.
Yeah, a journalist who
父
worked
さん
with
と
my
母さんの
parents.
両親の葬
I
式の時
vaguely
に
remember
一度挨
her
拶を
from
してた
when
ので、
I met her at my
昨
parents'
日にな
funeral.
って向こうから連絡をくれたので、
Said she wanted to meet. Then what happened?
その人はずっと俺の両親の死に方に
She also had suspicions about my parents. Here's the thing, if it's the
今回協力してくれることになったん
politics,
です
politics is murder. So the politics is what killed his parents. I don't think another journalist would openly want to do that. This is a very like bubble-esque place. Everything is propaganda. You can't just have opinions. It's very dangerous. But that's my point. And anyways, help, surprise. All right, I think the commander did something. He did. I was just thinking about getting help from the journalist to expose the higher ups, and Mr. Kuramari asked about my parents' acquaintances. He then went on to contact every journalist that had been affiliated with my parents. One of them was the one I met yesterday. And then a few others said they were willing to cooperate. Great. Mr. Kuramari helped. Thanks. And then people like Liz who got turned defectors. And those researchers and the higher ups who all knew Ibuku's group using the kaiju. They kept that information from us, just telling the Blooms that the kaiju were naturally occurring. We had to exterminate them. Mr. Kuramori didn't come by this information solely through his position and our commander. He utilized his own sources to learn about Tao. After I learned about this, Rove's readiness to receive us back when we returned to Teta became a lot more sense. He told us he still can't reveal his sources though. Mr. Kuramori said if he reveals who his sources were, it would affect me, though not Mihaya. I'm curious about it, but the more pressing matter, Mr. Kuramori helping me trick the researchers. There had been no new attacks, as Ibuki promised, but we couldn't suspend all the Bloom's missions, so Mr. Kuramori thought of a way we could do that. I'm sure that
考え事ですか
something on your mind. Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about the other Blooms. I'm grateful. Right as I said that, the door to the classroom swung open to real
やっ
Kamui.
ぱり君たちだったか。
Mind if I join
ダ
you?
メです
Yes.
即答冷たすぎるよ、宮早くん。
Could have thought about your icy cold, maintained but Kamui seemed to care about Mihaya. Mihaya didn't appear to dislike Kamui either, because I found out just who Kamui is. That was another fact I learned this past week, but I wasn't going to tell Kamui yet. This is just a hunch, but I don't think he wanted me to approach him about it. I knew he'd tell us himself when the time was right. That was my feeling about it anyways.
西原さんは他にやることがあるでしょ
Get out of
はい
here.
はい。じゃあ二人ともまた。
Catch you later. You seem to like Kamui a lot. Actually, wait, what's Mihaya's charm? I said that after Kamui was out of sight. Mihaya looked at me with a deep frown.
先輩怒りますよ
Senpai, you're kidding.
今の
How
やり
can
と
you
りを見
say
て
that after witnessing that exchange? You don't talk to people you have no interest in, and you talk to Kamui an awful lot.
あれは向こうが絡んでくるから
I have no choice.
別に好きなわけ
It's
じゃ
not
ない
that
で
I
すよ
like him or anything, though I guess I don't particularly dislike him either. Mihaya was defending Kumai even though he wasn't here anymore. His kindness brought a smile to my face. I grinned at him and Mihaya expressed suddenly turned serious, so he looked into my eyes.
好きといえば
Speaking of liking
先輩って
someone,
俺の超能力がなくなった理由
do you know why I lost my powers? Oh, well, I've been wondering about that, but now that you mentioned, I never asked. Mihaya's superpowers were now completely gone. We confirmed he couldn't transform right after we got back to Teta, but since the attacks had stopped, I missed my chance to ask. Still, I didn't expect the issue to come up now, and no clue why he was talking about Mihaya. Heaved a heavy
や
sigh.
っぱり分かってなかったんですねっていうか
I guess you didn't know. I guess you wouldn't know unless it told you directly, meaning Mihaya reached out and pulled me, still confused, close. You're kind of close.
少しだけこのままで聞いてください
Just hear me out. My heart skipped a beat as I gazed into his serious face, and I stilled.
倉森は最初に言ってましたよね
The Blooms aren't allowed to fall in
俺が
love.
超能力を使えなくなっ
That's
たの
why I
は
lost them, except that
その
hasn't
せいです。
happened to you, so maybe I'm the only one who feels
ここ
this
まで言え
way.
ばいくら鈍くてもわかりますよね
You gotta understand what I mean, right? Anyone would get it. He said this. But he stopped talking after that. I was starting to understand what he meant, but I didn't know how to respond. Then Mihaya smiled at
そ
me.
んなに固まってたら俺もいい 言いづらくなりますよ。
They about the same height. Aw. Kissed her cheek. That's because he's 15. It's illegal otherwise.
これが俺の気持ちです。
I'm sorry, initially thought I'd
すみま
say
せん
it, but I got too nervous. Or kissing someone would be more nerve-wracking. Mihaya let out a laugh when I finally spoke.
普通はそうかもしれませんね。でも俺は
Maybe normal someone said I prefer actions to words. I'm going to actually tell you now,
聞かせて
just
く
so
ださ
you
い。
hear me out. I mentioned it earlier, but
さ
I
っきも言
wondered,
ったけど、俺は
I love you. Do you have any feelings for me? Even after saying he's preferred actions to word, he managed to tell me how he felt. I love you, Mihaya. Those da-da-da. Da-da-da. Did we do it? Did we save the world? Carried the same pain and sadness as me, and we understood the suffering. We would always remember that any time we looked at each other. The pain of remembering loved ones and the warmth and grief. That was what we held each other in our arms. But what about the kaiju? Ah,
おう、待ってた。
okay, okay. The second bad ending. Shout at Mocha instead of jump. Okay, alright. My apologies. Watch out! Immediately I shouted the words of warning, but I was too late. Konami attack struck the side of Mocha's head before she even knew what was happening. Mocha!
ああ、まだ殺す気はなかったんだけど。
I didn't mean to kill her. Yukinami's voice echoed around me as I ran to Mocha and tried to hold her up. Mocha! Desperately called out to her, but her eyes remained shut. Soon she turned back to Mihaya. No! It reminded me to hold Liz. But unlike then, Mihaya's body gradually turned cold in my arms. Mihaya! It didn't matter how many times I called his name, Mihaya would never open his eyes again. Then what happened? Another loved one had died. Before my eyes, I shook with disbelief as despair overwhelmed me. My mind went blank, unable to think anymore. Dun 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 dun. Alright, let's see.
ちゃんとどこ
Load.
か
Is it this one? I could be wrong. Hang on. No, it's not this one. Let's see. Let's just do math. 2, 4, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Aha! I did it. Okay. Oh, man. Alright. No need to sulk, you big baby.
さっきは急にあんなこと
Cast augment. What an amazing discovery. This is how I got the bad ending last time. It's a great discovery.
泣いたりしないのに
Because I'm sad, which I thought was what he'd like because it was honest. Cast augments. Support Mocha with augment. And shout at Yukonami. My head aches.
先輩
I'm glad you're all right. I looked over. Where am I? What happened? Okay, we're gonna fast forward even though Ibuki might show up. So the higher-ups knew about everything. Oh, I didn't even get to have that.
伊吹が言うには
My parents were murdered. What do you mean?
君たち、僕らに手を貸す気はないかな。ここ
Came this far, you might agree. Buki suggested surprise me. Mihaya cautiously asked him to
あんたた
clarify.
ちに手を貸すってことは、つまり
Find the kaiju
そ
side.
う聞こえたならそうなのかもしれない。
Perhaps his ambiguous answer did nothing to allude.
だってこいつの
Alright. It's gonna end badly.
じゃあさっさと片付けちゃおう。
Let's get this done.
ギフトアビリティさせてもらうで。
And you stop now. Perfect. Now all that is left is get over to the research district.
ああ、なんだっけ。上層部。偉。
そう、
Going after the higher ups. Yep.
全部。
I'm gonna annihilate them.
いいね。僕そ
That's
ういうの好きだ
a
よ。
new face.
じゃ。
Good
そっ
luck.
ちもね。
Same to you.
誰や。
Who's there?
どうして。
Why are you here?
どうして待って
I told you to wait.
なんで俺先輩に攻撃を
Dang. I looked up and saw tears streaming down Mihaya's face as the world around me started to blur. I wanted to stop you. This can't be the answer. Your parents wanted you to live. I was unable to speak clearly. It looks like I'll be leaving Mahaya's side. I wish I didn't have to do that to him right now. I wanted to touch him one last time. I reached out my hand, but I don't know if I managed to touch his tear-stained face. And I would never be able to find out. Dun 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 dun. All right. Let's check our flow charts. We're 74% done now. Activities.
せっか。
So I think after you play through all the stories, you get an additional story, which is why everyone has a photo. I don't know really, but we got all of Mihaya's photos. That time in the library, that other time in the library. Oh wait, sorry, that other time at the library. Eating food, that time, crying, that time I died. Yeah, no. So that means we're gonna go after Row next. So let me check if there's anything in the flow charts that I haven't got photo-wise yet. And then I'll probably call it for now because I have things I have to do today, unfortunately. Where's this one? Wait, there's also this one. It's another bad ending here. I also have to unlock this justice as well, which curious enough. There's a second bad ending here. Interesting. Okay, well. Doesn't lead to a photo. I don't know if I care as much. I like pictures. So let's just run here. Yeah, let's run here. Let's see. Go to the outer wall. Best to start where we last met. With that thought, I went to the outer wall where I encountered Moravia, but she wasn't the easiest person to find. I should have asked how to
一
contact
人で
her.
散歩。
Walking all by your lonesome? It's him! I can't do this. I can't do this. Oh, he's so pretty. Oh my goodness. I turned around hopeful, but didn't find Moravia. Instead, a young man was standing there. He had an air of mystery about him, like he was out slightly out of place. A strange feeling of deja vu came over me. Have we met?
あったかもしれないし、そうじゃないかもしれない。でも、少なくとも名乗るのは初めてだよ。
Maybe
僕
not.
は伊吹。よろしくね。
But we haven't been formally introduced. I'm Ibuki, pleased to meet you. This Ibuki didn't give off the most trustworthy vibes. I immediately felt suspicious of him. Nice to meet you too. I'm kind of in a hurry. I gotta
待っ
go.
て。君、 もしかしてモラビアを探してるの？
Are you looking for Moravia? How did you...
ああ、当たりかな。探すのを手伝ってあげるよ。
Got it. I can help you
君は
find
そ
her.
こで待っ
Just
ていれ
wait
ばいい
here.
から。
She'll be along soon. The young man apparently didn't notice my bewilderment or suspicions and quickly turned and left. What a strange guy. He can't be seriously looking for her, can he? Do they even know each other? It's great. I love it. I stayed, but despite my doubts, and was soon proven wrong. Okay, I don't want to do this story, but I do love it. Okay, hang on. We're gonna just no. We're gonna save. We're gonna save this. We're gonna save this over Hyuga. I left these gaps so I could do more saves. That was my fault. Okay, we're just gonna save it. We're gonna save it over this. I love you so much. Okay. Title screen. I'm assuming that I'll have to do some other things to
い
get
ろいろな
to
ものが楽しめる。
his
いろ
story.
いろあっ
Did it add it to this? There he is. There's my boy. Anyways. We will continue this amazing adventure later. We have 2 stories left. It's Ibuki and it is Ro. I'll have to double check and make sure Ro is playable right now. It might be that other twist where I have to like turn left or whatever. We'll see. But Ibuki's there now, so my life is happy and I can't wait to play again. I'm getting so close. We're at 74% complete now. So soon we'll be there. Thank you so much for watching. Bye.